The opening batters for Derbyshire are Harry Kane and Lewis Rees.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground. You're struggling. There we go.
I'm always struggling, Dave. Very good morning from BBC Sport Wales.
Nick Webb and Dave Fletcher with you. We've got an Aaron Donald with us as well, very exciting, former Derbyshire loanee, very, very briefly at the start of this season's T20 competition. And of course the scourge of Derbyshire at Colwyn Bay, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point. I still haven't quite recovered. The news of the toss, Glamorgan won it, Derbyshire are batting. And Derbyshire have made two changes to the side that failed to cross the line at Cheltenham College. Matt Lamb, the lesser spot, but both of them are lesser spotted in fact. Matt Lamb is playing in place of David Lloyd, who of course can't play against his parent club, although he was here warming up with the Derbyshire players in his full Derbyshire kit, with his cap on, everything. It was almost like he was trying to provoke something. And Suranga Lakmal replaces Mark Watt, which is interesting. So one less spin option, Alex Thompson. If that batting order is the same as it is on the card, incidentally, Nick, I'd be staggered. If Thompson came in below Nick Potts, something's happened to Alex Thompson's batting in the last few days, because he can bat, as we have seen. It's Jamie McIlroy beginning the game from the city and bowling to Harry Kane, who's pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. The Glamorgan team is more straightforward than Derbyshire, I think.
The Glamorgan side is unchanged, and likewise probably not in the order in which it's on in our hymn sheet. Tom Bevan, Eddie Byram, Colin Ingram, Kieran Carlson, Billy Roots, Ben Callaway, Alex Horton behind the stumps.
Two slips as McIlroy bowls to Kane, who turns this one into the leg side. There's no run.
Andy Gorvin, Harry Podmore, Jamie McIlroy and Ben Morris. So the two players omitted from the travelling 13. Will Smale, the young batter, and Prem Sisodia, the left-arm spinner. Glamorgan resting Sam Northeast and Tim van der Hoogten for the first two games, they said. Yeah. So they may well come into contention for Neath on Tuesday.
McIlroy in again, and that one strikes the pad of Harry Kane. Perhaps a little inside edge. Ball dribbles out into the offside, where it's fielded by Ben Callaway. And there is no run. It'd be good to see Harry Podmore again, another former Derbyshire loanee. That is a very long list of players, by the way, even in my time, loanees who've been here. We've had a few this season. Henry Brooks was one of them. As McIlroy's in again, and that one is uppishly played into the leg side, and Derbyshire are up and running. Harry Kane picks up the first single, one without loss. Marvellous.
And of course, Glamorgan and Welsh listeners and viewers are well used to watching these two bat, as they did the final day of the championship game here recently, 10 days ago, all day. 360 for naught. Thank you very much. Let's go home.
Tricky pitch, which was green to start with, didn't play green and got better.
This one looks a little green tinged.
Yes, it was a lot greener than that before they mowed it at about 9 o'clock this morning. I thought we were playing on a similar surface. McIlroy bowls left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. Marvellous to see contrasting colours with the coloured kit. Yellow tops for it is yellow, isn't it? There's no clever Welsh colour.
Oh, you can call it daffodil gold if you like, but it's basically a strong yellow.
It's yellow. And are they black or very, very dark blue, the trousers?
Dark navy.
Excellent. Derbyshire in their powder blue kit as Rees pushes the final ball of the McIlroy over up to mid-on. And Derbyshire won without loss with the blue, amber and chocolate flashes across the front of their shirts, and of course down the back of their right calves, which is slightly bizarre.
Fashion fans.
But I do like the kit. I have to say, I like both kits. There is a nice V on the front of the Glamorgan kit.
Yeah, they've gone with this colour, or similar, for the last several years. We'll get an Aaron's thoughts on it in due course. Glamorgan more navy based in the T20.
is not everybody in the south Navy based? I think they probably are. Most of the teams in the north appear to be Navy based. It's pointless having a coloured clothing competition and everybody wearing the same colour.
Which is why, rather than having kits for T20 and 50 overs, I'd prefer if they just had 2 kits for the whole white ball summer, and so they could distinguish themselves from each other.
Sponsors, though.
Podmore is in to bowl, and that's through outside off stump and allowed to go through by Harry Kane.
I assume that Harry Podmore must have played here for Derbyshire. I don't remember. The only game I can really remember him playing in was down at Hove, where Huddersfield Jeune took 15 wickets or 16 wickets in the match. Astonishing bowling performance, and Harry was at the other end.
Piling on the pressure.
Yes, keeping it tight.
He's been more out than in this season for Glamorgan, Harry Podmore, as he comes in now and bowls, and that's played through the offside. There'll be a couple of runs, I think, as Kieran Carlson is off in pursuit towards the deep cover boundary. They might look for 3. No, they turn and settle for 2, which means that Kieran Carlson doesn't actually throw the ball in. He seems to be conserving his efforts with that shoulder this season, Kieran Carlson. Maybe just to keep it fresh for bowling, but
still be stiff after bowling. How many overs? He must have bowled a fair amount of
about
overs.
30, wasn't it, on the final day of the championship game here. As Podmore is in to bowl, played into the offside by Kane, 3 without loss. Harry Podmore, this is his second one-day cup game. He has only played in the first 2 championship games and 1 T20 blast game, which wasn't notably successful, but neither were many bowlers on that match at Northwood, Middlesex. So he hasn't made the impact that he would have wanted, I think it's fair to say, and Glamorgan supporters expected to see a bit more of him in the first team, but when you come from Kent and Michael Hogan goes to Kent, there's a lot of expectation on your shoulders. Podmore is in to bowl. That's edge down towards third man, slightly outside off stump. Came going for the big drive, got the edge, flew aerially for half the way. Would have been caught had the third man been up in the circle, but he wasn't. And it's a single 2 came 4 without loss.
Well, they only got 2 from that previous, the ball before last. The outfield, I imagine, will be quite slow. There was an awful lot of rain in these parts yesterday.
In all parts of the UK, I suspect.
Yeah, it was unpleasant in Blackpool for many reasons. But, yeah, it rained a lot in the northwest as well.
As Podmore is in to bowl to Rees through outside off stump. Cautious approach, allowed to go through. And tell you that it was wet in the village of Machen, which is between Newport and Caerphilly, because otherwise I'd have been in a lot worse state this morning had I been playing yesterday. There would have been a lot more groaning and moaning than there is already.
I'd expected to see you limp into the media centre.
As Podmore into bowl the left-handed Rees. He had to get off the mark and plays that one on the leg side. And there is no run. Still 4 without loss. Yes, it was one of the more interesting experiences of my media career, doing a game up at Lancashire when I was on crutches from an Achilles injury. It was an even more interesting experience driving from Cardiff to Manchester with the said Achilles injury. Very slowly, because I couldn't press that hard on the accelerator.
Oh dear.
4 without loss after 2 overs. Derbyshire haven't pressed on the accelerator as yet.
No, plenty of time yet. I'm going to be overdoing it too early. Jamie McElroy from the City end, bowling to Harry Kane, who defends. Of course he does. Out into the onside this time, and there is no run. Not the biggest crowd I've ever seen inside the county ground, I think it's fair to say. I would imagine some people would have been put off by the weather yesterday.
Yeah.
And even when we arrived this morning, the parts of the outfield didn't look in terrific shape, but groundsmen have done a marvellous job as ever. Neil Godrich and his team. Next delivery from McElroy it bounces a little bit more perhaps than Kane was expecting, and he pushes it back towards the bowler.
Yeah, I briefly went out to the middle. It is somewhat soft on the outfield. You won't be jarring anything when you slide in the outfield, I would imagine. And interesting to see Glamorgan with 2 slips in straight away.
Yes, it's unusual, isn't it? Unusual. There's McIlroy bowls, perhaps that's why. Now they're claiming a catch here. Harry Kame's going nowhere. Both slips. Colin Ingram and Tom Bevan were sort of convinced that they heard something. I did see a review sometime this week. There was a review in that other competition. I think it was a women's game. And the ball must have been about 1.5 feet away from the bat, and they were claiming a caught behind, and they reviewed it. No idea what was going on there. We don't have that luxury here, of course, as McIlroy bowls to Kame, dabs it out into the offside. Callaway does the fielding, hurls it back in to the keeper.
Yeah, Ben Callaway seems to be the inheritor of Andrew Salter's point fielding position, by the look of it. Callaway, who made a very exciting one-day cup debut at Worcester, hitting 82 off 74 balls, and the only Glamorgan batter to get going on Friday.
Next delivery is again a play and a miss from Harry Kame. Ball outside the off stump. Kame clearly thought it was there to hit, but missed it. One hand off the bat by the time he played the shot, and Lewis Rees just comes down and says, "Just go steady, Harry. We don't want to lose a wicket early here." And Derbyshire don't.
They ought to be in decent nick. Came 40 in the opening game and 200 odd runs against Glamorgan.
Leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, he and Rees got to 66 without loss in the power play down at Cheltenham College. And then Derbyshire just sort of folded like a pack of cards, really. Hayden made 80 or thereabouts. And 82, in fact, coming in at 4. He may well come in at 3 today, which is interesting. Of course, David Lloyd was the number 3 down at Cheltenham.
Yeah, it's the first time he's bowled a serious spell for a while. Hadn't used himself much. Bowled a couple of overs of joke spin, didn't he, at the end of the championship match?
Yes.
As Podmore's first ball of his new over, whacks Rees, I think, on the pad. They'll go through for a single, but it is a leg by. So Rees is yet to get off the mark. 5 without loss in this 4th over. So mostly circumspect. Apart from that one big yahoo from Harry Kame.
And a couple, hasn't he? He's got one down to third man. A couple of swings and misses.
Yeah.
Looking to get on with it, but not managing to do so.
Podmore in to bowl. Played to point by Kame, and there is no run as Callaway does the fielding. Yeah, Harry Podmore had a couple of really top seasons at Kent before a couple where he struggled with injury, and the seasons where he's been fully fit and firing, he's done really well for Kent, but yet to really make a mark for Glamorgan. Got 1 wicket at Worcester. Well, tidily enough, as that is driven back to him by Kame, and there's no run. I'm sure he's as frustrated as everyone with the situation, but if he gets a few games in a row now, chance to build something towards the back end of the season.
He was at Middlesex, wasn't he?
He was at Middlesex, yeah.
Middlesex he came to Derbyshire from.
He had a few games at Glamorgan on loan about 8 years ago.
Right.
He was a young man. And he comes, bowls, and Kame gets runs here. Flicked it off his legs. This will be the first boundary of the day. Racing away down to fine leg for 4. 9 without loss. Podmore just straying onto leg stump and trudges rather disconsolately back towards his mark.
I quite like it when all these players come on loan. They had Conor McCurr, another player who played precious few games for Derbyshire on loan a number of years ago, and they come and they're all fresh-faced, not a mark on their arms, and they all come back full sleeves of tattoos. Looking like completely different people.
Here's Podmore in the gold and yellow of Glamorgan, and there's Kame driving into the offside, and Carlson fails. Kieran Carlson, who is the only wearer of a sun hat in the Glamorgan One Day Cup side at the moment.
It's a scruffy looking hat, isn't it? Do you not think? Looks like it should be on his allotment. Bit of straw hanging out of his mouth.
Well, he's 25. He must know what's fashionable.
Oh, he'd know better than me, clearly. That goes without saying.
Here's Podmore in to bowl and jabbed off bat and pad out on the offside by Kame. There is no run. 9 without loss, a leg by and a boundary off that over. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Dave Fletcher, myself, Nick Webb, and very shortly Aneurin Donald, before he goes off to do duty for Hampshire in the week, and he'll tell us all about that.
Well, they'll have plenty of time because there isn't much happening out in the middle, is there? Derbyshire a very sluggish start to the power play, with just 9 off 4 overs. Jamie McIlroy to bowl his 3rd from the city end. He's bowling to Lewis Rees, who pushes it out into the offside. There is no run, of course there isn't. Lewis Rees, he's only faced 6 deliveries in fairness, Luke, but yet to get off the mark. Scored a 50 at Cheltenham and then promptly got himself out.
But 332 for once out against Glamorgan in the championship match.
He's done his seasonal average the world of good. McIlroy bowls to him, and he just drops his hands, but whether he dropped them in time as the ball goes flashing through to the wicketkeeper, I'm not entirely sure. Horton taking that comfortably enough. About chest high. Quicker delivery possibly from McIlroy. Decent one.
And of course, as we found out during the recent championship match,
Welsh.
Welsh.
Yeah, he's Welsh. Who knew?
Dad from Llanelli.
He's lost the accent completely though, hasn't he? I noticed. As McIlroy bowls and that one is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run.
Well, Phil Salt doesn't sound terribly North Wales, but we're claiming him. The first Welshman to play for England senior team in 15 years or whatever it was.
Yes, well, he was in a few squads, wasn't he, at one point?
Boy from Bodelwithan, near Colwyn Bay.
Oh, yes. Don't mention Colwyn Bay. That one is turned off a pad down towards a short, fine leg. And Rees remains on naught because that is a leg bite.
I see Colwyn Bay. Was it where you got a Sama Mir from? Oh, no, that's the last game. Sorry. The Sama Mir, the Worcestershire player I was looking at. Yeah, sorry. I knew I was looking up some unlikely Colwyn Bay, but it was where Worcestershire signed Osama Mir, the Pakistani spinner, from.
Playing in the was it the Liverpool competition? Colwyn Bay playing, I think, isn't it? Same one that Billy Godleman's currently playing in. Oh, it's a big appeal for leg before wicket there, but only from the bowler. But bless him, Horton was desperately trying to cling on to the ball, but couldn't. And Ingram was scrabbling around to make sure that it didn't run away for byes, or leg byes. Bit high, I would have thought. From here, we're not immediately, well, we're nowhere near immediately behind the bowler's arm. In truth, we're at 3rd man for the right-handed batsman, for the bowler coming from the city end. But it's still a slightly better vantage point than Cheltenham, as McIlroy bowls. That's in the air into the leg side. It misses Billy Root to his right, and he has to go and chase it. Puts the slide in to stop, and they come back for 2 more. Kame moves on to 10, 12 without loss. End of the over. Lewis Rees yet to get off the mark. But that was in the air for quite some time. Into the leg side.
Yeah, we will also be in I think a point stroke mid-wicket position at Neath, but at least we have the benefit of a real-time camera there, so I can basically commentate off-screen and give people a reasonable idea what's going on.
The Wi-Fi at Cheltenham was terrific. I don't know, you suggested that it might not have been as good as...
It was.
I mean, in fairness, Ed Seaborn was as surprised as anybody when the Wi-Fi was good. They must have fixed it.
I think mostly non-existent would have been the.
No, it was really good.
Correct term when I was working there. Podmore into Rees down leg side, wide calls, 13 without loss.
Although WhatsApps weren't getting through. They were neither leaving the ground nor getting back to the ground. So I was sending WhatsApps to the studio that weren't getting through. They were sending WhatsApps to me that weren't getting through, and it caused all sorts of chaos. And then eventually, at about 1:45, they all came through, saying 1 minute, most of them.
Ground control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Podmore in to bowl, and Rees tries to drive, gets the ball away on the offside. Gorvin picks it up at cover, but they've scampered through for the single that gets Rees off the mark.
Up and running.
14 without loss. I'll give way to Anirin after this over, and you can chew the fat together.
Lovely. I'm going to write some questions down.
And talk about Wales against England rugby, if you like.
More than happy to talk about that. England were woeful.
14 without losses. Podmore bowls down leg side, wide given. Yes, I managed to watch some fairly extensive highlights on S4C on my arrival last night, which was always enjoyable. But yeah, I didn't think Wales had to play brilliantly well to overcome that particular England 15. But I wouldn't, you know, in terms of the first warm up, it is what it is. It's nice to win, and it's obviously good to play well, but can't learn too many lessons, I don't think. Podmore in to bowl, and Kame defends it out on the side, and there's no run.
We put England's World Cup group up on the screen at one point, which terrified the life out of me. It's got Argentina in it, Japan and Tonga, I think. Tonga or Samoa, one or the other. But it had their world rankings next to them, and England is 6th in the world. How does that work? There must be more than 5 teams better than that in the side in the world.
Probably above Australia at the moment, because they're going through a bit of a
yes, aren't they?
That's
a shame.
As Podmore bowls and clipped away on the leg side by Kame. Might have been caught by Mr. Qureshi, the umpire, but since he is the umpire, he didn't make any attempt to do so, and it's a single out to Ben Morris at deep square. 16 without loss.
It would appear that Eddie Jones's archaic methods are not working.
And certainly continue not to work for Wales's sake. Looking forward to watching that game in Lyon in late September between cricket engagements. Should be just about back in time to do Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Podmore bowls full length, driven out on the offside, and a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end by McIlroy as Kane was backing up a fair way. And that missed. Then there was a throw to the keeper who couldn't take it cleanly. The batter had to get out of the way. All sorts of chaos ensued. 16 without loss.
I just had an email. You remember we both checked that we were online?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we're not, according to the people in Salford. So I've just checked again. I couldn't hear anything. I'm just going to dial down and redial. Just ignore everything that you hear in your headphones.
As we continue, hopefully, for the benefit of stream listeners, that's driven through the offside nicely by Rees. He'll pick up a couple of runs. It is a slow outfield at the moment as Gorvin scampers back, and they're able to go through very comfortably indeed for 2 runs. 18 without loss. As, apologies for any extraneous noises listened to by the county video stream viewers. So here's Podmore again to bowl to Rees outside off stump and cut away. This one may reach the boundary. It's being pursued by Gorvin, and it will reach the boundary despite a despairing dive by the Glamorgan seamer. So Podmore offering a little bit of width outside off stump to the left-hander Rees, who took full advantage with a 2 and a boundary. 22 without loss after 6 overs here on BBC Sport Online and via the Derbyshire and Glamorgan websites, with a bit of luck and a following wind. Dave is continuing to check things.
Well, it's particularly galling in that we both checked that something was going through and something was going through, and now there appears to be nothing going through. And yet we are connected. So I might have to reply to that email. Ridiculous.
Right. Do you want an iron to replace you temporarily?
Yeah, that
then?
might be a good idea, mightn't it?
As McIlroy bowls, played into the offside by Kame, and there's no run, while Mr. Fletcher sorts out various BBC strings. Morning, and Iron.
Good morning, Webby. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you on board. Always nice to have expertise from the current professional circuit, particularly someone who's played for both these sides.
Absolutely. I'm a staunch neutral today. Foot in both camps.
Here's McIlroy in from the city end to bowl. A push and nearly a run from Kame, but Rees wasn't interested. What do you make of the Derbyshire start then?
Yeah, it's been pretty circumspect. I think they're just having a look at this wicket. Obviously looks pretty green from afar. But from what I've gathered, especially after the last 4-day game you were here for, I think it played pretty well when there was a bit of grass on it. Looks like it's just holding up and pretty sticky. And Glamorgan just trying to prize away at this opening pair here.
McIlroy is in to bowl, chopped down into the gully by Kame. Gorvin fields. Rees came a third of the way down and then scampered back again towards the non-striker's end. Good toss to win, in other words, really, while everyone has a look at it.
Yeah, I think so, and certainly in one-day cricket these days, I think most people want to have a bowl first just to almost see how it plays and get a judge of what the par score is going to be, and try and feel out the game from there.
McIlroy bowls. Kame again tries to chop it down, but so gently that Bevan can run across from second slip.
Relatively attacking field here from Jimmy Mack as well. Just the 2-man offside ring with 2 slips and that extra man on the leg side, which I think is probably a really good matchup for him swinging the ball back into Harry Kame, who favours the leg side. But yeah, certainly the ball doesn't seem to be coming on particularly well, but as I think we've all seen throughout the years here, you can really be a tough place to defend at the back end of a 50-over innings.
McIlroy into bowl. Down the wicket comes Kame and slogs it over mid-on for 4 runs. Just about cleared Podmore. No, he's not going to run up to the boundary for 4. They'll have to settle for a couple. 24 without loss. That was a fairly horrible shot.
Yeah, I said it's just starting to get that pressure building a fraction here. Typically, Rees and Kame have come out the blocks really well in all forms of white ball cricket, so I think they're in a decent space and feeling pretty confident. So looking to put some pressure back on as he gets nudged out into the leg side towards deep backward square for 1 run. 25
without loss. As at the end of the over, it is. Umpires today: James Treadwell, the former Kent and England bowler, and at the other end, Mansoor Qureshi, one of our visiting umpires. Told me that there's another M. Qureshi whom he often gets confused with on the international umpiring circuit, and Mr. Qureshi finds himself on the wrong side of the park and trots over.
He's cleared that up now. Yeah, just another little small fielding change here. Both slips have been removed for Podmore, so an extra guy in the catch, a short extra cover and a mid-wicket in. Just going a little bit more defensive here as Kamo tries to up the ante again by running down the wicket.
And guiding it down to third man, and gets through for the single. 26 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Harry Podmore, well, he's got a chance for a few matches here, potentially, to make a mark. Must be difficult to move counties and then find yourself in the second team.
Yeah, it's a frustrating year for Harry. He's shown a lot of quality over a long period of time now, and it didn't seem like he got too much of a go as he beats the bat beautifully there to Lewis Rees. Said he played. I think you said he played the first couple of championship games and hasn't featured since. And certainly, when you make a signing, you're intending on them having a bit more of an impact. And I'm sure Harry's as frustrated as anyone.
Only got 3 wickets in the 3 innings that he bowled in first class at the start of the season. So doesn't look to have quite the same speed as I was expecting. Seems to be operating at a sort of military medium at the moment, as that is slapped away into the offside. Half stopped by Carlson at cover. And they go through for a single to Rees, 26 without loss, 77 without loss.
Yeah, I certainly think he's a bit of a different bowler from maybe where both Derby and Glamorgan saw him on loan all those years ago. He's kind of real tall, bouncy with a bit of pace, took the ball away from the bat, and I think he kind of reinvented himself a little bit at Kent and looked to kind of wobble seam the ball a bit more, and the keeper started coming up, and he certainly has good control and good accuracy. He just hasn't quite found his role yet for Glamorgan here.
Podmore bowls, and that's turned away to backwards square for a couple of runs by Harry Kane. They come back comfortably enough, 29 without loss. Kane starting to get going, but getting a little bit of width on offer once or twice now from Podmore to be able to work with. As the sun comes through, largely cloudy morning here at the county ground. 29 without loss. Podmore runs away from us at the racecourse end. Bowls to Kame. Big appeal for LBW. Not out, says James Treadwell. As that might have caught him somewhere above the pad, because he looked a little bit in discomfort from that.
Yeah, just a little bit of movement there for Potters, and he's not the tallest of man, Harry Kane, but it certainly didn't hit his shin pads. Hit another type of pad there. But yeah, good to see. Probably the first real shout Glamorgan have had for a little while, and certainly Derby will be pretty happy to neutralise this new ball on a wicket that seems to be just doing a little bit here, really.
Podmore bowls and run down to third man by Kame. Deliberately angling the bat on it, chopping it down. Comfortable single. 30 without loss, and we're through 8 overs. So McIlroy's conceded 6 and Podmore 22. Maybe that Glamorgan changed Podmore at least after the power play, the 10 over power play. It seems to be 30 off 8. Is that the state of the wicket, do you think, or is it reflective of the more cautious start that teams go for these days?
Yeah, I think it's probably more the wicket. It seems to not be coming on, and there doesn't seem to be loads of balls just getting punched through the inner ring, which tends to be the sign of a good pitch in 50 over cricket. Just holding a little bit on the batters, and certainly this outfield has taken a lot of rain, especially yesterday. Seems to be pretty slow. So I think overall Derby are going to be pretty happy. I think, again, if you can neutralise this new ball up top, as that's defended straight back to Jimmy McIlroy, who's bowled a fantastic opening spell as well and kept it really tight. He's had a great year all around, playing a huge part in this Glamorgan seam attack across all formats. But yeah, I think Derby will be pretty happy here. Glamorgan, again, the game hasn't got away from them, but certainly looking to make inroads before these batters get set and start looking to take the game on.
Here's McIlroy into bowl. All came fiddles at that one and is lucky to knock as an edge. Looking, I think, to run it down towards third man, but didn't get a touch on it. Alex Horton behind the stumps for Glamorgan, one of 3 19-year-olds who made their competition debuts on Friday, along with Ben Kellaway and Ben Morris, who's down at third man in front of us, just doing a few stretches. He's likely to be into the attack fairly soon. As McIlroy bowls and Kame lofts that one high and handsome over mid-off. It's going to just about reach the boundary, bounce just inside. There was a lot of height in that. First real attacking shot that's been played off the bowling of McIlroy. And it's 34 without loss. Kame has 22 of them.
Yeah, again, just starting to feel like it was building a little bit on Harry here. He's faced quite a few balls, and he's certainly been in great form of it recently. So he's danced down the wicket a few times every now and again, and I think you're going to just start to see them up the ante as he's faced 36 balls now.
McIlroy in again to bowl to Kane, works it off his hip, but fine leg is now up in the circle, so there is no run as Eddie Byram does the fielding.
Yeah, still a slip in here for Jimmy McIlroy. As I said, he's bowled beautifully here, just conceding 10 runs off almost 5 overs and a couple of chances being created. Just coming through to Horton there, the odd one just bouncing a bit more and seeming to get a bit of a grip from that back of a length at least.
McIlroy is into bowl to Kane, who chops this one down to third man for a single. Morris with the fielding, 35 without loss.
It's a long Derbyshire batting order today as well. I think looks likely that Alex Thompson's going to be coming in round about 8. So there's a lot of batting in the shed here and a very batting heavy lineup. And again, I think if Derby would be very pleased if they can just start moving the run rate on a bit from here and start pushing the accelerator once the first change bowlers come on.
McIlroy in to bowl. Rees defends it back to him, and there's no run. 35 for naught after 9 overs here on BBC Sport. Available through the county websites with the video stream. As we are now officially on the BBC stream as well. Apologies for technical errors. We did both check that it was coming through before the start. Glamorgan Travellers, by the way, we don't often do dedications, but since it's a regular supporters group, can we wish Iron Mike of Merthyr get well soon, currently in hospital. Has this weekend planned to do the Glamorgan games. Well, hopefully he's listening in. As in comes Podmore for his 5th over. And that is defended off the back foot by Kame, and there's no run. So as far as your fitness is concerned, Anira, a bit of a finger problem, but you're back with us?
Yes, should be. I saw a specialist on Thursday who gave me the all clear, so frustrating few weeks and poor timing, really looking forward to the 50 over comp, hoping to get some game time in there. So yeah, no, should be available and raring to go for Tuesday, our next home game against Essex. We could start from us in the group against a strong Middlesex side, so looking to capitalise on some strong 50 over form the last few years.
Podmore bowls and Kame defends on the leg side. Was that keeping wicket, the injury? Yeah,
unfortunately so. I got a late call up during our T20 quarter final when our overseas Ben McDermott went down with a bulging disc. Got the late call up, thought I'd best go catch some balls. I didn't have much of a chance in the weeks coming up to it. Took one on the end of the finger from Benny Howell. He's quite hard to pick as a keeper, let alone as a batter, and his little knuckle ball hit me on my knuckle, and 3 or 4 weeks later, here I am.
Podmore in to bowl to Kame, who taps a step forward, but chops it straight to point. No run. You mean he hasn't got an elaborate series of signals to tell you which of his many variations he's bowling?
Yeah, I kept trying to look out, see if he's going to scratch his ear or wink at me or something, but apparently not. Yeah, he's some bowler and there's some skill, and it does take a little bit of getting used to. Certainly when you have 30 or 40 minutes to prepare for catching balls in a quarter final.
As in comes the next delivery, and Kame defends it on the leg side. Is that a no ball being signalled? It is. 2 extra runs, the Derbyshire total. 37 without loss.
I think Harry Kame will be begging for this free hit here as well, just to release that pressure. I said it's great to see him really kick on at the top of the order here. He's got his go across multiple formats and looked like he did really well in the T20, and it's been impressive in the 4-day game as well. I was lucky to play with Harry down at Hampshire for a few years and spent a couple of winters with him in Cape Town, and it's great to see him really kick on now and put a marker down at the top of the order here.
In comes Podmore again to bowl to Kame. The free hit is hammered over the offside. I'm not sure if it's going to reach the boundary. Not quite in front of the pavilion. It's just an easy 2 as Colin Ingram goes back to collect. So 39 without loss.
Yeah, it was right in the slot there from Harry Podmore. I think this early on in the 50 over innings, Kame wasn't quite ready to give the full beans to that. Just chipped it over with extra cover. But yeah, again, as I mentioned, this Derby batting lineup looks real dangerous, and certainly there's a lot more to come, and a lot of very capable white ball hitters.
As Kame goes again to hit over the top, and we'll get that one down to long off. Bounces inside the ropes, but Kame on the charge now. 4 more to him, 43 without loss. Kame 29 off 44 deliveries.
He's used his feet brilliantly throughout this power play. Again, it just feels like that ball's sticking in the wicket and not coming gratefully onto the bat. Certainly, batters look like they're going to have to muscle the ball down the ground rather than deflect it, and Kame has used his feet brilliantly as he moves to 29 off 44 balls.
Glamorgan in need of wickets as Podmore bowls, and Kame defends this one out on the offside. And there is no run. So 40 minutes gone, 10 overs on the board, 43 for naught off the power play. You'd imagine that although it's not a rate of knots, Derbyshire would be the happier side given the conditions in Iran.
Yeah, I think so. It's certainly not a very Bazball, if you like, start from Derbyshire, and they tend to come out the blocks pretty well in white ball cricket, but yeah, it feels like they set quite a nice base here as Glamorgan make their first bowling change of the day. Been looking forward to watching a couple of Glamorgan youngsters here that I haven't seen too much of as Ben Morris comes on from the far end. I said it's been a fantastic start from Jamie McElroy, and again, the few games I've been able to watch him, it's been really impressive and great to see him become a part of this Glamorgan bowling attack across every single format. And he's done really well throughout. So Lewis Rees finally gets a little bit of strike here. He's been hiding away at the other end, only having faced 16 balls throughout the whole power play. So he'll be facing
Derbyshire opening batsman accused of cowardice by... I'm sure that isn't what you meant.
No, I think it's more ball counting from Kamo.
Morris's first delivery is clipped into the leg side by Lewis Rees for a single. Just managed to evade the attempted dive from Kieran Carlson. It's a no ball as well to begin with, so a free hit, and Harry Kane gets another free hit, which is good for him. I think Lou might have liked it.
I was about to say, he hasn't had much luck of it yet, Louis. I said it certainly looks like it's going to take a little while for each batter to get in, and I think obviously Lewis Rees is still going through that period, but Kamo again gets to try and swing himself off the feet for a second time. Obviously with the power play over, now the field spreads, and with a single, the field is changing here with 3 men out on the leg side, 3rd man up in the ring.
It's a strange law, I assume it's a law, that you can change if the batsman swap ends. I understand it if it's a right-hander and a left-hander, which this is, but it always struck me as being slightly strange if you had 2 rights or 2 lefts in there, why you're allowed to change the field. But you are 46 without loss, and Morris is in and bowls to Kame, who lifts this for 6 out towards the mid-wicket boundary. In fact, it clears the seats on the grandstand in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. That is a fine shot. There wasn't perhaps the best ball from Morris to bowl as a free hit. Get it up in the block hole, possibly?
Yeah, I think so. As soon as you see those 3 fielders go out on the leg side, and in 50-over cricket where you only get 4 men outside the ring, he didn't have too many options to go to that field. I think most batters would have been expecting it to go where that ball went, and Kamo certainly saw it coming and put a beautiful swing on it as he hooked it high and mighty over deep square leg.
He's just asked for a towel and a drink. Harry Kame. He's moved to 35, and the Derbyshire 50 is up 52 without loss after 10 overs and 1 ball. And as a result of him asking for a towel and a drink, the 12th man came racing on. It is Mark Watt, but he's been told to go away. So Glamorgan had brought a helmet on, but Watty thought he could sneak onto the field there. So instead he's signing a few autographs for some of the youngsters at the bottom of the steps away to our left-hand side, which is good to see. And there are a lot of youngsters in here, which is excellent. They get in free, of course, for 50-over cricket at Derby, as that one is guided by Harry Kame. Shortish delivery down towards Billy Root at 3rd man. They go through for a single, 53 without loss. If you are in the area, I think it's under 18s, but I would double check. It's certainly under 16s, but free as long as you're accompanied for 50-over cricket here at the County Ground this season. This is the first game here. I would reel off the list of remaining fixtures, but quite frankly, I can't remember them. I know they play Sussex on Wednesday as Morris bowls a full toss that Lewis Rees, I think, is surprised by and does no more than bunt it into the offside.
Some of the hardest balls to play, those, I think, the low full toss. Morris just trying to settle in here. He's missed a few short and a bit of an over-adjustment there, and certainly caught Lewis off guard.
Under 16, thank you, Nick. That's the entry fee, not the normal team that Morris plays in. He's hit again around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Rees, who clips this straight to Kieran Carlson at shortish mid-wicket. And there's no run. We've got to the time of day where it's nice to see the sunshine, but the glint off the cars in the car park is slightly irritating. But that's my problem and nobody else's, of course.
It's better than watching it rain, though, isn't it?
Oh, 2 years ago, I think was it 2 years or 3 years ago now, when Glamorgan came up, we didn't see a ball bowled. That wasn't great. Morris bowls full delivery and Rees gets bat on it. The ball trickles back towards the bowler.
2 years ago.
2. Thank you, Nick. You did. Edward came up and...
Gave me COVID.
well, he came up and held court in the room next door, as I remember, and spent pretty much the entire day telling us stories of his various heroics over the years.
That's what he's there for.
Absolutely. A very good morning to you, Edward, if you're bored enough to be watching. As Morris in again, and Rees finally lays bat on ball, pushes it up to mid-off, who's on the edge of the circle, and they go through for a single. Rees moves on to 10 from 21 deliveries. Harry Kame has 36. Mark Watt can finally come on with the gloves and the towels and all the rest of it, and Derbyshire 54 without loss. They put on 66 at Cheltenham, these two, in the power play, but you couldn't probably get a more different shaped outfield to the one at Cheltenham, could you? Where the square boundaries were no more than a flick. Here, that 6 was a pretty impressive 6. It's very wide, Derby, isn't it? Very wide.
Yeah, it is. I said Cheltenham is not quite like many other cricket grounds you play on. Especially when half the outfield is also another square, so
well,
the ball
that
tends
baffled
to
me.
run.
And that baffled me completely. I thought that's very impressive that they've got all these practice pitches there, but why are they so close to the middle? It's a college square and a county square, isn't it?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
They play all the school games on the other square, and then they have a whole square dedicated for professional cricket, which is quite a treat for an out ground.
Well, they had about 38,000 ground staff, and I'm trying to work out why, but of course they have to cover both squares if it rains. Is a new open change at the racecourse end as well. Andy Gorvin bowling, the diminutive figure. I remember him from the first class match. And the first ball he bowls is tucked down to fine leg for a single by Lewis Rees. 55 without loss. Rees moves on to 11.
Yeah, Gorvin on to bowl here. Should see a few different variations as Horton comes up to the stumps. Looking forward to seeing his glove work in the flesh as well. Obviously been highly rated for Glamorgan for a while now, so it's good to see him getting some game time behind the stumps. Over
the wicket, Gorvin. That was a full toss, turn into the leg side out towards mid-wicket. McIlroy out there does the fielding. They pick up another single. 56 without loss. Sunday's always slightly different field to Sundays than any other day in a county ground, I always think. Can't hear the traffic for a start because there isn't that much. Going towards the Pentagon Island as Rees turns this next Gorvin delivery down to long leg for another single. 57 without loss.
I saw my fair share of Derby traffic yesterday as I came driving up the motorway and then through the town just as the Derby County game finished up. Didn't actually see the score in the end. I'm not sure if that's a touchy subject or not.
Probably won't talk about that. Yes, it was a bad day for our two football teams yesterday. As Gorvin is in, and that one is guided this time down to third man by Harry Kame for a single. He moves on to 38, 58 without loss. Yes, played 2, lost 2, our teams yesterday. Derby lost at home to Wigan, who remain bottom but are only on -5 now. And Blackpool beat Burton 2-0. So not the start to the camp. Everyone got really excited in that week leading up to the start of the season. Let's say everyone. Gorvin around the wicket to Rees. Well, a bit of an edge, but down to a very fine third man for 4 runs. He'll say it's deliberate. I'm not sure he wanted to get it that fine. He moves to 16-62 without loss. Was that deliberate?
I wouldn't say so.
No, good.
But they all count.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'd be pleased.
And I think it just shows you that there's a little bit in the wicket if you bowl well and hit that solid length. Andy Gorvin just getting a bit of movement out there, and as Riso prop forward and be able to get his first boundary, I believe, maybe just inside third man. But in white ball cricket, you don't tend to see too many nicks at this period of the game.
Gorvin bowls to Rees, who cuts this one, but fielded there by Ben Kellaway. And that's the end of the over. 62 without loss. It was, in fact, his second, but I don't remember his first one either.
Yeah, it's been a little while. I've only seen Harry bat for the last hour or so.
Yes, I don't remember his other one. I did check all the football scores, obviously knowing that representatives of Wales were coming up. I'm looking forward to seeing, having a chat with David Lloyd about Wrexham's return to the Football League.
I believe he was in attendance as well.
Was he? That went spectacularly wrong.
Yeah. Most importantly, Swans got off the ball, off the mark.
Draw, was it?
Yeah, solid
Draw,
1-1 draw. 60% possession as per usual. Nothing's changed.
That's what it's all about. This next over from Morris starts. It's guided to point by Harry Kane, and there's no run. Yes, you'd be surprised to hear I'm quite cynical about possession statistics as well, because at one point yesterday it suggested it was 52-48 to Blackpool, and I could barely remember Burton having a kick.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah, so who does those? I'm not entirely sure. But
being down south and being close to a few Saints fans, Russell Martin, the ex-Swansea manager now at Saints.
Of course.
So that's tucked off Harry Kane's hip for one to deep square. They push hard, but it's nicely fielded. I believe Southampton broke the pass record for Championship football yesterday.
Right. Yes,
so they're getting the full Swansea treatment already, and we're very fortunate to see Russell and his coaching staff in the ground at Hampshire for a few T20s. So hopefully got another cricket fan down south now.
That's very Russell Martin, though, isn't it? He did the same at MK before he went to Swansea. The two central defenders always had the highest successful completions. As Morris bowls, full delivery driven by Rees out towards the cover boundary. Another single is taken. 64 without loss.
Yeah, Derby cruising here. Ben Morris hasn't quite found his length yet. Looks like he has some good attributes, a little bit of pace. Nice, tall, strong action. Just trying to find the right length here in one-day cricket, which is easier said than done at times.
Morris over the wicket to Kane, who flicks this one away down towards long leg. There's a bit of a run around there for Eddie Byram, and they come back for a comfortable 2. 66 without loss. Harry Kane on 41, Lewis Rees on 17, and it is just nice and steady. So there were only 43 without loss at the end of the power play, but they've now got to their power play score from Tuesday with the addition of just 2 overs and 4 balls, so they're not far away. At one stage it looked like they might get 330, 340 at Cheltenham as Kane cuts down towards Billy Root at third man for another single. 67 without loss.
Yeah, and I think, again, Derby, as I mentioned, with such a long batting lineup today. Looking forward to seeing Hayder have a bat here. He's got some bat swing.
Yes.
You're international. And certainly from Glamorgan, there's not a lot of mystery to come. It's very much right arm seam and the off spin of Kieran Carlson. So trying to take wickets to this middle period could prove to be really difficult.
Drive by Rees there. There's a slight misfeel and then a shy at the stumps. Rees gets through comfortably for a single. The perpetrator of the dive over the ball hasn't turned around, and I don't recognise him.
I believe it's the veteran Colin Ingram. Very unlike him.
Yes.
Moves about as well as you can do for a man of his experience now. Turning into very much so a bit of a Glamorgan great. One point, one of the best white ball batters I saw for a good period of time. I think the 2 or 3 years I started playing, especially in 50 over cricket, which has always been his favoured format. He was world class. So good to see him guiding some Welsh youngsters through the 50 over comp as Gorvin's into bowl. Round back top of off stump and Rees blocks it back. Just a short extra cover.
Nicely done. I was just typing my.
That's okay. I'll have you back.
Midday up. No.
It's a team game up here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm told.
Oh, absolutely. Well, in some commentary boxes it is, in others perhaps not so much, but
That's what Webby's coaching me in anyway.
you will discover that the more you do. Corvin in balls to Rees, just turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. That was Eddie Byram doing the fielding there. 97 on his back. What's that all about? Do we know?
Not exactly
Any
sure,
insight
actually.
into the 97? There are some numbers I understand and some that I have no idea about. I mean, some players, like Harry Kane's always won 4 since he's been here, and I assume that was the lowest number available. I don't know. Corvin bowls, and it's pulled into the leg side by Lewis Rees, and it's gone for 6. Wow, fairly flat. There is a man out there on the boundary. It's Tom Bevan, but he got nowhere near it. The ball's been thrown back by some youngsters, and poor old Tom Bevan, it didn't go anywhere near him, so he's got to trudge in from the boundary to pick it up. And that was the first real shot in anger from Lewis Rees.
Yeah, and I think that's a Lewis Rees trademark. He's always so strong square of the wicket, and especially on that pull shot. And obviously Corvin, not exactly extreme pace with the keeper up to stump. He's just missed a fraction short there, and I think that's the shot Lewis has been looking to get him going. So he's cruising again at 24 off 30 balls. Corvin into bowl, dropped a short point for no run. Yeah, I said it. Derby just seemed to be cruising through this early period. No real pressure. There's the odd balls beat the bat, but there hasn't been too many shouts. I certainly feel like Glamorgan might be up against it to rein them back if they can't get poles through this middle period.
Here comes Corvin again, and that one is defended by Lewis Rees straight back to him.
It looks difficult when they do get it right. I said Corvin's, except for the 2 boundaries he's gone for, bowled really nicely here, and once he brings that batter forward, it doesn't seem to be flying onto the bat particularly well. So I think the order of the day is good old school cricket. There or thereabouts, top of the stumps, with don't give them anything short to latch onto.
Corvin bowls. That was clipped into the leg side nicely by Lewis Rees. They might fancy 2 here. Harry Kane set off for the second and was sent back by Lewis Rees. End of the over, 75 without loss. He didn't get very far down the track. 42 to Kane, 25 to Rees. And the brilliant thing is I just did my little update, and then when I tried to save it, it said somebody else was using it, and the newsreader's done a much better update than I did. So I'm just going to leave it now. Lovely. Asked to do something. Do it. Somebody else has done it as well.
Just taking the pressure off you.
That's so BBC. So BBC. Too many cooks. I'm going to ask you about the kit. I mean, I absolutely love the Derbyshire kit. I don't know if you're a kit man.
I
just think it's magnificent.
I think everyone in sports all about the stash. I think the term is, isn't it? As much kit and as much. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the baby blue. I'm not convinced about it. Did you describe it as a chocolate colour stripe?
But yes, it is a chocolate stripe. Morris bowls to Rees. It's chocolate amber. Well, I think it's blue, amber, and chocolate.
Right.
But they're the Derbyshire colours.
So I'm a huge fan of the baby blue and really enjoyed the T20 kit that I got to wear very briefly. However,
Yes,
I do think they could.
The big falcon on it.
It's very cool.
I like that.
I do think they can commit to this baby. I'd love to see some baby blue pads and a helmet, but
Yes.
maybe that would be too much.
Yes, it does seem like they've just said, well, just wear your pads from the T20, be all right, lads, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the umpires would appreciate it with the white ball, as that one is into the ground and out into the offside from Lewis Rees. Yeah, I think you have to have darker pads, don't you, in white ball cricket,
I
really?
think so. I don't exactly know what the rules are, but
No.
honestly, as long as they look good, who cares?
Some batsmen actually wear dark gloves, which I always think is a very strange thing to do because it's far more obvious if the ball goes near the
Do you
glove.
know what? I've never thought about that.
Whereas
No, you
if you're
said
still wearing your white gloves, your normal your gloves that you'd always wear, so just think on. This one is driven by Rees. That's a nice shot for 4. Slightly inside half of the bat, but hit it sufficiently well to get it all the way to a very straight long on and move to 29, 79 without loss.
Again, just that low full toss just hasn't quite settled on his length. Certainly missed short the first few balls, and the last over or two just missing the other way, and Lewis Rees belts that down the ground comfortably for 4.
Morris, 4th ball of his over. It's pulled into the leg side for 4 more. Backward square leg. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side, one at long leg and one at square leg, and it went pretty much between the pair of them. And Rees who at one point looked as though he was going along fairly sluggishly, has now got 33 off 37, and Derbyshire at 83 without loss in the 15th over. It's suddenly sort of crept up on, certainly me. Lewis Rees, I know he hit the 6 and he's now hit a couple of 4s, but he's really started to get into his stride, hasn't he?
Yeah, they've played this beautifully, and I said without blinking, they're almost up to 6 and over after quite a slow start. As Morris is in again, that's played nicely to wide of mid-on for 1 run. Diving field there from Gorvin. But yeah, I said Derby would be extremely happy with how that's going on. I don't think is the most straightforward of wickets. And again, as I said, there's lots of guys waiting upstairs with their pads on, ready to try and up the ante the further this game goes on.
Well, I'll certainly be hoping it's not a straightforward wicket, aren't they? The ones who are out there certainly increases the value of their runs enormously as Morris is in to Came, who defends this one. He wasn't entirely sure where the ball had gone initially, realised it had dropped in front of him, so he was okay. And it's the end of Morris's 3rd over, 26 runs conceded, which is perhaps a little more than he would have hoped for. 84 without loss after 15 Derbyshire, 42 to Came, and 34 to Rees on the BBC Sport website and app with an Aaron Donald, Nick Webb, and somebody else, Dave Fletcher, with you. As ever, it's like my second home. Although when my alarm went off at 6 o'clock this morning, I was tempted to chuck it out the window.
That's some commute you've got there, which I didn't realise.
Only for, it's my own fault for living where I live, obviously. And I've lived there for a long time.
There's plenty of space in this commentary box. You should have just brought a
don't think I haven't thought about it.
Here comes a bowling change here as the skipper, Kieran Carlson, brings himself on from the end closest to us here in the media box. I'm going to guess likely that Gorwin's going to switch around to the far end would be my 20p's worth. Kieran, a very handy off spinner.
Don't suggest gambling.
Yes. Goodness Sorry. Sake. Especially on the BBC.
No, it's all right on the BBC. I was thinking you as a current professional cricketer. Yeah. First delivery that Carlson sends down, tucked into the leg side by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. We were told at Cheltenham, yeah, you can go in there for tea and coffee, not a problem, mingle with the players, that's absolutely fine. And then the anti-corruption team turned up and we couldn't get anywhere near anything.
You can get a little bit touchy about things like that. I believe most counties got a warning during this 50-over comp for players not handing their phones in quickly enough.
Oh, it's driven by Came over the head of the man at cover and all the way for 4.
It's a fantastic shot there by Harry Came.
That's a reach a long way for him,
yeah,
isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's a very brave shot typically against the off spinner. You've got to have some real skill and ability to get up and over extra cover. Obviously, with a 5-4 leg side field for the off spinner, which is pretty standard. That mid wicket in there, trying to save one. There's certainly a bit of space on that offside, and Kieran just missed a little bit wide there.
His next delivery is just punched down the ground. Billy Root comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and they go through for a single. So Harry Came inches towards a half century. 47. Sorry, Peter, that's his dad. I'm not trying to. I can't jinx him anyway. It's a lot of old nonsense, but sometimes it does just feel like he might be. 90 without loss. Came at the non-striker's end. Rees guides the next delivery from Carlson to point where Andy Gorvin does the fielding. And there's no run. There's a fielder away on the mid-wicket boundary without a number on his shirt. That's not good. So it must be the substitute fielder. Unless the ball goes near him, he'll not get a mention. As the ball is turned into the leg side, but nowhere near the aforementioned numberless man.
Yeah, there's a chance I can't quite see around the. It's definitely not Prem. You'd see his gold shades and his hair flying in the wind. Kieran into bowl again. Lewis Rees gets down on one knee for a sweep, just pads it away into the leg side for 1. Podmore picks up a short 45. I believe they're on to 75 for naught now off 14 overs, Derby, and again, I think they'll be really pleased. Oh, 91 for naught. I was looking at the stream in front of me. I was miles off.
Oh, yeah, the stream says 74. Come on, what's happened there? Well, it's stopped. That's
rookie move from me. Yeah, they'll be really pleased here. 91 for naught off 16. Cruising away again. Came just approaching that 50, and Lewis Rees, since he's got some strikes, starting to put his foot down as well. believe this is, this looks like Andy
Gorvin
Gorvin switched
swapped to the city end, hasn't he, from the racecourse end. Morning to Jonathan Baker, who's listening, a colleague of mine at Radio Derby. Says, can we please, he's a big Derby County fan, can we please stop talking about football? Here is Gorvin. It's only his third over, and he bowls around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who just guides it to backward point.
Could talk about rugby as well if we're talking about this.
I'm more than happy to
Proud
talk about.
Welshman. I haven't seen the highlights like whatever you mentioned earlier, but I'm looking forward to trying to.
I'm going to show you this message because it's directed at you, but I don't think it's for broadcast. But it's a very pleasant message.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Kame tuning in. Always good to catch up with him, bump into him every now and again.
Gorvin bowls. He's smashed back over his head for 4 runs by Lewis Rees. Nice shot. Put everything into that one. Rees moves to 43, potentially. No, it's already gone on. Moves to 39, and Derbyshire to 95 without loss.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Lewis. It's just looking a little bit too easy here for the Derbyshire batsman. Access down the ground really well on again, not the most straightforward of wickets. Looks like there's going to have to be a fielding change here as fine leg comes into the ring. So you got long on, deep square, deep cover on a third man. Just giving Gorvin a bit of protection down the ground.
Bowls to Rees, who just pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan aren't blessed with bowling options to turn to today. So certainly from the Derbyshire camp, if they can put pressure on one or two of the bowlers, can make things really difficult throughout here for Glamorgan through this middle period of 50 over cricket. As Gorvin's into bowl again.
And Rees drives in between the fielder catching at cover and the mid-off, and it goes all the way for 4 more out to the members' pavilion. I thought for a moment that Colin Ingram might have been interested there because it wasn't too far to his left, but struck pretty well by Rees. And Derbyshire moved to 99 without loss. Morning to Edward. He now tweeted me. He missed my music programme last week after plugging it endlessly on the during the county championship match. He didn't even listen. Still available on BBC Sounds as Gorvin bowls turn into the leg side by Lewis Rees. I didn't choose any of the music though. There's no run. I just want to point that out. There were some songs that I quite enjoyed and some that I'd never even heard in my life. Certainly some from the 60s were even too old for me.
You learn something new every day though, don't you?
Well, I can't remember any of them, so probably not. The Gorvin bowls. Rees guides this down to third man, and Derbyshire's century is up. He moves on to 44, and the 100 comes up after 17 overs exactly. Going along nicely at 6 and over. No, not quite.
Thank you, Noran. Noran Donald will be back in due course. In about 20 minutes, as due course is usually known around here.
He just seemed to get suddenly fed up with all my questions, and off he went. That was it. Headphones off, threw them on the desk.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. As Carlson will start a new over from this racecourse end, bowling to Rees, who pushes forward, and the ball doesn't go very far, and he taps it to Alex Horton behind the stumps. 100 without loss then in 17 overs, a flying start for the home side. Kieran Carlson, Glamorgan's principal wicket taker in this competition, as that's driven through the offside by Rees for a single out to McIlroy at deep cover. 101 without loss. It was somewhat surprising last season because he hadn't bowled regularly at all for several seasons and ended up with Glamorgan's leading wicket taker with 9 in the comp. The others shared round between about 10 other people. Back on his stumps goes Kame and defends. Fielded by Callaway at short mid-wicket, no run. Ben Callaway will be Glamorgan's next bowling option, you would have thought. And, well, after that, who knows? Here's Carlson in to bowl to Kame, who drives down to long on. Root does the fielding, and they take the single. Billy Root, of course, enlivened the final proceedings of the championship match by bowling 5 overs of ball right arm and then the final ball left arm.
Yes.
First time I'd ever seen that in first class
Ask Aaron
cricket.
about that when he comes back.
Back on his stumps goes Rees, though. There could be a run out here if that hits at the non-striker's end, but it doesn't, and there won't be an overthrow. But that was a slightly risky run there from Lewis Rees to Andy Gorvin in the point area. And he might have been struggling had that one struck.
I think you're right.
Which is possibly the closest that Glamorgan have come to a wicket so far. As Carlson bowls and came off something of a leading edge, plays out on the offside. No run. End of the over. Decent one from Carlson. Just the 3 conceded. 103 without loss after 18 overs.
Would Billy Root bowl in this competition potentially? I mean, I suppose if Kieran Carlson saw plenty of turn, he'd be turning to him. But
Root hasn't sort of bowled seriously much since he was forced to redo his action because it was deemed illegal at one point, and hasn't really bowled in anger since then. Tom Bevan has been known to tweak a bit of off-spin.
okay. As Gorvin bowls, it's a scoop shot from Lewis Rees for a 1-bounce 4 straight over the wicketkeeper's head. He is, of course, standing up at the moment is Alex Horton, and that one was a nice shot, and it's a half-century for Lewis Rees. He's second in the competition in 2 matches. It's come off 52 balls, and he has hit 7 fours under 6, which is slightly surprising because at one point he'd barely hit the ball. So he's really got to move on, Lewis Rees.
Yeah, I think it was about 8 balls before he got off the mark, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, David Griffin, it's a very David Griffin thing to do, of course. How many dot balls did Lewis Rees face for his 50 at Cheltenham, as this one is defended up to mid-off? And he worked it out that the 50 came off just 20 deliveries.
Right.
But he'd faced something like 52 or 53 deliveries, so he'd faced a lot of dot balls. But the balls that he hit...
Stayed hit.
Yes. Yes, I think there's at least 6 sixes on each side in that game at Cheltenham College. As Gorvin bowls and Rees guides that to a very, very fine third man for 4 more runs. And Rees is really getting moving now. He's gone up to a runnable 54 as Derbyshire's future captain. David Lloyd goes for a net down below, dressed entirely, I'm pleased to say, in Derbyshire one-day kit, including the pale blue cap.
Yes, we hope David Lloyd will be back with Glamorgan in September. That is what is scheduled officially.
Yes, he seems to have immersed himself in Derbyshire as Gorvin bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly just to the right of man at mid-off. And they scamper through for another single. 112 without loss. Rees 55. Harry Kane 48.
We won't have as far to travel for the first of those championship games because it's in Worcester, which is sort of halfway between Derby and Cardiff.
Yes, it is. Well, if he was here, he wouldn't play much here because Derbyshire's 3 of their 4 games as Kane just guides that one down to a short third man off Gorvin, fielded by Kellaway, who takes a huge scar out of the turf and replaces his divot. Well done, young man. 113 without loss. We have 4 matches in September, 3 of them away.
All right.
At Bristol, that's not necessarily in this order, at Cardiff and, of course, at Scarborough. It's Gorvin to complete his 4th over, bowls to Rees, who turns this to short fine leg. Billy Root does the fielding. There is no run. So 113 without loss after 19 overs, Derbyshire. Harry Kane on the brink of his first half-century of the campaign. And I think only his 2nd in List A cricket, which I will double check.
Have you worked at Scarborough before?
Yes.
Yeah. I've only done a 1-dayer there, so I don't remember much of it.
Yes, I stood in for Callie a couple of times when I was working at Leeds. And it's all right. And the crowd is... well, they're rabid, essentially. It's like the West
Taunton, is it? Or
well, yes,
Chelmsford?
yes, that kind of thing. It's like the Western Terrace, but all the way round.
Right.
And people book their holidays months and months in advance. All the local B&Bs are fully booked.
Carlson starts the 20th over of the innings, bowls to Kame, who drives down to long on. Root will field and they'll take a single. 114 without loss, and the applause is for Harry Kame's half-century, which comes off 61 balls. How many peripherals, Mr. Fletcher? Have you got that in front of you?
I do indeed. 4 fours and 1 6. And only his second in list A.
114 without loss, so Derbyshire off to a flyer. They'll be aiming big as Rees drives into the covers. Brilliant piece of fielding by Callaway. He's a tallish young man and was at full stretch there. The only match I did at Scarborough was notable for the fact that there'd recently been a law change which meant that light was the sole responsibility of the umpires, so the batters didn't appeal against the light. Carlson bowls, and that's hit off the back foot by Rees through the offside for a single out to McIlroy. 115 without loss. So Glamorgan were behind the run rate. The lights grew somewhat murky on possibly a September afternoon as Carlson bowls to Kame, who drives down the grounds. Beats the diving Carlson. Root fields at long on. Single taken. 116 without loss. So the umpires, who included the Welshman Jeff Evans, said, right, we're off. And Glamorgan batters said, hang on, we haven't appealed. We don't want us to go off. We're behind the rate. Or words to that effect. And Mr. Evans and his colleague said, no, them's the rules now. Swept away by Rees. He's nailed that one. And even though Glamorgan have got a man out on the boundary at deep square, he can't get to it, and it raced away for 4 runs. 120 without loss. Impressive shot from Lewis Rees. Also remember accidentally catching the some sort of model marine reenactment.
Yeah, is it Battle of Trafalgar?
Yeah, one of those.
Yes, yeah.
Carlson round the wicket bowls and driven through the offside this time by Rees for a single. 121 without loss.
Peace Home Park, I think it's called, at the back there.
In which I also engaged in a technical experiment to find out the load-bearing capacity of the standard BBC lip microphone. And the lip microphone failed on the grounds that the test was being run over by a car. It sort of fell out of my bag as I was loading the boot after the game. Heard a bit of a clunk as I reversed out of my parking space. Went out to investigate. One very flat microphone, a la Tom and Jerry flat.
Yes. Ben Callaway.
I think I got away with it because I didn't... Oh, I just have told everyone. Bother. Ben Callaway into the attack.
Bit of off spin, I assume?
Yep.
Yeah.
4 overs for 18 at Worcester.
But had a very good day with the bat.
Indeed. Really enjoyed himself.
Yeah.
Very polite young man.
And he's in around the wicket to bowl to Lewis Rees, who goes back into his stumps and gets one that might have kept a little low. That's certainly the impression Rees is giving. And he pushes it back to Callaway.
They were dancing in the streets of Chepstow.
He's in again, bowls to Rees, who pushes it out to mid-off. I just went onto the Cricinfo website to check up on Harry Kame's overall list A record. I feel a bit sorry for him now. This one is defended by Rees, because they put a little pen picture there, and it's Harry Kame, comma, the great grandson of former England captain and chairman of selectors Walter Robbins. Yeah, don't set the expectations too high on the poor lad. As this one is pushed back to Callaway by Rees. Good start. 4 deliveries, yet to concede a run. Well, we see a maiden. We saw plenty of those at Cheltenham. Next delivery, Rees guides it, we won't, up towards long off for a single. 122 without loss. Yes, we saw Zafar Gohar bowl 3 maidens, including a wicket maiden. His 10 overs only went for 30. It was fairly disastrous from a Derbyshire batting point of view. But they're doing all right here. 122 without loss. Callaway bowls to Kame, goes back into his crease, Pushes it back to the bowler, who's conceded 1 run off his first over. Excellent, excellent effort. 122 for none. Reece 62 came 51.
Well, Glamorgan needs someone to put the brakes on because Derbyshire were 43 on the board after 10 overs and then 121 after 20. So when I was at school, that would make approximately 78 runs off the second set of 10 overs.
I couldn't possibly comment.
Things may have changed since then. It was a long time ago. Trouble is with those profiles on well-known cricket websites, they don't tend to change much over the years.
No, well, he's always going to be the great-grandson, though, isn't he, I suppose?
As that first ball from Carlson is cut away by Reece and well fielded at backward point, and there's no run.
I know what you mean, though. I'm being very facetious.
Yeah. Fletcher, a promising youngster at the microphone. As Carlson bowls and Reece again cuts, and again he finds Colin Ingram at point. Well, the veteran Ingram, the senior statesman of the Glamorgan side, in the firing line there at point. Doing well that first delivery. As that's cut again towards him. This time it sits up and bounces nicely towards Ingram, who has a throw in case Kame is wandering down the track. So 3 dot balls. Will Reece go over the top now? Carlson bowls short, flat, cutaway, hard towards McIlroy, who runs round the cover point boundary but can't prevent them coming back from a second run. 124 without loss.
He was determined to get something from that shot, wasn't he, really? He played it 4 times, I think, now.
5th ball of the over. Again, Carlson to Reece. Again, it's outside off stump, and this time it beats a diving Callaway at short cover, but it is an easy one for McIlroy to pick up in the deep. And they take the single. Well, Carlson spun 1 or 2 extravagantly in the warm-up, but he's bowling fairly flat at the moment. And that's worked off his legs by Kane. They'll take a quick single. And Callaway decides...
No, he's at his elbow with the throw.
Not to have a shy at the stumps seriously. It's a good job he did pull out slightly because he's thrown it in at sort of average pace and hit the batter. Oh, dear.
Looks like elbow to me, yeah. He's hit his right elbow and he's in a little bit of strife there. There's Lewis Reece. He's down on 1 knee. He'll be on his back in a minute. Writhing around. Well, he would be if he was a footballer. Pleading for the referee to show him a yellow card.
The umpires come together. Well, of course, penalties can be imposed these days if the umpires judge that the ball had been thrown recklessly. I mean, that didn't...
It was a bizarre throw, though, wasn't it? Because if he'd have thrown it hard to hit the stumps and hit the batsman, then you think, well, the batsman's got in the way. But if he sort of lobbed it in, which he did...
Yeah, he did appeal to pull out of the initial intention to throw hard at the stumps and then lobbed it towards Horton, but obviously still with enough impetus to... In fact, Grease had turned his back, and to be fair, he had actually run between the fielder at fine leg and the stumps.
I think you're taught to do that. Are you not taught to do that?
Well, not once he'd passed the stumps, anyway. I mean, there's no point in running between the fielder and the stumps when the throw's coming in from behind the wicket, is there? That's utterly pointless.
It is, actually, now you mention it. That's basic,
I mean, if it's to cover or mid-wicket, then you might accidentally run down the line of the throw.
My basic...
as long as you don't sidestep too far.
Physics has let me down badly there, isn't it? Really, if it is physics, it might be maths. It's one or the other.
There is a chat between the umpires and Kieran Carlson now.
Oh, yes. We might have
to have a look at this.
To keep an eye on the score as well.
126 without loss after 22 overs as Reece continues to get treatment.
I can't imagine that
that really didn't. I mean, it was a throw from short fine leg towards the keeper at not great speed, and if the batter's got himself between the keeper and short fine leg, then you know he is largely responsible, surely. But he not to denigrate his level of pain.
We ought to probably bring a batsman in to tell us whether he agrees or disagrees or what. about what might be happening out there, but they're certainly writing something down as well now, the umpires. And Aaron, just talk us through that. But it wasn't a full-blooded throw by any manner of means, but it has hit the batsman on the elbow after he was comfortably safe. I mean, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the bowlers are no longer allowed to field the ball in their follow-through and throw it at the stumps at the other end because they'll get into trouble.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. The umpires are looking very official and stern, especially the captain, Kieran Carlson. And it just feels like cricket's getting to the point where it's shooting itself in the foot. It's just one of those things. He's accidentally hit someone. Doesn't seem there needs a official intervention.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, I made reasonably light of it when the ball hit him, but clearly it's hurt. I mean, if it hits you on the elbow, there's a lot of nasty sticking out bones in the elbow, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's not much protection there.
I said it's not nice, but I said it was hardly bone-threatening a throw. It was borderline underarm, if sidearm at best.
He's moving his elbow quite freely, and he now has a very large bandage on his forearm, which I'm fairly certain wasn't there before. In fact, the actual incident has just come up on the stream.
It's just caught him in completely the wrong area of the elbow, but I said if there couldn't have been any less intent in that throw.
Anti-inflammatory glass, a little slug of water, he'd be absolutely fine, won't it?
Apparently some fox dirt has been found on the field and they're looking for the ground staff to remove it.
Excellent, that's lovely.
That's good to hear. There we go.
Marvellous.
We were getting worried about penalty points and disciplinary points from the throw-in, but...
And you know what? I was listening, this is how sad my life is, I was listening to Surrey against Leicestershire in midweek on Sports Extra, and Mark Church and Richard Ray were both talking about a game in which fox excrement had got on the ball in a match between those sides, and of course that was more apt than this one because Leicestershire are known as the Foxes. So that's twice I've heard the word fox dirt in a week, having not heard it for some time, I think it's fair to say. Lewis Rees is going to carry on, I'm happy to inform everybody. The phalanx of medical staff and 12th men and almost enough.
No ground staff as of yet, so they must be playing through the fox excrement.
Yes.
Kane nudges that down to long on for one off Ben Callaway, whose off spin looked pretty tidy, I've got to say, that first over.
It did, didn't it? It did.
Obviously very handy if he can be a legit bowling option for this Glamorgan side throughout the 50-over comp. Derby, I keep using the word cruising, but I'm not sure there's any other way to describe it. Just below a runner ball.
Absolutely. Nice,
yeah,
nice piece of fielding off his own bowling from Callaway there as the ball's driven back towards him. I don't think I've heard of fox excrement stops play, though.
Well, it doesn't seem to have. Oh, I see a groundsman with a bucket and spade over our right shoulders now.
Big appeal for a stumping there from Horton, but I don't think Lewis Rees's back foot had left the crease. It didn't look to have done from here, but it did go past the edge of the bat. And Callaway is proving to be difficult to face here. Just 2 runs conceded off his 9 deliveries so far, remarkably. And it's still 9, but it's 2 rather. It's off 10 now, as it was played down to a short third man.
Yeah, just a bit of, just looking back on the stream there, nice little bit of grip for Ben Callaway. Good to see for the Glamorgan bowlers as that's driven out to deep cover for 1. He's landed them very nicely in his first few overs, and certainly this Glamorgan attack is crying out for that 6th bowler, whether he be part-time or just to take a bit of pressure off the other overs, as some seamers weren't quite as successful on their opening spells.
Makes it an interesting decision as Callaway bowls a very full delivery that almost Yorks. Harry came, I think it hit the wicketkeeper. And it's the end of the over. 2 overs for 3 for Ben Callaway. Very good effort indeed. It makes the decision, or Derbyshire's decision, to leave out Mark Watt and have an extra seamer if the ball is gripping slightly interesting.
Are we spotted?
Here it is. Yeah, there it is. Look, there's a whole row of it here. That fox has moved around a bit there, hasn't it? Or she.
I don't know, what's a group of foxes called, but the way Billy Root is describing it down here.
Group of foxes. I'm on it.
Go.
I'm on it.
I didn't want to use the wrong word.
No.
But that's some bucket and spade. But he's either very well fed.
A pride of foxes. It's a skulk. If they hunt together.
It's It's a good pile of it, put it that way. But
And the mother and her babies is called an earth.
there we go.
Every day's a school day.
Wow, that's there we go.
Carlson begins a new over. He's cut out towards the point boundary. McIlroy fields single taken. 67 to Rees, 129 without loss at the start of the 24th over.
I never knew BBC coverage could be so educational.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Aaron. You'd be surprised. Sometimes it's not. Well, more often than not, really. As Kane just guides this one up to Billy Root at mid-on, deepish mid-on for a single. It's quite nice for me, this commentary, because normally I have updates every half hour. Nothing until 2 o'clock. It's like just commentating on cricket.
Worst places to be.
Oh, absolutely. Next delivery from Carlson is defended back to him by Lewis Rees. I think there are more people still arriving. It seems to just be growing slightly, the crowd. Billy Root tried to jump up as high as the commentary box there, I think, and failed. Carlson bowls, pushed up towards mid-on this time. Byram fields. Rees picks up another single, moves to 68.
Nice to see away from Billy down there.
He's mimicking you on the radio now. Marvellous.
We've only been here for an hour 20 and he's
just spotted you.
starting to lose his focus. As that's cut out to deep point. They might come back for 2 here as that cover man was quite straight, but again, very well fielded out there. Just the single.
I think he's just trying to maintain his focus. But you can't concentrate for the entire 50 overs.
He's trying to switch on and off.
Yeah, you've got to switch off every now and then.
He's certainly switching off, I'll give him that.
He looked like he was switching off. Carlson bowls to Rees. That's very wide and signalled wide. It turned, but it is signalled wide. And Derbyshire moved to 132 without loss. Carlson around the wicket to Rees, who pushes it up to Root, who is focused enough to go in and field. And Rees moves on to 69 off 78 deliveries. Kame has 55 off 68, so he's slowed down as Lewis Rees has speeded up, which is quite a handy way for the partnership to go, really. 134 without loss after 24 overs.
Yeah, I think now as a modern-day cricket team, I think they'll be looking at this platform that's been built by Derby. They'll certainly want to see that run rate creeping up, not down. Just lost a bit, I wouldn't say momentum, but certainly impetus over the last few overs against spin. I'm going to guess we're going to start seeing a bit more of an onslaught very soon. Obviously, this middle period where you're only allowed 4 men out usually gives you a gap to aim for, as Lewis Rees is on strike. Just knocks that to short extra cover for no run. Just feels like these spinners who have landed it perfectly, but there's not been too much pressure imparted on them yet.
He uses his feet and he's
Right
been
on
stumped.
cue, he runs straight past one.
Yeah, ran past it, Lewis Rees. And he goes for 69, and the breakthrough finally arrives for Glamorgan at 134. 134 for one. And Lewis Rees, well, he'll probably feel he's thrown that one away a little bit. Neat piece of work by Alex Holton behind the stumps, but fairly straight up. Oh no, I've got a wicketkeeper in the room. Was that fairly straightforward?
I'd like to think so. Well, certainly Horton made it look straightforward, which is the key.
Absolutely.
But yeah, very nice spell of bowling so far from Ben Kellaway, and certainly well deserved. It's a fantastic knock, and again, and most importantly, a brilliant opening partnership by Derbyshire, just broken at almost the halfway mark. As we said, he just felt like they were starting to slow down, and the kind of acceleration was due to come, and just beat the bat nicely. That again, a little bit of hold there. So I think he briefly touched on Derbyshire not playing the extra spin option today. Certainly, obviously, with Lloydie out the team, who gives you a extra seam option, maybe they felt like they needed to make that back up. But I think it looks like there's going to be a little bit of hold if the spinners can bowl well. And certainly, when I got to play a couple of games with Mark Watt, he was very impressive with his skill and control. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he pulled out. And I believe that's Hayder walking to the crease
It
now.
certainly is. Those green boots give him away immediately.
The green and baby blue. Do they agree with your colour palette?
No, they don't. They don't match at all. 9 fours and 1 6 for Lewis Rees, and a first wicket in first-team cricket for Glamorgan for Ben Kellaway. So congratulations to him. 22 years of age, Hayder. You forget how young he is, really. As an overseas, you always expect the overseas to come in with all the experience and, right, this is how we're going to do it, lads. But 22 years of age and had barely played first-class cricket when he arrived, and hadn't played an awful lot of cricket outside of Pakistan or the UAE. So I'm sure he's learned plenty. As Callaway bowls to him, and he pushes this out into the offside. And there's no run made. 82 down at, I think it was 82, at Cheltenham College. And again, all the way through his innings, looked in magnificent touch right up until he was out. As Callaway bowls a full delivery and he's off the mark, potentially with a boundary out to extra cover. It is a boundary. McIlroy won't get there. And well, Hayder straight into it. I don't think he'll get bogged down.
No, certainly against spin as well. You're going to be expecting him to be very used to playing spin in all sorts of conditions, and just caresses that past extra cover, beautifully timed to the deep boundary out there. Mid-on has just been brought in. He's just floating as well, tempting Hayder to try and take him on down the wicket. So there's only really 3 men out here, 2 on the leg side and 1 on the off.
Ooh, gets an inside edge as he goes back into his stumps and picks up another single down to. I was going to say short, long leg, but you can't have one of those, can you? It's not a fine leg and it's not square leg, but it's that 45 position that nobody's yet thought of a name for. And he moves on to 539 for 1. Came back on strike, turns that into the same region, but goes beyond the 30-yard circle, and they are going to come back for a second. Harry's pretty quick behind the across the ground. I'm not sure about Hayder's running, if I'm honest. 141 for 1 at the halfway stage. 25 overs gone, 25 to go. Kane has 57, which equals his highest score in first-class cricket. No, it doesn't, because we're not playing first-class cricket. In List A cricket. And Hayder has 5. I've just lost my concentration there for a moment. I'm going to start doing that. Do that like Billy was. He's just
starting to pick up Billy on the old.
Yes, well, he's just been asked for his autograph, and he said he'll do it at the end of the over, which is decent of him. They've seen Root on the back of his shirt, the youngsters, and are fairly sure it's somebody else.
Got a cash in there.
I'm glad he changed his number, though. He did wear 66 to start with, didn't he?
I feel like Joe stole his branding a little bit there.
Really?
Well, I'll have to ask Billy what the full story is, but.
Carlson begins a new over, loses something out of his back pocket. So shouldn't that be dead ball? Oh, and the throw is wild from Callaway. They go through for a single. He lost his towel out the back of his trousers when he delivered the ball, which I always thought was dead ball. Or no, but it's something, isn't it? I'm sure there's a law about it. There's a law about everything else. Single taken, 142 for 1. And back into his stumps goes Harry Kane. Threatens to take a single, and that's the last thing you want to do with Hayder, in all honesty, because he'll set off.
As long as he commits.
He's been out bizarrely twice, stumped in T20 and first-class cricket. Did you see that one in the T20?
Video, it did the rounds, didn't it? Very quickly to the other teams around the country.
Picks up another single. Harry Kane to move to 58. I might get your view on it then if you did see it. I thought that it was Alex Davis who was keeping wicket for Birmingham? I think it was.
Was it Burgess or Davis? Could well have been.
I'm not sure now.
One or the other.
I was on strike. That's a nice shot by Hayder. Out towards backward square leg in front of the East Midlands demolition stand for 4 runs, and he hit that very hard indeed. He moves to 10, 147 for 1.
Yeah, interesting field choice there by Kieran. He's trying to squeeze an extra man in the ring to build some dots, but certainly haven't seen Hayder's ability against spin, bringing that square leg up as that extra man. Didn't seem the wisest moves, and it's not quite a full sweep. He's just almost flat batted it away behind square there, but that square leg's quickly gone back to the boundary now to give Kieran a bit more protection on the leg side.
Next delivery from Carlson's turned into the leg side again by Hayder. It is nicely stopped, actually, on the edge of the 30-yard circle by Ben Morris, moving away to his left-hand side. Hayder only gets a single for it, moves to 11, 148 for 1.
Yeah, I think it's clear and obvious what kind of role Hayder's going to play here. Just going to try and really add some impetus to the middle of the innings here and take some pressure off Harry at the other end. Let him bat through, and as I said, I think we're all pretty aware of Hayder's ability and ball striking capabilities. I should think he's going to really try and move this innings on as quickly as he can.
I know Harry Kane's ability to count to 6 because he just pinched the strike by punching the ball up towards mid-on and going through for a single. 59 to Kane, 11 to Hayder, 149 for 1. Derbyshire having been put into bat by Glamorgan. Carlson 6 overs for 35. Callaway 3 overs, 1 for 10. He has been the star with the ball so far. Although McIlroy 5 overs for 11 at the top. And that one is lifted into the air by Harry Kane. I think he's going to get lucky here. It lands on the advertising mat at the far end of the ground, so it was very straight. And he comes back for 2, but almost threw the shot a little bit early there. As the 150's up for Derbyshire.
Just trying to access over extra cover or mid-off against the off-spinner and dragging it dangerously close to long on, but they came back quite nicely for 2.
Oh, well, he's chipped this one into the leg side and just over the fielder at mid-wicket this time. Andy Gorvin put the dive in. That would be cruel to suggest if it was anybody else there. They might have got their fingers to it. But he put the full dive in, did Gorvin. Goalkeeping style, top corner, but he just couldn't quite get the fingertips on it, and Kane picks up 2 more. He's living dangerously at the moment as he just punches this one up to long on for a single. I think he wants to watch from the other end for a bit. He moves to 64, 154 for 1.
Yeah, just that intent level starting to creep up here. This little batch of spin for Glamorgan's been relatively successful in slowing the rate down. Just starting to creep back up as Hayder's got 2 early boundaries away, and so just creeping around that 6 over mark. Every team in the country would be very happy at this point in time, especially with 9 wickets in the shed ready to provide the onslaught. As that's nudged into square leg, Callaway just firing it into the wicket and Hayder tucking it off his hip.
Yeah, I'm becoming less and less happy with his green boots as time goes on, if I'm entirely honest with you.
It's actually not as offensive as I thought it was going to be to the eye.
They're quite light green, aren't they? Yeah, they are quite light green. But Callaway bowls outside the off stump. Kane leaves alone and then swings his head back dangerously and kicks the ground. You can't do that.
I was about to say, we get told multiple times a year by the umpiring panel.
Yeah, don't do
on
that.
our best behaviour. It's
a
very
nice-
nicely fielded there. Short mid wicket. Don't
no-
see many leaves through the middle of a 50 over
No, you
game,
don't.
especially when he's on 60 odd not out.
I think that's why he was slightly disappointed it wasn't given as a wide.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit harsh calling Andy Gorvin a short mid-wicket, but I'll let you off for the time being.
Hey. I thought I said it was a team game earlier. Clearly it's not.
Oh no, it's every man for
Yeah,
himself.
that's
when the
I'm-
microphone's on, it's every man for
slowly
himself.
learning.
Yeah.
Here comes a bowling change. Right about on cue, I think. Carlson's given him 6 overs of tidy off spin as Gorvin comes back on. To change up here. It'd be interesting to see again Hayder's approach. I think he's the kind of bowler that he's going to really be licking his lips. Third man, deep cover, deep square and a long on. So a bit of protection all around the field. Open gaps are probably on the leg side, behind square and over cow and over long off to the shorter straight boundaries here at the Incora Ground.
Gorvin bowls, it's driven. Gorvin gets a right hand to it, driven into the ground and bounced up, and Gorvin just got his right hand to it, and he's just rubbing it now, because that will have hurt. He hit it pretty hard. It's Hayder, but he doesn't get the single.
Something so rhythmical about Hayder's bat swing when it's on cue is it's quite a pretty sight to watch.
I think that's why he always looks really, really good until he gets. I mean, it's a stupid thing to say.
Don't we all?
But yeah, I mean, he barely seems. Oh dear, it's a claim of a catch. I assume it was a bottom. It would have been a bottom edge. On the stumps of the bells have been removed as well, but his back foot didn't move, so perhaps it was for a stumping. Either way, he's still there. One of the game in this group. 109 for 4, Sussex against Northamptonshire at the halfway stage at the at Wantage Road, as I like to call it, because that's what it is. As Gorvin is in again and bowls to Hayder, who just punches this one up to Billy Root at long on, comes in off the boundary, does the fielding. Hayder moves to 13, 156 for 1. Somerset are taking on Worcestershire. Well, that's in our group as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so a very interesting start. I think they were 22 for naught off the first over.
They're 154 for 2 after 27 overs and 4 balls, so they've been pegged back a bit by Worcestershire.
Just a hint.
The next one will probably be in our group as well now, as Gorvin bowls, and it's driven down the ground by Harry Kane for a single. The throw from Root hits the stumps unnecessarily.
He's just showing off, wasn't
Yeah,
he, then?
it was a nice throw, but no need. And Kane was on a 65, 157 for one. The other one definitely, I'm fairly sure, isn't in our group. Leicestershire, 154 for 3 against Kent after 26.5 overs. And that game's being played at Beckenham.
Yeah, Gorvin just with a little off-cutter there. I think you're going to start to see more changes of pace as he's covering the ball running in.
Ooh, on a
Just
leading
squares-
edge.
oh,
Ooh.
very close. Just squared Hayder up there. Gorvin diving forward and just caught it one-handed, one bounce. Just a little bit of hold. As we saw from Kellaway, who extracted something from the surface, I think the seamers will also be looking to go to their change-ups and try and put something different on the ball and see how the wicket reacts.
Don't say one hand, one bounce out loud. The ECB will start to get ideas for a new competition. As Gorvin is in again, his front foot seemed to slip there. It bounces into the ground off Hayder's bat. It's brilliantly taken by Horton, who immediately in one move throws the ball towards the stumps but misses.
Yeah, everyone's aware of Hayder's reputation, though.
It's a dot ball. I'm going to make way for Nick, I think. I've just realised what time it is. Look at that. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. I'm late. I'm late passing to Nick.
Again, Kellaway continues from the far end here. Came on strike as the...
We're trying not to garrot ourselves on commentary. As the next delivery is played away, Ben Callaway bowling now to Harry Kane on 65 not out, and plays that one off the back foot up towards long on. They go through for a single, 66 to Kane now, 158 for one as we get our headphones sorted out.
Another clean changeover.
Almost. Callaway tosses that one up and it's driven up and over the offside. One bounce. Two hands used by Jamie McIlroy, running in at deep cover. Was up a long time there from Hyder Ali as he launched into it. Didn't get all of it, but fell perfectly safely.
And just in the changeover there, I was about to say, I think if Hayder's going to target anyone, there's a nice wind blowing towards the short, long on mid-wicket boundary, and Callaway just starting to chuck it up a bit more as Kane lifts that beautifully over mid-off for 4. Yeah, just I said he's bowled nicely to start with, and they showed him some great respect. But I think this is the matchup these guys will be fancying. Certainly Hayder, and also Kane will moving very nicely into the 70s here.
70 off 81 deliveries. Maybe Callaway will be inclined to fire a couple in now, as that one's a bit shorter and flatter, and just played past a diving Gorvin at mid-wicket for a single up to wide long on. They decide against the second run. 164 for one here on BBC Sport Online. As Callaway, tall 19-year-old from Chepstow, bowls, and that's cuts, but straight to Billy Root at backward point by Hayder. No run. End of the over. 164 for one Derbyshire after 29 of their 50 overs. Well, wickets in hand, they'll be aiming at the moment and are in well over 300.
Yeah, absolutely. I said if you can just motor along through this middle period at round about 6 and over, which they are, as Billy Root, I think he's just trying to suck us in. I believe he bowled left arm and right arm in the last championship game.
We were just discussing that when you popped out. He bowled his final ball of an over left arm.
Which I said there could be some serious money in it for him if he can land it as Gorvin's into bowl. Kane just prods that back at him, slightly misfielded, but no run. Yeah, I said if he could start landing left arm off spin and right arm off spin, I think he'd become infinitely more valuable. But I think he was just showing off again, as he occasionally likes to do.
164 for one. Andrew Gorvin to bowl his medium pace, maybe mixed up with a few cutters. Horton is standing up to the stumps. Gorvin sees this one played just past mid-wickets. Kane picks up another single, 72 to him. 165 for one here on BBC Sport Online. Is he trying to hide the ball a la Benny Howell a little bit here, Andrew Gorvin?
Yeah, I believe he does, especially in white ball cricket, obviously. I didn't notice, actually, in the first spell whether he bothered trying to do it, but certainly when he goes to his cutters and variations, as he is here, he's hiding it.
Gorvin bowls full length, hammered down the ground by Hyder Ali for a single, moves to 15. Off 15, 166 for one. Dark cloud overhead. There is the possibility of some rain around early afternoon, maybe sort of early in the second innings, the Glamorgan innings, so there might be a bit of a Duckworth-Lewis calculation as he tries to run that one down. Harry Kane, but misses. Through it goes to Horton, who removes a bail very neatly. It's a nice trick, if you can imagine, if you can manage it, just taking the one bail off. I'm sure you can by now in iron.
Very delicate. I'm more of a knock all three stumps out of the ground just to make sure.
Gorvin into Kame, and he'll turn the bat on that. Oh, they take a quick single. Callaway fields at backward point, but Hyder had run that one well, called it early. It was dubious as to whether there was a single there, but he was safely home. 167 for one.
Yeah, good run in the end. Just dropped behind point to a right-handed fielder, so you'll be a little bit more inclined when they're moving to their left. But Gorvin's changes of pace seem to have just held up the Derby batters for a minute here.
Gorvin bowls. Hyder takes another quick single, in trouble if that one hits.
What on earth has happened
potentially, as Horton got a blow from that in passing as well. The ball, I think, hit the stumps at one end. Ball's all right.
So Hyder's just dropped it maybe 3 or 4 meters to his right, straight at point, and has set off. It had been out by miles, Harry Kane, but I think it was Callaway who's just picked it up and thrown it full pelt from no more than 3 or 4 meters, when he probably had a chance to underarm it.
And they went back. Yeah, Horton's foot hit the stumps. The second run was taken because the ball had bounced away. The umpires are having a chat. It's chaos out there.
And here come the plus ones as the physios and 12th men descend on the pitch.
Callaway, from fairly short distance, was trying to throw the ball as hard as he could, obviously, because it would have been a run out had he struck the stumps, but has whacked his keeper on the foot instead.
It was, I think he was almost caught off guard by how much of a run-out chance he had. I think if he'd have just picked it up and A, gone full Jonty Rhodes, or B, underarmed it towards the stumps, or to Horton himself. But it looks like he's hit him straight on the toe here. He's in some serious pain. Yeah, he's not. The bails were on the floor. The ball was flying off.
That was what put me off. I thought the throw had hit the stumps. I was wondering why it wasn't out. But then there was a throw at the other end as well. Harry Kane is wandering off towards the pavilion.
It looks like he's hit
unless
the
he's
stumps.
been given out.
Yeah, it looks like he's hit the stumps. So I don't know how Horton's been injured. I think he's hit his toe and the stumps.
Absolute chaos. 169 for two.
The way it deflected, it certainly looked like it hit the stumps. I think we just weren't sure whether that was pre the keeper kicking them off, but we believe he's been given out. Sorry for our indecision, but there's indecision all over the place.
There's a long conversation between the umpires. The batter is waiting on the edge of the field, Harry Kane, just in case. Is there a new man on his way as well?
Well, we certainly haven't got any ability to send it upstairs for the third umpire to take a look.
We
So I'm not
see
exactly
another
sure how.
replay. Yeah, I think the ball has hit the stumps and then gone on to Horton's foot as we got another video angle.
Then I assume Callaway didn't appeal because maybe he was too worried about his friend. But they still haven't crossed the deep cover, so I'm not sure if they're... Yeah, and that's that. Harry Kane run out.
Yeah.
It was a suicidal run.
Yeah, it was run out by Callaway.
I don't understand how it's hit the stumps and Horton's toe, but Horton seems to be hobbling around okay now. But
that was bizarre.
A moment of chaos.
Unless Horton just twisted awkwardly as he went up the stumps. But no, that's definitely a man who's been hit, isn't it? And he's limping badly. And I wonder if Glamorgan really ought to get Colin Ingram with the gloves, or
That hasn't been seen for a little while now. But Horton seems to be up and about and walking it off.
yeah, Ingram did keep for the final. Was it the whole session of the championship game? Yeah.
Oh, I see. So he's in form. That's what you're saying, won't he?
Well, unless you're volunteering your services, Nairin, as a guest substitute keeper.
We'll have to discuss my fee first. Might be more lucrative to stay up here with BBC.
I doubt it. So, chaos on the field, and a new batter in the form of Brooke Guest, and Hyder Ali turns the first ball of Callaway's over out towards square leg. So Harry Kane is run out by Ben Callaway for 73, and Glamorgan have somehow got rid of both openers. Well.
Yeah, I said in between all that chaos, a really important wicket there for Glamorgan.
So the score's actually gone down to 167 because they ran 2 and then back up to 168.
But yeah, so Callaway to continue here, mid on and mid off, both up in the circle here again, trying to squeeze the new batsman a little bit.
Brooke Guest on strike then.
Comes up as well.
43 against Gloucestershire in the opening match. And Glamorgan sense an opportunity thanks to Callaway, and he bowls a full toss that Guest drives back to him. It was turned into a full toss rather by Guest coming down the wicket. So Callaway in the thick of the action, certainly, as he bowls this one a little bit shorter, and it's steered through the offside for Guest to get off the mark. Now it is 169 for 2 again. Having told you it was 169 for 1 a few minutes ago, when they ran 2 only for the run out to be given on the first run. As that next delivery is defended by the green-booted Hyder Ali.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see Hyder dial it back a little bit here just to build this partnership with Guesty before, again, looking to push this Derby innings on. Just seem to be a little bit more spin as it goes along.
Defensive push from Hyder on the leg side. Carlson fields no run. Kieran Carlson with the sole sun hat out there. That's short of a length and cut and half fielded by Root, who did well to get a hand to it at backward point, but they're able to go through comfortably for 2 runs as Hyder moves on to 18, 171 for 2. Callaway's rattled through an over. He's 6 overs, 1 for 27 plus a run out, so he's certainly making an impact in his early stages in the One Day Cup. Appeared in the T20 Blast as well, but didn't get going in either innings, and just bowled a couple of overs in the 2 matches he played before he shuffled off to do university exams. Billy Root can't come and talk to us at long on because he's being summoned up into the circle at mid-on now for Gorvin to start a new over, after which I shall depart and inform BBC Radio Wales listeners of the chaos. As we were distracted by the Horton injury, not to realise that the ball had hit the stumps as well as his foot. Gorvin bowls, turned on the leg side, slightly uppishly by Gast. Ingram is sprinting in from mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, just another off cutter, it looks like there from Gorvin. Certainly just bit a little bit into the wicket as it was jabbed out into the leg side. It seems like if Derbyshire can get up and past that 300 mark, seems like it's going to be a very good score from what we've seen so far.
As Gorvin bowls again, turned off his legs by Guest, down towards backward square, single taken, 172 for 2. Why would a wicket sort of start to play these tricks sort of halfway through the innings then? Is it just better bowling, or is it that the wicket is changing in nature?
I wouldn't say it's changing, it's probably just the style of bowling. I think, up top with the new ball, you're not looking to go through your repertoire as much.
As Gorvin is in to bowl, Hyder cuts that one down to third man. Will take a fairly comfortable 2 as it's fielded on the boundary. The throw comes towards the non-striker's end. Andy Gorvin wasn't expecting it until he suddenly got the shout, then had to turn and stop it, palm it away to make sure there weren't any overthrows, since the man, I think it's Byram in the far distance at third man, decided to throw at the non-striker's end. Gorvin in to bowl. Hyder takes a single on the leg side, 175 for 2. The man out then, Rees stumped Horton, bowled Callaway for 69 and came run out by Callaway for 73. Guest 2, Hyder Ali 21 to come. Matt Lamb, Anuj Dal, Tom Woods, not necessarily in that order, Alex Thompson, Sam Connors, Nick Potts and Suranga Lakmal. Gorvin into Guest, who turns the wrists on it again, works it down towards short fine leg. Single taken. Morris in the action.
It'll be interesting to see if there's any flexibility in this Derby batting lineup, depending how these next, I'd say, probably 8 overs go, whether guys will get promoted or slid down. Certainly, this is the kind of period of the 50-over game you're looking to take advantage of with that extra man in the ring.
Gorvin to finish his over. Slower ball driven towards mid-off by Hyder. No run. 176 for 2 then. We are through 32 overs. And it will be an Aaron Donald and Dave Fletcher.
Beautifully done. Thank you, Nick.
Seamless.
Well, it's the ridiculous way that we broadcast from Derby that means that we have to mess around a bit.
Makes it a bit more exciting, doesn't it?
Well, of course, one of the players you won't have played with is Brooke Guest, because you were here to replace him.
I was his replacement.
Yeah.
He's a very unable replacement, but he's seems to be one hell of a player for Derby, who's settled into a really difficult role.
No question.
Catching balls with the gloves on and batting 3 and doing it as well as he has is a testament to how good of a player he's been.
Had a stellar season last season with the bat and behind the stump. Slowish start this season. He will admit himself, and has admitted himself, but he seems to be hitting his stride now. Almost the T20 got him into form, which was good to see. Jamie McElroy from the City end, bowling to Derbyshire's wicketkeeper, batsman, captain, who flicks this one away down a fine leg for 4 runs and moves on to 7, 180 for 2.
Yeah, just a change of angle as well here. Jimmy Mack coming straight away around the wicket like a lot of left armers do once that ball stops swinging after the first few overs. Just going to try and tighten up Brooke Guest, tuck him into that hit, but just missed a fraction and tickled away to get Guest off the mark in his boundary count.
Guest waits. It was off his hip, it wasn't off the bat, in fact, that last one, so he remains on 3, pushes that one to backward point. It is 180 for 2, though. I've been very lax in looking at my Twitter feed, so apologies to Adam New for one, who's tuning in this week from Devon rather than here in Barbados. 180 for 2 as Guest pushes this one out into the offside. They run a quick single, but it was always there. And Derbyshire move on to 181 for 3. Guest moves on to 4. He's been told apparently that sitting around watching the cricket all day while on holiday is not an option, which is a bit sad, really, isn't it? Another great start from the openers, so that's how long ago he set that. And Bernard's been on. He's a regular listener to Durham matches, I know, Bernard. I think that's the same Bernard. This one is guided down to 3rd man by Hayder. Billy Root field, single taken. Hayder moves to 22, 182 for 2. But he asks me a question about the competition that I refuse to talk about. So I don't really know the answer to the question either, Bernard, which is about payments and stuff. So you'd have to ask somebody higher up the food chain than me. Next delivery from McElroy is a short one. It's just guided down to long leg by Brooke Guest for a single. 183 for 2 as the sun comes out in Barbados.
What a beautiful sight.
Isn't it just?
I feel like that's also the first real short ball we've seen throughout the innings here. Just stuck in a wicket again, just showing like there's a little bit of help when the seamers hit the wicket hard, and obviously typically this time of year because of the competition that David doesn't like to talk about tend to be slightly weaker bowling attacks, especially seamers-wise, as they're stockpiled. Obviously, with Scrimshaw and Chappell missing from this Derby lineup, it's going to land on a few of the other seam bowlers to pick up the slack.
Well, the blow came really 184 for 2 at the end of the over when Zach Chappell got a wild card after his exploits in the T20. I think they'd pretty much banked on having Zach for the 50 over competition as long as he had fully recovered from the various, I say various ailments. He had a bit of an Achilles issue towards the end of the T20 campaign, but I think they'd banked on having him. George Scrimshaw was already going to be away, and indeed is leaving the county, so he was never going to be available. Nor were Wayne Madsen or Leas Deploy, who's earning a very handy £125,000.
Which is very nice.
For not an awful lot
Well
of work.
deserved as well.
Absolutely. Oh, no question. It's just a shame we don't get to see him. As Hader tries to reach a wide delivery, chops it into the ground, and there's no run. Just received a beautiful, beautiful cricket ground. I think you'll agree there. Beautiful,
Lovely.
sun shining, blue skies.
Pretty good wicket for a.
Yeah,
Looks a good wicket.
match called off at 11 o'clock.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, it's a cup semi-final, so up in Padiham. I don't think, from what I can gather from Charlie there, he's not best pleased. As in comes Podmore again. That one is pushed back to him by Hader.
Another change of pace there from Podmore. I think we're going to get a little burst here from both McIlroy and Podmore before they're held for the back end. But certainly it looks a very obvious tactic here of going pace off now on this wicket. Bit of a split field, long on's back, deep square, deep cover and third man. As Podmore runs into bowl again to Hader. It's cut beautifully and beautifully stopped again at point by Ben Kellaway, diving away to his left, 2 hands on it for no run.
He strikes me, and I don't know much about Ben Kellaway, obviously, because he hasn't played an awful lot of first-team cricket, but he's one of those players who looks like he's been handed an opportunity and he is determined to take it.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. Again, haven't been able to see much of him, but always great to see a young Welshman coming through and doing so well. I believe he batted brilliantly the last game they played, and if you can show us specifically with that off spin, it looks more than good enough. If you can kind of provide that balance to Glamorgan with that all-rounder slot they've just been struggling to fill, as that's dropped into leg side for a very quick single by Hader. He might have spotted Colin Ingham just slightly on his heels there. But well done for him for rotating the strike there.
He doesn't mind a quick single, Hader, but sometimes he just worries me.
Yeah, well, as we've seen today, he's 1 from 1 on the run out front, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's got
but when it goes well, it's also a very difficult thing to stop.
Yeah.
Limited overs cricket.
He's got it in him, though. Podmore, 5th ball of his over, bowls to Guest, pushes this one into the offside up to a wideish mid-off. Kieran Carlson couldn't quite get there, extra cover. The drip is back.
Is that
Well,
textbook of the Derby Media Centre?
It was troubling Nick greatly during the Glamorgan game in the county championship. It's not been as bad today, but it just returned. I'm not surprised there's a drip. There's been an awful lot of rain.
I was about to say the ground looks in fantastic condition.
They've done
Fair
well,
play to
yeah.
the grounds on here.
Podmore to complete his over. That one is slightly false shot by Brooke Guest out to square leg. I'm not sure he was entirely aiming it there, but he picks up a single, keeps the strike as well, moves on to 6. Hader has 24, 186 for 2 after 34 overs. I didn't look to see what they were after 32 because we're supposed to double it after that, aren't we? But
give or take.
Yeah, if they don't get 330, 340, I think they will be very disappointed. And if they do get that, they will be right in the game.
Yeah, I think although it's still pretty early on and both Guests and Hader's innings here, I think this is kind of the time you'd be expecting them to just start putting the pressure back on the Glamorgan bowling attack. Again, with so much batting depth here and time starting to run out a bit, that run rate just creeping the wrong way, just down to 5.5 and over.
Tom Wood struggled a little bit in the game down at Cheltenham. I think it's fair to say. I don't want to hang him out to dry. As Jamie McIlroy begins a new over from the City end. Oh, an attempt to cut that one by Brooke Guest, bounces into the ground and past leg stump. Matt Lamb hasn't played an awful lot of cricket recently.
Just been struggling with a back injury, hasn't he, throughout
Yes.
most of the season.
Yes.
It's good to see him back out there and playing a role. And I said Tom Wood, I missed his heroics in the T20 Blast, but really showed some class there, notching up a
Century against
T20
Leicestershire.
100,
Yeah. McIlroy around the wicket, bowls to Guest, who goes on the back foot, pushes it into the ground. Who else but Kellaway does the fielding at backward point? And there is no run. Tom Wood is now the proud owner of 2 of the 4 fastest centuries in Derbyshire history. One in this competition and one in the T20.
It's a nice title to have.
If you look at his biceps, it's no wonder he hits the ball hard, though, is it really? And he's.
Are you saying it's not technique and skill?
There's some technique and skill there, no question. Again, Guest mistimes this one into the ground. Straight back to McIlroy, but he's not a stranger to the inside of a gym, is he? No. Would he?
Part of the modern day cricketer. Some of us are blessed with genetics. Some of us aren't.
Yeah.
But Jamie Mack brought a fantastic little over here so far. Just tightening, as we said, he came round the wicket purposely to try and tighten up to Guest, and Guest searching for that cover boundary as he tucks the low full toss out to deep square. Just shimmy down the wicket there, trying to create something different, trying to put Jimmy Mack off his length. He did that, just knocked it for 1 though. Again, just starting to sense the kind of time pressure building up here on the Derbyshire batsman. It feels like it's time to go and put some pressure on, and I think Hayder might be the man to do that.
He's on strike now. McIlroy bowls to him and he launches it out towards the members' pavilion. There is a man chasing back desperately Ben Morris to try and get underneath it. Keeps it inside the boundary and he picks up 2. So he didn't get all of that one, Hayder, but proving in Aaron Donald's point that he might be the man to go.
Yeah, just get that sense. I think just starting to get that feel where I said there's so much quality in the sheds behind them. It's now the responsibility to be moving the game on here and not wasting too much time. And again, just those few dot balls at the start of the over, they all start to add up here at the end of a limited overs game.
Final ball of the McIlroy over. He's danced down the track towards him and hit him for 6 out towards mid-wicket. Just for a moment, Eddie Byram looked interested on the mid-wicket boundary, but that is a mighty blow from Hayder. It moves to 32 off 31 deliveries, 195 for 2. And what had been a very good over for Glamorgan turns into a reasonable one for Derbyshire with that 6 off the final ball.
Yeah, there's the intent we were just talking about, and I thought McIlroy adjusted pretty nicely to Hayder coming down the wicket there, but he stood up and flat batted it over deep square's head to the slightly shorter square boundary, although it looks pretty even all the way around, and again favouring that side with the wind. Nice shot there, and Podmore's about to continue. Guess just starting to get a little bit behind the 8 ball here. It's funny how in 50-over cricket there's so much time, yet in certain periods you feel like the pressure can mount pretty quickly, so he'll be looking for a boundary here just to take the pressure off himself.
15 overs to go. Podmore in and bowls to Guest, who just pushes this out into the offside, straight to Kieran Carlson. I've worked out what he looks like. He looks like one of the flower pot men. I couldn't quite work out what he kept reminding me of.
Which one?
Flobberlob. I don't know. Bill and Ben, weren't they, of course? Yeah, I don't know. I think they both look pretty similar.
I think Kieran might be slightly more athletic. Maybe a better batter, but I haven't seen them bat.
Podmore in again, bowls to Brooke Guest, who has a swing at that one. It's just a swipe as much as anything. Now he's trying to convince us that he was trying to hit it out towards the marquee away to our right-hand side.
Yeah. Nice slower ball there from Harry Podmore. Give him a little bit of credit. I think he beat Brooke Guest, all ends up there, but certainly, again, just that intent starting to be shown. And even that one swing just generates a field change as fine leg comes into the circle and long on goes back.
I think Billy Root's got a bit of a man crush on you and Aaron. Incidentally, he's forever looking up.
It's a long 3 hours in the field, so whatever keeps him going, guy that can be of use. As Podmore's in the bowl, Guest shimmies down the wicket and hits it straight to Billy here at long on, just in front of us, running through where the fox excrement used to be. It's now being cleared up.
change the name of the end to the Fox Excrement End. David Harrison walking down the steps now. He's in charge of the 50 over side, isn't he?
Yeah.
All right.
He's officially got the call up, I think, recently with both head coaches in the aforementioned unnameable.
Well, you're allowed to talk about it.
Absolutely.
Aaron. It's just me. Podmore bowls and Hayder guides this to backward point. There's Callaway.
Done a good job
Leaping
stopping
to
some
his left,
singles throughout the day there, which is a really important part of 50 over cricket. But yeah, Glamorgan in the strange that we're both head coaches are part of the Welsh Fire coaching staff. Obviously, being from Hampshire, we lose our fair share of Hampshire employees to the 100 with over almost double digits in players, and then not far off the same in staff. So certainly a skeleton squad at times. It's Podmore back in the bowl. Hayder on strike.
Oh.
Outside the line,
Yeah,
surely.
just smack. Podmore again, change of pace into the wicket. Just trying to get my bearings of what happened there before he gave me the wrong info. And it's just stayed low. Hayder looking to pull that out to deep square, but certainly reacted strangely off the wicket and hit him just on the inner thigh pad. Just starting to see signs again. Weirdly, the more this innings goes on, the more they're seeming to get out of this wicket. And obviously Derby lost the toss and was stuck in. I think they'll be really pleased with where they're at. Certainly, it's just starting to see some help for the bowlers throughout the innings, not just up top.
More bowls. Hayder clips this one into the leg side. Colin Ingram will field. By the way, never let giving the wrong information stop you from talking. That's another prerequisite. End of the over, 197 for 2. Hayder has 33 off 34 deliveries. Brookguest 8 off 18. As the wicket-keeping helmet returns. That's because Kieran Carlson is going to come back, but from the City end this time, the Glamorgan skipper.
Yeah, depending on whether Morris is going to be called upon again to bowl, they need another 5 overs out of their spinners in total.
See, how have you worked that out so quickly? I would look at all those numbers in the number of overs bowled and think,
it's just it's relatively natural. I think you just kind of think about it as you go. So
anything could be happening.
So if we're
here.
making Morris's 10 up with Kieran's after this, that'll be 10 between them, and then Callaway's got 4 to go. So be interesting to see whether Kieran just slides through an over or 2 here and back to Callaway before things get too tasty at the end. As he comes in the bolt, Hayder absolutely smokes him over long off. Beautiful shot, and again that classic bat swing you were talking about, and as I thought I knew, it's an interesting bowling change by Kieran. Again, with Derby looking to press on, they know they have to get through these spin overs, but I'm surprised he's gone from that end at this time, because I certainly feel like Hayder's going to come all guns blazing this over.
Almost to the back of the permanent temporary stand, and quite straight as well. It's just that little staircase to the right of the sight screen. As Carlson bowls and he chops this backward of square on the offside. That's going to be 4 more, I fancy. Yeah, just beats McIlroy. Puts in the dive. Actually dives onto the rope, which is never very pleasant. And 10 off the first 2 deliveries, 207 for 2.
Yeah, very classy batting there. Again, with the 5-4 leg side field, if you can beat point with some pace like Hayder did there, it's very difficult to defend then as an off spinner. The only change of field he has here is if he removes that mid wicket for a second point, but I don't like to try and do that in 50 over cricket. It just gives up singles far too easily. So Kieran just needs to straighten up his line and try and get through this over without too much more hurt now.
Comes in and bowls to Hayder, just tries to turn it into the leg side. Not sure if he got anything on that. It wasn't taken cleanly by Horton behind the stumps. And a dot ball, a welcome dot ball from Kieran Carlson's perspective. 207 for 2, 13 and a half overs left. Hayder guides this next one into the leg side. No run.
A bit flatter there from Kieran. Nice safe ball there.
Fielded, of course, by Callaway, who's now at mid-wicket. Carlson is in again, and this time he turns it into the leg side square, does Hayder, and picks up a single. Derbyshire moved to 208 for 2 with Hayder on 44 off 39. Partnership a runner ball 41, which shows you how well Hayder's batting, because Brookguest is 8 off 18. He waits now. We know what Brookguest can do, though, and he Cuts this out towards the cover boundary for a single, fielded by McIlroy. Good throw, strong arm. It's a fair distance out there. And to my cost, at my age, I know, 209 for 2, that the first thing that goes, well, one of the first things that goes is your arm. You end up not being able to throw the ball anywhere. The most embarrassing thing is going to watch my local village team. The ball comes to you on the boundary, so the fielder thinks, well, he'll throw it back to me. And you're just praying that he comes a bit closer. But I'll just roll it. Son, I'll just...
You start seeing people bowl it in, that's when you know you've lost your touch, maybe.
My arm went a long time ago.
Will Smale just subbing onto field in front of us, so we get a change of view from Billy Root's backside.
Well, I guess he's gone off.
Podmore to continue. I'm surprised Podmore's going so much. I don't really see, other than him and Jamie McIlroy, their death options here, unless they're confident in Gorvin or Morris coming back late towards. So I suspect this will be his last over. If I had to guess, likely to see him go the far end and then maybe Callaway come again for his last few sets. Again, pretty standard field, fine leg up in the ring, long on back. As Guest is on strike here.
Podmore bowls 2 and he drives it out into the offside. Carlson fields, but it got him on the finger end, I think. That one's hurt. He did stop it. There is no run. I've just seen, got slightly distracted by Lewis Rees, who's come out in his shorts. He's still got the bandage on his right arm from where he was unfortunately hit. And he's given away a pair of batting gloves to somebody in the crowd.
What a nice guy.
Yeah. Goes Podmore again, bowls to Guest, who pushes the ball straight back to the bowler, and there's no run, so a good start to the over from Harry Podmore, aided by that good piece of fielding by Kieran Carlson, who's still rubbing his hands together, so that will have hurt. There is a bandage on one finger, I can see. There generally is. Yeah. Does he always wear it? Yeah. Yeah.
Part and parcel of being a full-time cricketer, I believe.
A lot of fielders. Hayder's hands are covered in bandages. That one is driven just to the right of Carlson by Brooke Guest. I'm not sure if he's going to get 4 for it. It's being chased down by Andy Gorvin. And they're going to come back. They're only going to get 2, in fact. So that's good work from Gorvin. Covered the ground quickly. They were thinking about a third, but it wasn't on. Guest moves to 11. 211 for 2.
Yeah, so far, so it's been pretty textbook here from Brooke Guest. He hasn't tried anything too fancy, just been trusting his normal array of shots. Obviously seemed like he played a really good role in finishing some T20 innings, so I know there's some power and ability there, so it'd be interesting to see when he starts to mix it up. And right on cue, he just comes down the wicket, drops in the leg side and comes back brilliantly for 2 overs. There's a shy at the bowler's end as Hayder just about makes his ground. A very important part, again, 50-over cricket, trying to turn those 1s into 2s, especially with a few gaps out here in this pretty big Derby playing field.
Some T20 strangers. We've seen Sam Connors hit 6s in T20 cricket, and Nick Potts has hit a 6 in List A cricket, but you wouldn't say they were necessarily batsmen. But if you swing and connect, Podmore goes in. Apologies, lads. Bowls to Guest, again uses his feet. That one was a little shorter from Podmore, so it was a bit high on the Guest bat. And he only gets a single, moves to 14, 214 for 2. The signal's going on. What are we doing?
Yeah.
You can talk.
Looks like I'm going to tag out.
Oh,
okay. I don't want to overstay it again.
No.
Got a little clock in front of us on our 20-minute intervals.
I think that's
gone so swimmingly so far.
I think it's gone by the wayside, really, the 20-minute thing.
Podmore in again here to Hayder.
It'll be even worse this afternoon when I've got half-hourly updates. As in comes Podmore and bowls to Hayder, turns it into the leg side. Ingram will move around to his right to do the fielding. The 38th over comes to an end with Hayder on 45, Brooke Guest on 14, and Derbyshire 215 for 2. So 12 overs to go. They're pretty well placed to at least get to 300. We thought they were going to get to 300 at Cheltenham and they fell short, which was disappointing, but I think even if they'd got 340, they wouldn't have won the game. And batting is definitely Derbyshire's strength. There is no question about it.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see whether Glamorgan get a full go at whatever target they are set by Derbyshire, because according to the Met Office, we've got a high probability of rain in the early afternoon, so I suspect that DLS, Duckworth, Lewis, Stern, rather than a Korean boy band, will be called into...
There is a natural cut-off, isn't there? But I've no idea what it is, and there'll be some extra time, presumably, because it 3 and 4 o'clock doesn't look great.
No.
But after that, it eases right off again, and so it's just sort of a passing shower. If it was Scarborough, that'd be it for the week, but it does drain pretty well.
Here comes Gorvin from the city end, bowling to Haidu. Cuts hard, oh, it's gone through a diving Ben Morris, who might have done a bit better with that one. Got down, but didn't quite get his legs in the right place. And it's run down to third man for 4 runs. Haider moves to 49 not out. Total under 219 for 2. And, well, 12 overs, another 100 runs with 8 wickets left is 320 ought to be realistic aim for Derbyshire at the moment.
Disappointed if they didn't get there, really.
Gorvin into Haider, who drives down the ground and will get the single too long off that brings up his half century, and that has come off just 42 balls. Well batted, Haider. 4s and 6s, Dave?
4 4s, 2 6s.
Thank you.
It is only the 12th, no, 11th time he's got to 50 in List A cricket.
220 for 2. Gorvin bowls, and Guest plays it comfortably back past him for a single up to long on. 221 for 2. So Harry Kame's 73 was, I believe, his List A best.
Indeed.
Lewis Rees 69, both dismissed by Ben Callaway.
Fireworks in the far distance, away to the right.
Literal rather than metaphorical.
Indeed. Very exciting.
Gorvin bowls slower ball outside off stump. Haider launches the kitchen sink at it and misses.
Don't normally get fireworks for a half century, do you?
Well, you know, it's obviously an innovation brought in from the Pakistani Super League. 221 for 2, 39th over here on BBC Sport Online. As Gorvin bowls, Haider runs it down to third man. Single to Morris on the edge of the circle. Ah, great. 222 for 2.
Yes. Good old Richie.
Good old Richie. The late Mr. Benno, Australian doyen of commentators. Although he'd have said 2 for 222.
Well, he'd have been wrong, of course, but he would have said it.
Australians putting the wickets first as Gorvin bowls and Guest slugs it through the leg side for a single in a shot that was aimed towards cow corner and was suitably agricultural. 223 for 2.
I just get the feeling that Brooke Guest thinks he has to get on with it here, which he probably does. And he's getting out of shape a little bit when he plays those shots. Applause for the Haider Ali half century.
Doesn't really need to, as long as he's pushing singles and giving Haider the strike, does he?
Absolutely, absolutely. That would be the ideal. So what he's done there is pinched a single off the last ball of the over and got back on strike himself.
Not entirely ideal.
Not according to the Nick Webb plan for getting to 300.
Well, I'm well used to trying to play the drop the single and let the other bloke have most of the strike sort of role in any team.
Looks like Podmore's going to bowl out here because he's bowling his 9th over now. That was played off the back foot up towards mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps from Gorvin.
Yeah, McIlroy's going to bowl the last 3 at one end.
I'll leave the maths to you here. That looks
I doubt they'll use Ben Morris at the death, since he's bowled 3 overs for 26 and he is the least experienced of the seamers. So it'll be interesting to see how they juggle it. Maybe Gorvin will be replaced. There's no huge speed in this Glamorgan side in terms of the seam attack.
224 for 2. Podmore bowls to Guest, to Hayder rather, takes a step down the pitch and hoiks it up to mid-on. Not where he intended that ball to go at all. Moves to 52, 225 for 2.
Seem to have been some mistimings throughout this back half of the innings in particular, even for the batters who are well set. And it doesn't look to be the easiest to score, so this really is a decent Derbyshire total, with Glamorgan struggling yet again for wickets.
Guest waits, Podmore bowls to him, he smashes it out towards the cover boundary. There is a fielder out there, and he completes the fielding. Tom Bevan, single taken. Guest moves to 18, 226 for 2. Very loud motorbike. You do hear a lot more motorbikes on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people go up to Matlock and Matlock Bath on their machines and drink tea, I think. Podmore in again using his feet, guided this time by Hayder, out to Bevan on the cover boundary. Another single taken, 227 for 2.
Yeah, the Glamorgan all-rounder Andy Salter will have more time to spend on his bike now after the announcement of his retirement.
Only 30, was that right? Did I read?
Yeah, been in the first class scene for 11 years, I think it was.
Oh, grief.
I wrote the story about his retirement a couple of months back, to be honest.
Might have been your story that I read. Podmore in and turned into the leg side by Kem. They want 2. You could hear the shout of 2 straight away, and they're coming back for the second. McIlroy doesn't pick up cleanly on the edge of the 30-yard circle, having come in from the mid-wicket boundary. Good running. They always intended to take 2 there, and Guest moves to 20, 229 for 2.
Yeah, it was based on mine. They added a few quotes in. I must say they were very gracious quotes from Andy Salter on retirement. Paying tribute to everyone and everything.
Including the BBC Radio Wales commentator, I have no doubt.
Not quite that far.
It's Podmore. That one is turned into the leg side. I'm not sure there'll be 2 this time, because Podmore's chased after it himself. Puts a slide in, slides slightly too early, and throws it towards the stumps with his left hand, just to prove how right-handed he is. Single taken, end of the over. He's bowled 9 overs for 47 now, Harry Podmore. Derbyshire 230 for 2 with 10 to go. So the next power play comes into effect. Guest has 21, Hayder has 23.
You'd have thought they should be able to get 90 with all these wickets in hand, 320 at the end of the 50, which will pose a lot of problems for Glamorgan, I suspect. They'll need a really big innings from one of their key men, the likes of Ingram, Carlson or Root, plus a couple of other contributions of substance as well. I wouldn't be entirely surprised to find Mr. Salter at one of these BBC microphones at some juncture next season.
Excellent. Well, they all want part of the action, don't they? They want a piece of the action, the commentary action. I say action.
We had James Harris in for half a dozen of the T20 games this season, and it is nice to balance the current pros and the former ones. Bring different perspectives. We're going to see a couple of overs maybe from Ben Callaway. Now this is a test of the young man's mettle as Guest works the first ball for a single on the leg side.
I'd be surprised if Hayder doesn't have a couple of swipes at him.
Right. Be on your toes, long on and deep mid-wicket, potentially.
2 men out there. There's one at square leg as well, just behind that large pillar that you can't see through.
There's Callaway bowls and Hayder plays it gently to Carlson at mid-wicket, who shovels it on back to Callaway. Bowls again. Here's the big shot, and that one has gone way, way up onto the roof of the members' pavilion. Rolls down now onto the balcony, and that had the senior citizens of the audience scattering.
There is a danger if you sit on the balcony, the ball goes onto the roof, and then it comes down, of course, and you're still looking this way towards us, and the ball clunks you on the back of the head, so they've done well to avoid that.
237 for 2. Callaway to Hyder. So that's Shorten. Flatteran cut away for 4 more wide of route at short third man. And Callaway, well, it's a cricketing education. It's a learning curve. Yep. This only his second List A game.
Delete where applicable.
List A being the catch-all term for anything that's between T20 and Championship, really.
Yeah, from 20 overs to 65.
Yeah, it used to be, yeah. And the first season of one-day cricket, it used to be 65 overs a side.
And brilliantly, they had lunch and tea and a 10-minute break between innings.
Did they?
Yes.
Gosh.
Yes, that's how they played one-day cricket back then. With a red ball and white clothing.
Yeah.
It was a bit like proper cricket, but just in one day. 130 overs a day.
Wow.
We'd be here till about 10:30 at night nowadays.
Callaway to Hyder, who goes for another big one. He could be caught here. Gorvin's backtracking, and he's sliced it to Andy Gorvin at backward point, and Glamorgan will be very grateful for that one before Hyder Ali does further damage. He's got 63 already. Derbyshire 241 for 3 in the 41st over. And a second wicket for Ben Callaway, having been struck for 6 and 4. He just about induced the error, and off goes Hyder.
Yeah, disappointing end really, but he always looks in until he gets out. 5 4s and 3 6s for Hyder as he leaves the field. Gets a decent round of applause from the crowd inside the county ground. I imagine the new batsman is Matt Lamb. It looks like him. I haven't seen much of him in the past 10 weeks. So yes, Matt Lamb confirmed. 119 not out, his best in this form of the game. His bowling's down as right arm medium, which of course he isn't. He's a leg spinner.
All right.
He did bowl medium pace at one point in his career, but he's now very much a leg spinner. He was practicing his leg spin, in fact, with the rest of the bowling attack earlier on. He's got a very strange run-up. We've seen, well, I say run-up. We have seen him bowl in first-class cricket where he sets off and then stops and then starts again. Stops completely stone dead. And I did ask him about it, and he said without that stop, he was forever bowling no balls. Well, why don't you just start the run-up at the stop bit?
Callaway bowls, and Lamb drives down the ground for a single to long on. 242 for 3.
He's also a man who goes very hard at the ball, as he showed first delivery that he faced there, which was plenty of bottom hand in it. Well, we managed to keep it on the ground. He's also pinched the strike. He's already stretching his back out, which isn't a great sign. It's his first game since the first raft of championship matches earlier this season. Missed the entirety of the T20. Might have played at Old Trafford in that warm-up game, or the double warm-up at Old Trafford that you played in. I think he was there, certainly. But the game in which Sam Connors pulled his calf and took no part in the T20.
Most of his season at Warwickshire between 2016 and 2022 for Matt Lamb. He's listed as right-arm medium pace in that Journal of Record Playfair, but I've scratched that out.
Kieran Carlson from the racecourse then. Back into his crease goes Lamb, cuts it out towards the cover boundary, picks up a single as it's fielded there by Tom Bevan in the deep. I wasn't sure whether they'd actually done him a one-day kit. Matt Lamb, they clearly have. He's a big man. As Carlson bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run. 243 for 3 with a little more than 8.5 overs left in the Derbyshire innings. Carlson in again. Guest drives. Carlson fields well off his own bowling, diving away to his right. Just about manages to avoid crashing head first into Matt Lamb, who was hurrying to get back into his ground. A couple of dot balls in succession. Carlson tosses himself a catch. bowls to Guest, who just turns this into the leg side. There's Kellaway.
It wouldn't do to crash into anyone head first on a cricket field. It's a nasty business, I can tell you.
Yeah. Carlson, he's in, bowls to Guest, turns it into the leg side. They do get a single this time. I'm not sure that Matt Lamb is as quick between the wickets as Haider Ali, so they settle for a single, 244 for 3. You have personal experience?
I do, earlier this season.
Oh, no. Have you ever
I
thought about retiring?
came off better in the
Oh, did you?
duel, since I was about twice the weight of the chap I crashed into. Also, I was what I call running, and he was relatively stationary.
Carlson bowls turn into the leg side by Lamb. They're thinking about 2 this time, but it's not there. The second. Lamb moves to 3, 245 for 3 at the end of Carlson's 8th over. 8 overs for 50. Lamb has 3, Guest has 23.
I hope the concussion didn't keep him out for too long.
Well, you would have been helmeted as well, would you?
No, I wasn't. He was.
Oh, he was the batsman. Okay.
No, he was the wicket keeper, and I ran into him.
You were on the same side.
No,
So you were batting but without a helmet.
I was batting without a helmet.
Are you allowed?
Yes, and never worn a helmet in my life.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think. There's been an awful lot of overseas players that have come to that other competition in August who haven't had the stem guards on, and play's been held up while they have to change their helmets.
Here comes Kellaway into bowl, played on the leg side by Lamb. No run, a short mid-wicket. In the depths of Division 11 of the South East Wales League, Dave, there are not many bowlers who would require the use of a helmet, as that is cut away by Lamb, fielded by fellow number 7 Root, and there's no run.
You're confident that you could get out of the way of an accidental beamer?
Yeah, I've done. As Kellaway bowls, and he's bowled him, with Lamb going for a big shot on the offside, and just missed a straight delivery there, I think. May have been a little bit of turn in it, but if there was, it was through the gate. Lamb has gone for 3, and Kellaway has followed his top score on List A debut with a star bowling performance in his second List A game, 245 for 4, and with the run out as well, he's been involved in everything.
I think that shows a lack of time out in the middle for Matt Lamb, personally. He just hasn't got going at all this season. Picked up the injury, been out for 10 weeks, comes back into the side, and unfortunately perishes for just 3. As a very large figure of Tom Wood dances out to the middle. I said he got bogged down at Cheltenham. Career best 109 is one of those very, very quick centuries that he has to his name. He made 28 off 35 deliveries at Cheltenham, coming in around this sort of time. I'm trying to work out exactly who came in when either. So he came in at 212 for 5, I think. So a slightly more advantageous position at the moment, but he has nothing to prove, clearly, but I'm sure he'd like to get off to a decent start. Darren Smith is in the building.
245 for 4. Kellaway then to the new man, Tom Woods, and it's driven back to him, and it's a dot ball. So Ben Kellaway enjoying his return to the attack, despite a couple of big blows from Hyde, as the next delivery nurdled on the leg side by Wood for a single to backward square, 246 for 4.
Yeah, only 7 overs to go after this. They might have to get a bit of a shift on to get to 300 now, and it would be disappointing if they didn't get there. Glamorgan will be very pleased with where they've clawed it back.
Still be a demanding target, but down the wicket comes Guest, drives out towards deep mid-wicket. They turn, they look for 2, and the new man Wood wasn't interested, and Guest had to go herring back to the non-striker's end as the throw came in there. So 247 for 4. Guest is on 24, Wood is on 1. Callaway has all 3 wickets to fall to the bowlers, plus a run out.
I think I've outstayed my welcome now.
So Anaran, Donald and myself will describe the next few overs here on BBC Sport Online and also on the county websites as well with the video stream. Looks like the cricketers are getting younger next door as Carlson bowls down leg side wide, 248 for 4.
It's interesting to see spin go so deep into the innings here. Typically, you tend to go back to your death bowlers at this point, but certainly Callaway's been bowling beautifully throughout, and Kieran's going to capitalise on the new batter.
As the next ball is driven up to long on for a single. And said new batter, Tom Wood, takes guard at the far end. Guest moving on to 25 not out. 249 for 4. Don't talk about bonus points. Having got used to 250 being the bonus point cut off in the championship or the start. Next ball slammed through the offside for 4 runs by Tom Wood. Well, that one stayed hit. That was a meaty blow when arcing over cover for 4.
Yeah, and this is exactly his rolling this side, and I said he showed some real ability throughout that T20 Blast campaign for Derby, and Kieran again just drifting wide, he's smashed it over extra cover. Again, with a leg side dominant field, that's a nice shot to get him going.
Carlson in again to bowl to Woods, who toe ends this one to short mid wicket fielded by Callaway, no run.
Just a couple of puffs of dust as well coming from the wicket ends here. So it'll be interesting to see again. Derby not heavy on the spin ball in front as Kieran's in. Looks like he's trapped Wood right in front. Yes, he has. Just the faster ball. Wood's tried to tuck it into the leg side for a single, and Derby just starting to lose that momentum. Clearly very happy with how the last few overs have gone as they drift into the last stage of this Derbyshire batting innings.
Yeah, that one looked as though he was thoroughly on the back foot there. Tom Wood, and Carlson just firing it through. Didn't get much bounce. Maybe a modicum of turn. 253 for 5, and Glamorgan just preventing Derbyshire from going all guns blazing in these closing overs. All the wickets falling to the spinners, and Wood getting just in a little bit of a tangle, but Anuj Dal is a decent sort of quality to have coming in at 7.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been having a fantastic couple of years, specifically with the red ball as well, bat and ball. Having coming at 7, obviously him and Guesty, relatively similar players, tend to kind of rotate the strike, run really well, and manipulate the field. But I said certainly just need to keep accelerating here. I think 300 is the absolute minimum from where they were. And it's still going to take some doing if Glamorgan can bowl well.
So it's 3 wickets now fallen in the space of 12 runs. I mean, Derbyshire had such a platform to build with the first 3 in the order all passing 60. So it is a substantial total, whatever happens from now on. But Glamorgan with just a little bit of momentum. Some dark cloud approaching as Carlson bowls, and Dull back on his stumps. Played it to short extra cover. There was a shout of no. Considering he's played it to the closest fielder on the ground, I'm not surprised there was such urgency in the call. Carlson again to Dull, who drives on the leg side, runs the first one hard. McIlroy pelts in, gets his throw underway. There's an appeal for run out not given, as that one's been run really hard by Anuj Dal. As Jamie McIlroy realised there was the danger of a second run, came sprinting in. Throw was quick, not quite over the bails. Horton had to whip them off. Back for 255 for 5 with 6 overs remaining.
Yeah, exactly as you come to expect from Nudge and Guesty there. Brilliantly run out to deep square, and some good piece of throwing from Jimmy Mack, but not quite good enough as he returns to bowl here. He's going to finish off from the far end. He's got 3 overs in the tank to see out this Derbyshire innings. But Guest just holding it together, 25 of 37. I said now he's got in and got going. If he can get a couple of boundaries away and keep this Derbyshire score tracking towards 300 and above. But certainly, again, I think Glamorgan's just going to be really happy with this last period of the game. There's quick wickets in succession always knock a team back, especially in this format of the game. As third man of fine legger up, Jimmy McIlroy's in to bowl. Guest smashes it down the ground. He might beat long off here, just inside, and he does. It's a brilliant strike and exactly what he was looking for to get himself going. Full ball there by Jamie McIlroy, and he's just crunched it about waist high down the ground and has beaten long off dead straight of him.
I thought for a moment that McIlroy might have got a fingertip to him, but might have taken the said fingertip off if he had, as he went flying back where it came from. 259 for 5 then. Guest 29, Dal 2. McIlroy bowls. Guest slams that one off the back foot up to long off. This time it is just the single as the throw hits the stumps from Carlson at long off. It's an angry throw that from the Glamorgan captain.
Just a little change in fielding positions there. Colin Ingram might have got trapped at long off there, so they just swapped, and Kieran probably showing why that was quite a good idea as he picks it up and fizzes it in at the bowler's end stumps.
So Ben Callaway, 8 overs, 3 for 41, the standout of the Glamorgan attack, but Kieran Carlson not wanting to expose the teenage spinner absolutely at the death. As Anuj Dal scratches away at the crease. Now he settles, and McIlroy left arm around the wicket, bowls. Dal back in his crease, goes for the quick single throw. Comes in from Callaway and can't strike the stumps this time as they go through for a quick single. 261 for 5. 5 overs to come after this. And Derbyshire well set thanks to the efforts of their top 3. Came 73, Rees 69, Hyder Ali 63. McIlroy in, bowls a full toss that's hammered low out towards wide long off. Carlson will get to it, but it's a very comfortable 2 runs for Guest as the throw comes trickling in rather towards McIlroy. Carlson having to throw on the turn. 263 for 5.
Yeah, noticeably putting their foot down a little bit here, but I think the important thing is just scoring off every ball. I think that's been the difference in this last over compared to the last period in time. As McIlroy's in again, slower ball into the wicket, hammered out into the leg side. Square leg runs around and picks it up, but can't stop the 2 as they come back comfortably again. And these are the kind of overs Derbyshire have been crying out for, and you know, relatively low risk, but certainly putting pressure on this Glamorgan death bowling unit. As we said, McIlroy to finish up at that far end, and I think you're likely to see a mix of Gorvin and Podmore's last over from this commentary position. Yeah,
Glamorgan rather short on speed in the seam bowling attack this season after the departure of Nisa. As McIlroy is in to bowl a full toss that Guest doesn't really make the most of as he slightly caught by surprise, just played it gently up towards long off, single taken. 266 for 5. Tim van der Hoogten, who took 4 wickets to really destroy the Derbyshire top order here last year. Derbyshire all out for 110 and Glamorgan cruising home by 8 wickets, but that was the last Glamorgan saw of the Flying Dutchman in the 50 over format because he got called off to cart drinks for someone in the 100. It wasn't Welsh Fire, so I can't tell you who it was.
Handsomely paid for it as well.
I think he bowled about 10 balls in the month.
Yeah.
So that was probably the best paid 10 balls that he'll ever bowl.
That's the least he deserves. Although he does have to pay back some of his salary.
Yeah.
People do forget that. But no, Tim, what a year he's had, and I think his coming of age almost as a hitter in T20 was an absolute revelation. To be able to kind of play that death hitting role for Glamorgan that they've struggled to fill maybe for a couple of years. It's he certainly lent into the senior bowl tag this year and deserves a well-earned rest from this game. As Gorvin's into bowl, nudged straight back to him by Brooke Guest.
Yeah, McIlroy, Ben Morris, well, he's had a bit of stick. He'll remains to be seen whether they'll stick with him for the game at Neath on Tuesday against Durham. Van der Hoogten due to come back in for that one as Gorvin runs away from us at the racecourse end, and that one's chipped towards mid-wicket. Carlson makes a good, well-judged catch in the outfield, and Brooke Guest goes for 35, caught by Carlson off the bowling of Gorvin.
Yeah, again, nice change up there from Gorvin, and Brooke Guest, again, looking to kick on, hasn't found the boundary with too much ease throughout. He played an important little knock just to keep Derby ticking over, but really needs to kick on with 4 and a bit overs to go, and beautifully caught by the skipper in the hot spot at deep mid-wicket there. Again, an important wicket. You got Alex Thompson to come, and then not too much after that. So again, just these little wickets, just in a good grouping like they have been the last 10 or so overs, has been really important to restrict Derby to somewhat of a par total after a really strong start.
230 for 2 it was after the 40 over mark. So 4 wickets have fallen since then. I just got the feeling that it's not always the easiest surface to strike the ball cleanly on, though. We have seen plenty of big hitting for Derbyshire. It's had to be selective rather than just hitting at everything.
Yeah, definitely. I said typically it's almost played in reverse to how you see white ball innings a lot of the time, where there certainly hasn't been much of an impact to the back end here, which tends to be the obvious way to play 50 over cricket. Again, I think we're going to come back maybe at the end of the game and show how important that opening partnership by Lewis Rees and Harry Kane was on a difficult wicket, with the lack of wickets up top for Glamorgan. But it still feels like if Derbyshire do get to 300, which they are on target for, it feels like it's going to be a very difficult chase for Glamorgan unless someone gets a big score.
Yes, need a big one from the likes of Colin Ingram, who was unluckily run out at Worcester on Friday as Gorvin bowls to the tall newcomer, Alex Thompson. And he drives it too long off to take the single. Thompson, Cardiff University's product a few years ago.
Absolutely. A few of those out on the pitch, I believe, today. Have been, over the years, has been a great breeding ground for Glamorgan professionals at the very least.
It's worked well, hasn't it, as Gorvin, another part of that, bowls a slower ball, and has that bowled him? It's whacked Horton. No, it hasn't bowled him. It's just gone straight into Alex Horton's midriff there, I think.
He's done it again. So there is very much some confusion on a run out earlier whether the ball hit the stumps or it was Horton's foot. But
they're having a word with the umpires, and he's gone.
Anushdar's walking off again. A bit of controversy with Horton behind the stumps. He's done it twice this game where he doesn't seem blatantly obvious of whether the ball's hit the stumps or not. Doesn't seem, again, not a lot of reaction from the rest of the Glamorgan fielders, which has been sucking us in here. But Gorvin with another wicket, and Anushdar, the last recognised batter, goes. Interesting to see the replay here. Anushdar goes down for a ramp, and it does look like it's clipped the top of off stump, maybe on the way through to Horton.
Yes, it's whacked Horton in the chest and come back and hit the wickets again, I think, from behind. Hence the confusion and the batter waiting for the.
Well, someone will have to slow that down and watch the highlights. But never been a clear signal, dare I say it, from the umpires at any point today, with the run out, all that bowl there. But
well, I suppose umpires don't think they have to signify a bowled usually, do they?
It makes our job a bit easier when we're all hanging around in circles out on the pitch.
Two wickets in the over. Yeah, the ball struck the top of the off stump on the way through. It also struck Horton, and it may well have struck the stumps again from the other angle, if you like. 267 for 7. Interesting times.
Yeah. I've been recently sent a video of the earlier run out, and it's very much inconclusive as to whether Horton might have stepped on the stumps or whether the ball hit it.
I thought the ball hit the base of the stumps and then almost at the same moment hit Horton on the toe as it ricocheted off the stumps.
I think it's unclear. We'll put it that way, but so there's a lot going on at that time.
Oh, yes. Yes.
It's out in the book, isn't it?
Here's Gorvin in again to Connors, who drives down the ground to Callaway at long on, gets off the mark with a single. 268 for 7. As Dave Fletcher will be updating BBC Radio Derby listeners separately in the background, in case you're wondering what's going on. 268 for 7. Gorvin bowls, clipped on the leg side by Thompson, single taken. 269 for 7. End of the 46 overs. The throw comes in and Horton almost treads on the stumps again. I think he's got a magnet in his boots to those stumps, Alex Horton.
Yeah, it seems like it, certainly today. Just giving us something to talk about throughout, at the very least, as Jimmy Mack returns to bowl his last but one over. Derbyshire reeling from a cluster of wickets over the last period. Glamorgan very much been on the top and restricting Derby to a much more, well, certainly a target they're going to feel much more comfortable about. At the very least, it seemed like they were targeting well over 300 at one point, and with all these wickets and not many batters now remaining in the hutch, it's going to be a scrap for Derby to get to 300.
So it'll be McIlroy, regular in most formats for Glamorgan this season, did really well in the T20. And he bowls, and Thompson looks to turn on the leg side. The ball's ended up at long off for 1 run, and that is all, as Carlson loses his sun hat and runs in off the boundary to keep them down to the single. 270 for 7. Carlson possibly the most fleet of foot in this Glamorgan side. McIlroy to Connors, who pushes it into the ground on the offside, sets off somewhat uncertainly, and is then sent back by Thompson. 270 for 7. Derbyshire rather losing their way, but they still might get past 300, which will be a challenging total, and I suspect Derbyshire would be favourites if they got to 300. But we might have a bit of Duckworth-Lewis stern going on, because the clouds are getting thicker and darker to our right, as that's pulled away by Connors out towards mid-wicket. It was mistimed, so they should be able to take 2, but in the end they decide against it, as the mystery drip from the balcony above us continues, which listeners to the championship match will have got thoroughly bored with.
Must be the aircon system or something, is it? It's the only logical explanation. Thompson back on strike here. He's probably the man to do any sort of damage here, but it's certainly going to be holding this lower end as he swings and misses at a Jamie McIlroy slower ball. Again, the obvious way to go on this wicket, just going into the middle of the wicket, rolling his fingers down either side, or he might have a back of the hander in the locker as well. Bounces through to Horton, a dot ball.
There's McIlroy at the top of his mark at the city end, getting slightly murkier. Bowls to Thompson, low full toss, hammered up too long on, but too well timed really to get more than the single. 271 for 7. Cut off time 2:36 with all the delays, so Glamorgan will be well within that, because it's 2:01 according to the video scoreboard, which thankfully for us is replicated on screen inside our studio. McIlroy bowls, hammered to long on by Connors. Again the single. As the throw comes in to Gorvin. 273 for 7. 3 overs left. Derbyshire falling away, having been 240 before the 3rd wicket fell when Hyder Ali sliced Callaway to backward point. Since then, we've had Lamb bowled by Callaway for 3, Wood LBW to Carlson for 5, Anujdal bowled by Gorvin for 3. Oh, before that, Guest caught at mid-wicket, steep mid-wicket by Carlson off the bowling of Gorvin for 35. So that's a decent contribution, but maybe not as fast as the top 3. Third man is brought up now for the medium pace of Gorvin from this racecourse end, as in bowls full length. Hit down the ground by Connors. Callaway in off the boundary in front of us at long on. Single taken, 274 for 7. It's a little bit routine after that clatter of wickets, and these two playing sensibly, just looking for the ones and twos. Maybe they'll have to try the big shots in the next over, as that is hit down the ground. Nicely timed. Will they try two? Yeah. Oh, nearly should have, maybe. Just the single and the and two, Alex Thompson. There seem to be a few committee meetings as the running here.
Yeah, Callaway again saved probably one there as the ball smashed down the ground, almost straight behind the bowler. He runs around from long on, collected an impressive performance by the young lad in the field and with the ball. As Gorvin's in the bowl again, Connors just dabs it down and blocks it to the keeper again, who nearly has a shy at the stumps as he sets off, but just about gets back into his ground. Gorvin about to finish off his spell here, who's done really well actually, bowling throughout every period of the game. It's big leg side boundary here that he's defending really well, and it looks like Thompson's going to have to be the man to get them up to that 300 mark.
As Gorvin is into bowl, hammered down the ground towards Callaway. This one has been hit too fiercely to come back for a second run. Connors moves to 5. Thompson has 5, 276 for 7. Gorvin with a couple of balls left of his spell. I think, has he bowled it in 3 chunks?
Yeah.
And he comes, and that's played too long on once more by Thompson. And once more, Callaway comes sprinting in and prevents them from taking a second.
Yeah, I think it looks the way they're going to really try and target the next over here, again with the wind, the slightly shorter boundary. But it's going to take a couple of good strikes, certainly a couple of boundaries at least, to get them to that 300 mark.
Gorvin bowls ramp shot over the top of fine leg. Has that gone all the way for a maximum? No, it's bounced just inside the ropes, and well played from a number 9 batsman. Sam Connors got underneath that one, ramped it away to fine leg for 4. Connors has 9. It's 281 for 7.
Yeah, very much needed boundary there, and didn't think it was going to come from the number 9. Thought it was going to rely on Thompson, but a very welcome boundary for the Derby perspective. So Jimmy Mack on for his last over. Again, a very impressive spell, especially the first 5.
What is?
What
is?
Jimmy Mack.
I can't.
There we go. Jimmy Mack. Excellent. 60s, 70s and 80s show currently on BBC Radio Derby. Here's McIlroy then. 281 for 7 bowls, a swing and a miss. Thompson is called through for a bye as the ball explodes out of poor old Alex Horton's gloves. He keeps looking. He's looking for the hole in his left hand. He can't quite work out how he didn't catch that, and it's just one of those things, isn't it?
He's had an interesting day all around.
Hasn't he
Been involved in some potentially controversial moments. Maybe not that we saw them at the time, but yeah, again, 282 for 7.
Not enough. McIlroy bowls a short delivery, and it's left alone by Sam Connors. He sort of bails out of a pull shot. I'm not sure he has a pull shot in his locker. You said you didn't expect, I can't remember which one of the two of you it was, and it happened at least a minute and a half ago. I think it was Nick, not expecting to see that little ramp shot from a number 9 batsman. Yeah, in all honesty, Sam Connors is not a number 9 batsman. He's more of a 10 or 11. So
not anymore by the looks.
Only because of Lackmal and Potts being in the side. He's down the track and a swing and a miss from Connors.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointment here. I think it's just key he gets bat on ball, and I think obviously with Thompson at the other end, this was the end. Yeah, exactly. And I've seen him hit a very clean ball, and again, just with the dimensions and the wind, this was probably the over they were looking to target before the last over, which has that bigger leg side boundary that Glamorgan have defended really well so far.
Thompson is the archetypal player with very long levers. As McIlroy bowls, he's gone for the ramp again, and this time he's going to get 4 for it. It drops a yard inside the boundary rope. I felt sure that was going to go for 6. But it goes for 4 and a very welcome boundary for Sam Connors. It moves to 13 from 11. Nice little cameo from him. 286 for 7. I just suggested to in my update that they'd do well to get to 290. Well, they'll get to 290 now, you would expect. I think 300 might be beyond them, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, 2 beautiful ramp shots from certainly a number 9 now. As fine leg goes back.
Don't tell him that.
From 45, and long off comes into the ring. Jamie McIlroy over the wicket now. Going to go certainly into the wicket, I'm guessing, for that leg side.
And he's
Off-pace ball.
Yeah, that Connors has completely missed the ball, and he smashes his bat into the ground, and he looks back and thinks, well, I should have hit that somewhere. Just hitting it would have been nice.
Yeah.
One ball to go.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a free hit here for Sam Commons. As long as Tomo's on strike for the last over, I think we'd be pretty pleased. But yeah, again,
who's won the fight between Nick Potts and Saranga Lakmal to come out next? McIlroy bowls on. He's lifted this into the leg side. He's going to be caught on the square leg boundary, and he is caught on the square leg boundary. Sam Connors goes for 13 off 13 deliveries. 286 for 8. Now Derbyshire. It was Andy Gorvin who took the catch out there in the deep, and Connors goes. But as you say, Aaron, almost a free hit really for Sam Connors with the breeze short of her boundary, and he thought he'd have a go for it with Thompson on strike for the start of the final over.
Yeah, and a very well-deserved wicket, I think, there for Jamie McIlroy. Certainly been the pick of the bowlers, especially in that opening spell. Ably supported by the spin of Kellaway and Carlson, and Gorvin also playing his role. So Podmore with 1 over to bowl at the end, which you don't tend to see happen too often. You tend to try and leave 2 or 3 to give the bowler a bit of a chance. But this is going to be Podmore's last. And again, Thompson on the strike. 14 needed for that magical 300 mark, which seems a long way off. For a couple of lusty bows.
Nick Potts, the new batsman, Jane. Nick Potts.
There we go.
It's either Nick Potts or Saranga Lakmal. I'd have thought that was fairly straightforward.
He's never been out, has he? By the looks. Career best, 6 not out. No, there's no career average. Is that suggesting he hasn't been out in 50 over cricket?
No, he has been out.
I'm sure. I was trying to back him up.
Actually, no, you mention it. That's not a bad shout, actually. That's not a bad shout. I'm going to have to double check. I did look him up in the game down at Cheltenham, and he might not have been out, you know. He has hit a 6 in List A cricket.
He averages 9. There we go.
That was his 6 not out.
Lying to the viewers again. Podmore in. Thompson just knocks it to point, which seems a little bit against the point. I think I'd like to see Tom have a large chunk of strike, or at least show the intent of trying to hit a boundary first and then knocking it for 1, but certainly happy to get up the other end. 9
List A career runs for Nick Potts. He's only faced 15 balls. He hasn't hit a 4, but he has hit a 6, and that was, I'm 100% certain, at New Road, Worcester, last season. And it was quite a decent hit as well. Might have been the only ball that he faced. Podmore bowls to it, and he launches it into the leg side, but barely times it. Fielded by the now hatless Carlson. Well, he's not got his hat on anymore, but he hasn't.
The foppy's it's gone a bit dark, I think. He doesn't need the coverage from the sun.
No. Yeah, the dark clouds are building away to the west, which is where the weather generally comes from. You could, of course, use the lights. Use them in first-class cricket. There's no reason why they can't put them on for the white ball game. As Podmore, 4 deliveries to go, bowls to Thompson, whips this nicely, but straight to McIlroy at square leg, and they pick up another single. They might not get to 290. 289 for 8. This has been a very disappointing collapse by Derbyshire from 241 for 2 to 289 for 8.
Very much so. I think probably just the loss of momentum has killed them here. However, it still feels like a good score from what our eyes can see from up here. Such a important knock from the openers as Podmore's back into Potts. Slow ball into the wicket, hammered out just into that gap between long on and deep mid wicket, and they come back for 2. Some good running there, but Thompson remains off strike. I said Derby would be horrendously disappointed with the way they finished, but I think the good work done up top, they'll still be pretty pleased with the score coming off at half time.
Yes, They don't get 300 very often. I did count. I think it was 19 times in their history. I counted them at Cheltenham because I thought they were going to get there then. I'm not bothering anymore. Here is Podmore. 2 deliveries of the innings to go. He bowls to Potts, who swings the ball into the leg side. And they're not going to get 300 in this innings either. It's fielded there by Kieran Carlson. Potts moves to 4 from 3 deliveries, 292 for 8, unless he bowls a no ball, but he hasn't looked inclined to do anything like that in this innings. Harry Podmore, whose final figures will probably look worse than he deserves at currently 0 for 53.
Yeah, certainly through the middle and at the back end, he's bowled really well, especially after that opening few overs where he leaked what little runs there were. As he goes for the
full toss 6.
And on cue,
Alex Thompson smashes it back down the ground over Podmore's head. Podmore stands with his hands on his hips. Thompson looks very pleased with himself. He finishes on 14 from 11.
Yeah, Potter's be really disappointed. We were just talking him up and how he's recovered beautifully, and for some reason he tries to go for a Yorker, especially when he's got a larger leg side boundary that his slower balls have been working so well to. And fair play to Alex Thompson. He stood there and swung it high and mighty over long on. And well, we talked about they didn't seem like they're going to get to 300, but 298 is probably just about there or thereabouts. So,
but I think it's not 300.
It's not 300.
It's not 300.
299 is the chase.
Do you know what they got on Tuesday?
No, I don't. Actually.
298 for 9.
There we go.
So
well,
they seem incapable of getting past 298 at the moment, Derbyshire. I think they'll think they're in the game, as we thought they were in the game at Cheltenham, but that's a very different field, of course. Here, with the boundaries slightly further away, they will certainly feel that they're in the game. Well played, Harry Kane and Lewis Rees at the top, 134 for the first wicket. Rees 69, Harry Kane made 73, 63 from Hayder, 35 from Brooke Guest, and then that little couple of little cameos at the end, really. Sam Connors making 13 at a runner ball, and Alex Thompson 14 from 11. Rather unhelpfully, the bowling figures disappeared, so I was just scratching around to try and find them. McIlroy 10 overs, Boulder Maiden 1 for 43. Harry Podmore 10 overs for 59 in the end. Young Ben Morris bowled 3 overs for 26. Andy Gorvin 10 overs, 2 for 63. Kieran Carlson 9 overs, 1 for 58, and possibly the star of the show so far, Ben Kellaway 8 overs, 3 for 41, going at just over 5 and over, which is by far, well, McIlroy went at 4.3, but like Ben Morris 8.6 and Gorvin 6.3, Carlson 6.4. So overall, well, they need just about 6 and over, don't they, Glamorgan? When they come back in half an hour's time, the sandwiches will be in the room just down the corridor, which means that we're going to take a break before they all disappear. And we will be back for the Glamorgan chase. They will be looking for 299 to win this game at the County Ground. At the moment, the weather is holding. How long it holds remains to be seen. Some horrible clouds coming in from the west, but we can put the lights on, and one or two people are starting to put coats on at the far side, which isn't a good sign necessarily. I don't think it's raining at the moment, but there is rain forecast. But we will be back in half an hour for the Glamorgan chase. As I say, 299 they require to win this one here at the County Ground. In and balls to Reed. 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 That's for those of us who can't do maths. And Saranga Lakmal's going to bowl, the lesser spotted. See how he gets on. He hasn't played for a while. I'm trying to remember the last time he did play. Didn't play any of the T20s. Didn't play in the championship matches in. He might have played one of them. Possibly. Anyway, he's going to bowl, and he's going to be bowling to Tom Bevan initially, with 2 slips, much as Glamorgan had. Lakmal, the former Sri Lankan Test player, who's almost certainly not going to be back next season, I wouldn't have thought. Nothing official on that, but
36 years old for a fast bowler is starting to get into the twilight years, isn't it, you'd guess?
very much. In fact,
Yeah, see Michael Hogan.
well, yes, I keep imagining that I'd switch on the Sri Lankan T20, which is going on at the moment, and see him there. Anyway, first delivery of the Glamorgan chase, and it's pushed out into the offside by Bevan, and there is no run. Fielded by Tom Wood.
Tom Bevan, whose reputation with Glamorgan in terms of the first team lies entirely with 1 innings in the 50-over comp last year at Neath. We flayed the attack to all parts of the knoll, the Hampshire attack, in other words. Hanone will be able to remember that for us.
Oh dear. In comes Lakmal again and bowls, and Bevan turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run.
We'd better not mention it in front of an iron. Oops, oh dear, there he is. Run out by Carlson for 7.
No, just as he was getting into his stride, I bet.
Gibbons 93, Holland 63 not out, Hampshire 228 for 9, Glamorgan 229 for 3.
So it wasn't that bad a pitch then. Here is Lakmal in and bowls to Bevan, who defends it straight back to the Derbyshire opening bowler. Tosses the ball away to Nick Potts, who decides he wants nothing to do with it. And he gives it to Lewis Rees. Couple of slips, backward point cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Sam Connors down at long leg, but I assume he'll bowl the first over from the racecourse end. He picked up 2 wickets in 4 balls in the Gloucestershire innings. At one point, they were something like 13 for 2. It didn't do Derbyshire any good ultimately, but Lakmal is in and bowls. That was cut away for 4. Nice shot from Bevan. Too much width, too short. Not ideal from Saranga Lakmal, and Glamorgan are up and running. Get hold of Macca, yeah, Tomo. Yeah. What do you want? Yeah. Come round. He wants him to come round. All right.
Alex Thompson wants Macca presumably being Matty McKiernan.
Yes. Yeah, Macca. Yeah.
As opposed to Glamorgan's Macca, Jimmy Mack.
I'm not entirely sure what Tomo wants down there, but he wants something. He wants him to come round.
Cricket nicknames are rubbish, aren't they?
Yes, they are. 1 or 2 are all right, aren't they? Not many, though. Here's Lakmal bowls, and that one is turned up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Rees. And there's no run. Yeah, generally. Macca, Tomo.
Yeah, you had either an extra O
Kamey.
or a Y, or just knock a syllable off, Fletch.
You'd be... What do they generally call you?
Webby, I think.
An iron? Not sure about that. Here's Lakmal in bowls, and that's left alone by Bevan to go through to Brooke Guesty. And it's the end of the first over, 4 without loss. All of those runs coming by way of the Bevan boundary. And he's faced all 6 deliveries as well. So Ed Byram will be on strike for the first over from the racecourse end, which will be bowled indeed by Samuel Connors.
Well, the Glamorgan team's efforts to provide a more inventive nickname for the skipper were somewhat axed when they had to remove a social media video on the once they realised why that particular player was called that name, and it wasn't entirely appropriate.
Oh, really?
This,
excellent.
Era of political correctness.
Excellent. I shall try to remember to ask you on the way round to the interviews afterwards.
as it will be Connors to open up the attack for the powder blue. It's not quite sky blue. Ducket.
I called
blue.
it powder blue.
Yeah.
The other day. I think that's perfectly adequate.
With the various flashes of colour in the Derbyshire County colours, and outside off stump, driven by Byram, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Ed Byram, the left-hander, who didn't play in Glamorgan's one-day cup side last season, had rather a shaky start in his Glamorgan white ball career in the T20 Blast, but reinvented himself as an opener in the Blast as well at the start of this season, and did rather well before he was waylaid by injury. As Connors bowls and Byram plays that into the offside, and there's no run.
Keep nudging your... You've got a 3 o'clock, is that right?
I've got a 3 o'clock,
okay.
so I'll be withdrawing after a couple of overs, and Aaron Donald, the Hampshire wicketkeeper batter,
so
will be with us.
Eddie Byram's nickname will be Lord, won't it? Surely.
You would have hoped so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You would have hoped so.
Clever people, cricketers.
As Connors bowls and Byram angles that one away to get off the mark, down towards third man for a safe single, 5 without loss.
I can't think of any of those Derbyshire players with an interesting nickname, so very much conforming to sporting stereotypes.
Colin Ingram is simply known as Kingram by the media team and the supporters.
He's earned it.
He's also known as Bosey earlier in his career. Not quite sure why.
Was he a leg spinner?
Ah, yes, of course. Yes, that'd be why. As Bevan is, I think, hit on the pad there, but it bounced very firmly out towards point. He's got good pads on. 5 without loss, chasing 299, so it's give or take a runner ball. Billy Root, yeah, he did start off with 66 in his first year or two with Glamorgan, but then changed it to 7. He said, "No, I just got fed up with the joke."
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously,
Seems his brother hasn't.
his brother's not got fed up with the joke. Connors into bowl. Bevan fiddles outside off stump. Thought for a moment he'd got an edge, but there's just a bit of deviation off the pitch. Through it went to guest low down.
Bit of weather news.
It's not raining.
Well, no, the ground staff thought it was coming at 2 o'clock on their apps, and it never came. So that is good news.
I think we might have
Yeah, it
missed
just went to the south, and
the
it is
chunk
clearly
of
raining to
darkness.
the south east of where we're sitting. Raining on Nottingham. That's what it deserves.
Connors is in to bowl to Bevan, who defends it back down the pitch. We saw Derbyshire get off to a relatively restrained start, 43 in the first 10 power play overs, but they got 78 off the next 10 to really launch themselves into it. Big innings from the top 3. If you're just joining us, came 73, career best Reece 69, Haider Ali 63. Not from that, Brooke Guest 35 was the only contribution of anything substantial, so it's the top 4, and after that no one got over 20 as wickets tumbled rapidly in the back half of the innings, or the back 10 overs really.
Saranga Lackwell will eventually bowl the 3rd over when they've finished moving the field around. Harry Kane's gone from the leg side into a catching extra cover. Just the 1 slip now as he bowls to Byram, who pushes this backward of square on the offside, fielded by Dahl, one of the fielders who's got substantial bandaging on his right hand.
Yeah, we mentioned Kieran Carlson earlier on. He does wear his little finger taped permanently to the finger next to it. There's various career injuries.
It's almost inevitable, isn't it? If you field for as long as most of these players do, you're going to pick up injuries. Byram waits as Lackwell bowls to him, and that one is turned into the leg side. Fielded by Tom Wood, and there's no run. When Madsen struggled with his fingers in the last couple of seasons. Various times in the slips struck on them.
Well, he won't be injuring them anytime soon if he's not playing in the other competition.
No, well, it's interesting on that as well. I think, from what I can gather, and I'm hoping to get an email at some point confirming, as Lackmal comes in again and bowls to Byram, who turns this nicely out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Tom Wood immediately started a gentle jog to go and fetch the ball because he knew he wouldn't catch up with it, and the boundary is greeted by complete silence. Glamorgan 9 without loss.
There are some Glamorgan supporters here today, but they're obviously in a post-lunch slump.
Yeah. Apparently you have to have missed 2 games in a row before county can request that you're asked to come back and play.
Okie doke.
From the other competition to the proper one.
To the less lucrative one.
Yeah, potentially. 9 without loss. Halfway through the 3rd over. It's been bowled by Sarenga Lackmal, who's going to come around the wicket to Eddie Byram, who just thinks about fiddling at that one outside the off stump, potentially. Goes through to Guest.
The mysteries of the Byram leave.
Yeah, well, what did he play it? Did he not play it? I've no idea.
I don't think he did.
No, okay.
I don't think he did. There's
I'll take that.
a very minimal movement of the bat inside the line of the ball when he leaves, rather than the complete opposite to the Labuschagne swishing blade.
Is he back in September?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. Next delivery turned into the leg side by Byram. Thompson has a little run round from long leg, picks up. They come back for a comfortable 2. Byram moves to 7, 11 without loss.
One would hope there would be an overseas bowler, and then Colin Ingram will play through as the overseas batter.
Okay.
But Glamorgan have already used 6 overseas players so far this season, one of whom was here so briefly I didn't even meet him. Cameron Fletcher, New Zealand A-team wicketkeeper.
Cousin Cameron. Here's Lackmal, bowls Byram, just guides this backward. A square on the offside to Anuj Dal. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 3 gone, 11 without loss.
Who was seen for some reason as a temporary replacement for Colin Ingram as a top-order batter. And, yes.
Okay.
Answers on a postcard, please. 11 for naught after, where are we, 3 overs, and Aaron Donald will replace me.
Gloucestershire had an overseas player on Tuesday who was signed for 1 game. Harry Tector, the Ireland international, scored some runs and then disappeared. I don't know where he's gone. Presumably to some lucrative franchise competition somewhere. I have to warn you, I do have an update just after about 3 minutes past 3. So, but that's you okay. Can't hear the cue, so
that's fine.
I'll sort of do that.
I'll hold the fort down.
I'll do that. Well, no, I do it on this, but I'll wave at you. No problem. Connor's full toss and is driven down the ground by Bevan for 4 runs, looking for the Yorker, missing it by a foot, I would have thought. And Bevan moves on to 8, 15 without loss. Good start for Glamorgan. Good solid start.
Yeah, a little bit more pace on the ball here from the Derbyshire openers, and it's just getting to the boundary a little bit easier as it does. It'll be interesting to see though if Derby can really hammer away in the right spots, whether that extra pace can be helpful in getting a few early wickets against this Glamorgan top order.
Next delivery from Connors is past the edge. That was a sharp delivery, but good bounce through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. Past the edge of Bevan's bat. That's what he's capable of, Sam.
Yeah, that's exactly what Derby are looking for from Sam Connors. He's got a bit of pace about him and nice strong action. He's obviously struggled a little bit with injury over the last few years, but hopefully he'll kind of grow into this role, and it certainly looks like he has a part to play in every format.
You're a stylish cricketer.
On my day, maybe.
I've got a question for you in a moment. Sam Connors bowls. That's again past the edge, but this time it's an expansive-looking drive from Bevan as the ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Matt Lamb at mid-off. What sort of style would you call it when he wears his cap like that? It's absolutely bizarre.
Looks like a train driver.
Yes, doesn't he? Casey Jones. That's exactly who he looks like.
I can't speak too much though because I look ridiculous in baseball caps, just pure size of my head. So I'm not going to be taking any shots.
I think he might have
the field.
Too small a head for the baseball. I don't know what it is. Here comes Connors again and bowls. That one is guided very nicely and just beyond the dive of Anuj Dal at backward point by Bevan for a single. He moves on to 9. 16 without loss. Yes, I'd spotted it before, or in the past, shall I say. But obviously in the Championship, which is the most cricket that he's played, really, they have those baggy blue caps, Derbyshire.
Extra baggy as well, the Derbyshire caps.
Are they?
Very,
Yeah,
very wide.
yes, I like them. Yes, a bit like Eki Thumper. That's way before your time. In comes Connors around the wicket, a swing and a miss from Byram. Trying to drive it into the offside. Makes no contact.
Yeah, a little bit in this wicket. I said I have a funny feeling the Derbyshire opening bowlers are going to get a little bit more out of this wicket with a new ball. But certainly it's a little bit of risk and reward. Off to a solid start here, Glamorgan, but a couple of edges have been beaten here early by Sam Connors.
I might chuck you in at the deep end here. Actually, you could just sort of talk on the stream, couldn't you? I think you could do that.
I should have prepared something, maybe a speech or something.
I don't think you need to prepare anything. Connors bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-off where it's fielded by. Unless you want me to stay, it's up to you.
No,
I can do it either way. I can do it either way. You're happy? Excellent.
Happy to take it on, as long as the listeners are.
And I'll only be gone a minute. End of the over. 16 without, well, hopefully. 16 without loss. Bevan 9, Byram 7. 4 gone. They need a further 283 to win. And the weather is holding up nicely.
Yeah, I
think I'm going to nick off for a minute.
I think we've done pretty well to avoid the few showers that were supposed to be about. Lackmore continuing from the far end here. 1 slip, 4-man offside ring, 3rd man and fine leg. So very standard field here as he comes into bowl to Tom Bevan. He's in top of the off stump, just dribbled away in front of him as Harry Kane flies in from extra cover and fizzes it into the keeper. Yeah, it seems to be quite an even start here. Derbyshire obviously showed the way at the top of their innings. Top 3 or 4 batted beautifully throughout and just fell away that momentum at the end of the innings. Derby looking for an early wicket that Glamorgan couldn't quite find. With Lackmore, who's missed a bit of time himself, comes in the bowl again. Just keeps a little bit low outside off stump. Tom Bevan tries to cut away behind point. Just misses out. Again, just showing that there's enough in this wicket if they put it in the right area. 300 seeming to be a good total to the eye. But again, another strong batting lineup from Glamorgan. Typically happens in this 50-over comp. A lot of senior guys missing. However, obviously Sam Northeast not in contention to be selected today, being rested. So a couple of chances for the younger Glamorgan batsman as Lackmore's in again, beats the outside edge beautifully of Tom Bevan, who lunges forward and just seems like that one bounced a bit more rather than staying low. The baby blue of Derbyshire out there in the field. Lackmore, a man of much experience on the international stage and completing, I believe, the end of a 2-year stint here in Derbyshire colours. As he's into bowl again, to Bevan, triggers back. Cut beautifully through point, just in front of point for 4. Lackmore misses short and wide again. Bevan cuts, looks real strong, square of the wicket, and he moves nicely on into the teens. This partnership just starting to build already. That's the kind of ball he's always looking to capitalise on in white ball cricket. Seems to be a bit of swing there for Lackmore, but certainly short and wide of where the skipper would like him to be aiming for. Again, Bevan with another boundary. Just beaten Anuj Dal, who's a top fielder in that backward point region.
Magnificently done. Well done, Aaron.
Much appreciated. Lackmore in again. Bevan punches into the offside. A bit tighter, bit of a heavier length. But yes, very much even Stevens at the start of this Glamorgan batting innings.
I just think it goes to show that you are indeed learning.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
That's what I'm here for.
That's what it's all about.
So you're understudy for the day.
I'm not sure about understudy, but it's very good to have you with us. I keep looking at the clouds to the west, but they're holding off.
The lighting keeps changing every now and again. You get a ray of sunshine and then straight back to clouds. Lackmell in again. And Bevan forward and defends it to short extra cover. Navigates that over pretty comfortably. A couple of player misses in there. Lackmell trudges back off to fine leg where you typically find the nasty fast bowlers conserving their energy.
And even the pleasant ones. The good news is that Macca heard Tomo.
He did. He got the call.
And he's just been around to drop something off. It's a drink. Of course it is. That's what cricketers want most, isn't it? Drinks. Sam Connors then to bowl over number 6. Glamorgan 20 without loss. I've just spotted Duckworth Lewis on the scoreboard, which is good news. Glamorgan slightly ahead. As Connors is in, and that one is a full delivery. Eased out square on the offside by Byram, fielded by Anuj Dal.
Crawling through the wicket ends
the
at
dust
point. Yeah.
That is the one problem with these this Derbyshire kit. It shows all the dirt, you know.
Just
as soon as you
shows how hard the boys are working in the field. That's what they say.
He's an astonishing fielder, Anuj Dal.
Yeah, very good.
And quick. My word, he's quick. Here's Connors. Just the one slip for Sam. Bowled to Byram, who plays it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Yeah, Byram looking organised here as well. Looks to hit very square of the wicket. You can see cover point and point very far behind square for him, trying to cut off his favourite area. Connors would be looking to bowl very full and straight and just drag him into playing down the ground where I think he's a little bit more uncomfortable. Connors around the wicket now as well, change of angle.
I've got another question for you now. In goes Connors. This one's about cricket, believe it or not, as he bowls.
Not outfits.
And Byram defends this one. So you're saying they're his favourite areas. I mean, obviously you perhaps know the Glamorgan players, although I don't know how much, if at all, you played with Eddie Byram.
Well, I just missed him, actually.
Yeah. So when you go out, bowlers have plans. You'd have to know them as a keeper because you'd be just nudging people. How do you remember all 11 opposition batsmen and what their strengths and weaknesses are?
Well, first of all, we do cut off the tail end sometimes just to try and make it a bit more manageable.
Okay. Connor's next delivery is pushed into the offside by Byram.
But generally, because of the way the groups are split, we tend to play against similar players quite often. And then we kind of break it down. So we always have a team meeting either on the day of a game if it's T20 or the day before. So we'll run through all the stats, their strong points, where they like to hit it, where they don't. In white ball cricket, we tend to break up their strike zones, we'll call them, into green and red. So that's divided by strike rate, which is typically more T20, knowing which areas they fancy.
Blimey, this one's whipped into the leg side. 4 runs to Byram. That was a nice shot. It just got past the dive of Nick Potts and just has enough revolutions left on it to get to the boundary. Byram moves to 11, 24 without loss.
So there's a few things will probably stick out in our mind. So typically to a left-hander, it'll be whether they average more or less over or around the wicket. Then do they tend to nick off more than they get hit on the pad? So our statter likes to break them down as we call them knickers or kickers.
Oh, okay.
For us to kind of help remember it.
I don't think I could do it the day before. Connor's next delivery again whipped into the leg side, and that is a beautiful shot. 4 more.
Extra pace just helping Byram out there, clipping it beautifully there past mid-wicket.
15 to him now, 28 without loss. Glamorgan at the end of the 6th over. Byram 15, as I say. Bevan has 13. See, it's the remembering bit though. You just sort of, that's what you do. So you remember it. It's a bit like
we do
quarterbacks and all the rest of it. They sort of remember things, don't they, and patterns of play. And
we do have a piece of paper flying around on the bench, and we literally shout up to the balcony sometimes if we do forget. You might see James Vince kind of gesturing whether we go over or around. Typically, there's also a bit of gut feel, so I can usually tell by someone's grip, bat face, setup that roughly they're going to hit in certain areas.
Right. Blackmore begins a new over with the ball that Bevan slams his bat down on. They go through for a quick single as the ball dribbles into the leg side. 29 without loss.
So there's little things you pick up throughout the year, and then it's a bit of, have you played with him or against him, or it's kind of a bit of natural feel.
And it's quite a small community, isn't it? The cricket community.
Definitely.
I mean, you'd walk onto that field now and you'd be obviously you played for both, but you'd be as comfortable talking to either side as you would at most cricket
Yeah, of
grounds.
course.
I
And,
think.
and I said there's very few guys you don't. There's so much video footage out there now that we're always watching the highlights and how people play, and you tend to get some sort of feel. And in T20, you play people twice a year, potentially in red ball another 2 times, and 50 you could play the same team 5-6 times a year.
Yeah, oh, tell me about it. Leicestershire. Leicestershire and Durham. Derbyshire seem to play most of their season against Leicestershire and Durham. That ball was clipped into the leg side, no run. Yeah, but it does get a bit tedious.
I bet. Yeah. So you guys do all the. You have just a crazy schedule as we do, so you feel the county grind.
Well, yeah, but
most.
we do a lot of sitting down, of course. There's a lot of sitting down involved, and a fair amount of drinking as well. Not that I'm advocating that.
That's maybe a few years ago in the cricket sense. It might be a little bit less of that now.
Hardly any of it. We barely see a player now if we're out in town at night. 2 more to Byram as he clips that one into the leg side out towards a straightish mid-wicket fielded by Tom Wood.
Maybe you just go into the wrong spots.
Yeah, or they see us first and dart into an alleyway, so they're not spotted. No, we see it. We see the odd player now and then walking out for something to eat at an away game, obviously.
Yeah, we eat in the hotel exclusively now as well, so we don't even get the expenses and get to go out and venture out. It's all controlled now. All the nutrition.
That's First Division cricket for you. Blackmell bowls, guided nicely down to a wide third man. Connors is there. Fumbles the ball, but they've settled for a single. 32 without loss. Glamorgan, 267 more runs required to win their target. 299 after Derbyshire made 298 for 8, having made 298 for 9 on Tuesday. I wonder what they'll make on Wednesday. The law of averages would suggest it would be around 298.
Pretty defensive field here now from Derbyshire. As an extra man goes into mid-wicket, third man fine leg, and a lot of people in front of the bat. Blackmell beats Tom Bevan's outside edge again. Just when he gets in the right area, it's looking a little bit stuck there on the crease. Another nice ball from Saranga. It's going to be interesting to see after Potts. A couple of medium pace options in Rees and Ujdal, but it'd be interesting to see whether they try and squeeze out some part-time spin from, I believe Tom Wood bowls a bit of off spin and maybe Matt Lamb bowls some leg spin, but unlikely with his back situation.
Sure Matt Lamb's up to it, to be honest, but we'll find out. Blackmell's next delivery, it's a play and a miss. Played quite hard at it. Bevan missed the edge of the bat and ended the over in which a boundary and a single, I think. Miles behind. No boundary, just 4 runs from it. 32 without loss. I am paying attention. It's that time of day, though.
Yeah, it's quite hard up here. We have a big LED screen which gives us all this ball-by-ball information right in front of us down in the Aegeus or at Cardiff. So a few adjustments we made. Can't quite see the scoreboard from this position, but a lovely view of the rest of the ground as Connors is in to bowl again to Eddie Byram. He's got off to a very nice start, full and straight and respected straight back to him. That's the area Connor wants to be bowling in. That extra pace probably just hurting him a little bit, if anything, but certainly feels like the Derbyshire attack has beaten the bat a little bit more than the Glamorgan attack did at the same time. However, no inroads as of yet.
They built the new scoreboard. It's been up, I think, since this, is it just this season, or was it up last season? It might have been up last season. But unfortunately, I'll tell you where it is.
I was about to say, I think I know exactly where it is.
Yeah, that one was
No,
pushed square in the offside by Byram. You can see the edge of it just there through those 2 windows. It's right next to our media centre. So this screen mirrors what's on that scoreboard. So
that's got all the information on.
We were they spotted the flaw.
As long as the paying fans can see it, we can work it out our end.
The old scoreboard's still up, but it's, when the sun shines on it, you can't see it. It doesn't always work. Connors bowls, that's a runaway down a fine leg off something. Is it going all the way to the boundary? No. Lewis Rees hauls it back in. It's going to be leg bys as Rees throws the ball back. 34 without loss.
Just clipped a little bit of thigh pad there. They come back for the 2. again, it's been quite a sedate start to both innings, which typically probably favours the batting side, really, unless they're targeting a huge score. If I remember correctly, did you have some problems with, was it the sun? Did they change the square around here years back?
Oh, yes.
It's a bit before my time, but
Before mine.
I remember
The club.
they had some problems with the sunlight. That's crashed a short extra cover, but fielded nicely by Harry Kane.
They did a number of things. Obviously, it was 90 degrees, otherwise you'd be the same way.
I'm not sure I'm making it up. Did they have some sort of machine lifter that tried to block the sun out?
Crane with a very large sheet of steel on it at one point. You can see the poplars at the end there. There's 4 or 5 poplars. Well, they came all the way across, and they were shielding the fielders from the sun when it went down.
See.
However, as Connors bowls and it's guided backward a square down towards third man by Byram, who picks up a single, 35 without loss. So somebody had the bright idea of chopping the poplars down, and when they chopped the poplars down, the sun was in the eyes of the batsmen, especially in evening matches when it was getting low. There was there was one famously on televised T20 game in Lancashire, I think. And then they thought they had the bright idea of hiring a crane and putting this big sheet of metal there.
So that, where was it?
Way to our right.
I see. I thought it was more in line with the batters than the fielders.
So this next delivery's...
So the only logical solution, isn't it?
Yes, yes. And when they did it, the square was basically covered in shade and the rest of the ground was in glorious sunshine.
Probably made it worse. See the ball come out.
And then ultimately they turned the square. The square hasn't always been there. It was for a while away where which is a long, long time ago, where the hotel is.
Really?
Where you'll have gone in the outdoor nets, which are terrific, aren't they, at the back there. England played, not on the pitches, obviously, before there were nets, but England played an international there against Ireland football. There was an FA Cup final replay played there. Derby County first played on this ground. And the finishing line to the racecourse is over there to our left.
Of course it is.
1939, the last time a horse went past that finishing line. That one is crashed away to backward point towards the boundary by Byram, but he only picks up a single because Sam Connors is down there. Byram moves on to 20, 36 without loss, hence the racecourse end. If you look on Google Maps now, you can see the shape of the racecourse still. It's a big, huge playing field at the back.
I forget how much space and land you have here, which is at a premium to most of the other grounds now in the country.
I think the council owns most of it.
I see.
Including the ground. Apart from a strip over there, I was told the other week. As Lackmell is in. That one is driven straight back over his head. Not completely timed, and I'm not sure whether it will have, yes it does, has the legs to get to 4 at long off. And slightly chancy shot from Bevan, but he moves on to 18, 40 without loss in the 9th over. Glamorgan now in pursuit of 299.
Waited very nicely for that, Bevs. Typically a pretty free-flowing attacking batsman. He's had to really wait his time, and it's the first ball he's really got pitched up into the slot and cashed in as mid-off just starts to drop back to the circle and forces another bowling change. Fine leg comes into the ring and deep square goes back, so might see something a bit of a heavier length into the wicket. Keep it away from Bev's arc here.
Yeah, Nick Potts has gone out. This next delivery is just guided to backward point by Bevan. I thought for a moment he was feeling his hamstring, but he was just sorting his protective gear out there.
Yeah, he does like to give it a bit of a stretch and a fiddle around. Again, I think both batters having faced 25 balls plus here, I think you can just start to see a few more attacking shots come out and try and put a bit of pressure on at the back end of this power play. But another steady start here for Glamorgan, just like the Derbyshire innings.
And comes Lackmell again. That one's turning to the leg side. Potts will come in off the boundary to do the fielding. Bevan will move to 19. And Glamorgan to 41 without loss. With 2 balls of the 9th over left. Derbyshire in the power play made 43. So Glamorgan will be ahead of that, you would expect, at the end of the next over when the power play finishes. And it's following a similar pattern to the Gloucestershire game, where Derbyshire got 66 without loss in the power play. Gloucestershire were just in front, and from then on they were always in front. As Lackmal around the wicket bowls, it's heaved into the leg side. Harry Kame's got some work to do here. Byron will only pick up a single as a result because Kame does that work really nicely, moving around to his right-hand side. Glamorgan 42 without loss.
I think, if anything, the Derbyshire bowlers and captain will be a little bit disappointed with how they bowled to the left-handed Byram here. I think they just struggled to adjust a little bit, giving him a lot of clips off his legs and a few cuts where he, again, just falling into his extra strong areas. Bevan's back on strike here to Lackmore to close out his over in a good area.
Pushed into the offside. No run as it's again fielded by Harry Kame. Batted nicely earlier for Derbyshire. Top scoring with 73. It's high scoring first in, I've said it again, in List A cricket.
Yeah, briefly caught up with him last night and talking to him, just checking in, seeing how his family was. And as we briefly discussed earlier, Mr. Kame, I believe he's come up a couple of times this year to watch Harry, where he hasn't got any runs. And as soon as he doesn't come,
yes, he wasn't
the trip
here,
north. He's got 200s, I believe. So
for the big partnership,
starting to become a little
Glamorgan.
bit of a superstition, which hopefully will break rather soon. As Byram's forward and just blocks Connors to cover. So yeah, I said it's great to see Harry doing so well. Thoroughly deserved, and looks like he's grabbed his opportunity here with both hands, and certainly seems to be a favourite of Mickey Arthur's. Trains very well.
Just signed a new 2-year contract, him and Lewis Rees.
Yeah, a few people in and out the door. And cricket's version of the transfer window of the last month or two.
Chaos, isn't it? I'm not a big fan, if I'm honest. Connor's next delivery is defended into the offside.
Certainly part of the modern game, anyway.
Yes,
It's a bit
yeah,
of a
I think it's
change.
here to stay.
Yeah, it's. Don't think the system is perfect, but certainly in modern day sport, I think cricket's starting to become much more used to players moving around and searching for new opportunities, as we just checked in on the Leeds Cardiff
Coupon buster at Ellen Road. With all due respect to everybody, or those of you living in South Wales who are interested in Cardiff City. Connors bowls, I know not everybody is. That one is heaved into the leg side by Byram. Doesn't reach. I'm going to try and guess who that is now. It's Nick Potts. When they all wear long sleeves, it becomes exceptionally tricky to work them all out.
It's quite hard. You've got to go on the stats. I think it's quite difficult to tell. This baby blue doesn't give you too much definition. So
no, and they've all got the
gotta use
caps on.
you
Most
gotta
of
use
them
the
wearing
boots, I
glasses.
reckon.
Yes.
Boots is the best way. Saw a big ankle strap over there, so it must have been Mr. Potts.
The only one I can really say with any certainty is Hayder. He's at cover. And goes Connors and bowls, driven but straight to Matt Lamb. And mid-off
That's the
by
length.
Bevan.
That's exactly the length they'll be aiming for. Hasn't been much really scored off the front foot. It's been when people have missed straight or short and wide. Assuming we're going to get a bowling change very soon after the last couple of balls of this power play. Very interested to see how Alex Thompson goes. See if he gets some turn out their wicket. I think they'll likely turn to Potts and a mixture of Dahl and Rees before he gets a go, though.
Next. Oh, he hasn't bowled it this time. He did that on Tuesday as well once. Sam Connors obviously didn't feel 100% right as he was about to let go of the ball, so he held on to it.
Takes some good strength to be able to pull out at that point. He was charging in, and I thought he was just going for a little round arm variation.
Yes.
Pulled away.
He's watched Zaman.
Yes.
His action was ridiculous, but very effective. In goes Connors and bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside.
Yeah, he was. I haven't really played with or against many people who bowl like him, let alone kept to him. I found it really difficult because of where his release point was. It felt like he released it. If I was standing as keeper where I normally would, I wouldn't be able to see the ball released from, because the batsman was in the way. Normally you kind of get a bit of angle in towards you. He was releasing it straight in front of the umpire, so it made things quite difficult actually to line yourself up as a keeper.
He got 20-odd wickets and 50% of them were hitting the base of the stumps. I mean, he hit the stumps more than anybody. That's off his toes. Nice shot. Bevan, 4 runs, carving it out past Nick Potts to the point boundary, and Bevan moves to 23. Byram has 22, and at the end of 10 overs, the power play is up And Glamorgan are 47 without loss, so 4 ahead, only 4 ahead of where Derbyshire were. Very, very similar starts for both of these sides.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get Anuj Dal as the first change bowler here. The elbow sleeves come off. The helmet was run on, but Guest is starting back as the field then spreads away from us. Nice start from Glamorgan. Usually quite a good relation in 50-over cricket is checking where they are in relation to Duckworth Lewis. They're 47 for Norton. The Duckworth par score at this point is 37, so just ahead of the game here. And I think they're, again, be very comfortable with where they are.
Did you keep to Anuj Dal? I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember.
No, he didn't bowl during.
No, he had. He's come back from a side strain. Yes, of course he did. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He just strikes me, and I often say it. He just seems to bowl slightly quicker than he looks like he's bowling. If that makes any. They call these heavy balls. I'm not sure that's the correct term or not, but he's around the wicket bowling a very full length delivery with no real pace to Byram, who pushes it out into the offside square.
I think he's seems to be a very handy red ball option. I think in white ball he's more there to try and get you through a few overs here and there. Certainly more than capable of that. And again, with Lewis Rees in the top order, you've got enough seam bowling options. But I should imagine, Guest, he won't be standing back for too much longer as long as the batters aren't too passive.
Sure, they'll give Tomo a go. Nick Potts is warming up over on the
yeah, I think they'll. I think
mid-wicket
Potts is
boundary.
likely to come from this end if I had to guess, and so it's going to be very interesting if Tomo looks good and gets a bit of turn and bounce out of it, which he should with his stature at the very least. Be interested to see if they turn to any part-time spin options as Anuj Dal comes in again, brings Eddie Byram forward, and I think he's actually going to be quite effective here. He's going to hit that right length on this wicket, and as we mentioned earlier, there's been a little bit of hold for the seamers, especially when you use your change-ups, and I think he's going to really force Byram and Bevan to try and take him on to get any boundaries or get ahead of the rate. So it'll be interesting, a bit of cat and mouse here after a solid start.
Dal to Byram, who guides that one down to a wide-ish third man where Sam Connors is fielding. They go through for a single, 48 without loss. Excuse me, 23 to each of the batsmen, Tom Bevan and Eddie Byram. I can hear, I've got the cult in my ears now. Sanctuary, what a top song that is. The lead singer came from Birkenhead, which is where most good people come from, of course.
Is that so?
Absolutely. Dal bowls to Bevan. I thought you'd have known that. Yeah, that's where I come from, certainly. Ian Astbury, I think. I did this show last week. They were shorter presenters, clearly. I did this 60s, 70s and 80s show last week and had an absolute ball sitting in the studio playing
full
records.
radio DJ for afternoon.
Yeah, let's rock. This next one is turned into the leg side by Bevan. And there's no run. End of the Dal over. Just the one run from it. Good start for Anuj Dal. 48 without loss after 11 overs. And here is Nick Potts. I might have to ask you to do a bit of the old commentary here.
That's okay,
do
no problem.
another update.
Again, young Mr. Potts on the bowl here from the media stand end. And Dal started very nicely there. Again, just starting to extract a little bit of movement out as soon as that ball gets a little bit older. As Potts is just marking his run up out here, having a little dry run through, if you like. Byram and Bevan started beautifully, both on 23 now. Partnership creeping towards 50. Run rate, nothing too flash, but certainly again, 50 over cricket, they'll be very happy with the point of the game they're at here. Being knocked down after 11 overs. 21-year-old Potts. First change, he's got very standard 50 over field here with sweepers out both sides and third man and fine leg over the wicket here to Byram as he's into bowl. Just misses down the leg side, a little bit of pace on it, not given a wide, interestingly. Been a slight change in the rules this year. Oh, it's retrospectively called wide, as I mentioned that. I was just about to go on how it happened a lot in T20s this year, where they're now counting the wide line from A, where you start your trigger, and B, if you move across the offside, they give them a lot more leeway now. So leg side wides are kind of back off the table as Potts in again to Byram. Draws him forward and plinks one to mid-off, full and wide of off stump. Byram just pokes it out to Thompson fielding at mid-off. So Derbyshire still hunting their first wicket here. The new ball having not done too much damage in either innings. Seam still plugging away. As Potts charges into bowl again with his arm sleeve on, full, and that's a beauty to Byram. Looks like he's done him on the inside edge, through to Guest. Again, talk about hitting the right length on this wicket. It seems like there's a little bit there. Just nip back through Byram's gate, and certainly you want to be dragging him into that kind of area. Again, Derbyshire just seem to be beating the bat, but no luck as of yet. And Glamorgan batsman certainly coping very well. Potts will be encouraged by that last ball as he's into bowl again. It's Eddie Byram. Sits back, just keeps a bit low, tucks off his hip, out to square leg. Matt Lamb fields it out there pretty comfortably. It's just the one run. Tom Bevan back on strike. Nice little start here from the first change Derbyshire bowlers.
Yeah, 47 runs conceded from 5 overs and 2 balls down at Cheltenham College. Nick Potts, still a young man, contracted for next season as well. Bowls to Tom Bevan, who drives but doesn't time it. Nicely stopped by a tumbling Tom Wood. Perhaps that should be his nickname. Tumbling Tom.
Moving very nicely at mid-wicket there. I'd say it's quite an athletic Derbyshire side, dare I say it, all round.
I think you're absolutely right. There was a time when we feared for Derbyshire's fielding, but this is not a bad fielding side.
No, very good. It tends to be quite a theme throughout the 50-over comp of full of youngsters and elite athletes, as like to call ourselves.
It's gone up and over. Is it going to be caught? No, it's gone for 6. Yeah, for a moment, Lewis Rees looked like he might have been interested. He's played a shot there. It's a sort of attempted cover drive, and it's looped up off an outside edge, thickish outside edge, all the way down to the members' pavilion in the far distance and over the head of Lewis Rees for 6.
Bizarre shot. I think to be fair, I think the reason it's gone so far is he's tried to lift it up and over point.
Okay.
As he said, it's kind of a bit of a thicker edge, and it's absolutely flown again to, if there is a shorter side, it's that side towards. Is that the old pavilion? Or again,
one of the many pavilions, yes, indeed. Played off the back for Bevan.
So it's quite hard to keep up with the county grounds history here.
He moves on to 30.
But yeah, some shot there over third man.
Players used to get changed in the downstairs bit of it.
Right.
The first, that'd be the ground floor. That's what I'm looking for, the ground floor. So the top floor is the
mezzanine.
Yes, which is a word that's seldom used in Derby, I think. That's the members' lounge, and then obviously the balcony, and to the far right-hand end where they've got a little bit of extra room because they've tagged on a bit. That's where that's the chairman's box.
I see. A little bit empty today.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be members of the committee. I know Bud Hill is here, the president, or I knew he was certainly coming. And as Dahl bowled a very good first over, conceded just 1 run. He's now conceded his 2nd run as the first ball of his 2nd over. He's clipped down to Matt Lamb at fine leg.
Be interesting to see if Bevs gets back on strike here for a little bit to Dahl, where he's going to try and take him on. That shot over wide third man, pretty remarkable for 6. Just kick-started him, and I think if the Glamorgan batters are going to try and move it on against anyone, it's probably the medium pace of Dahl, as he's in the bowl again to Byram. Slices it away to point. It's nicely picked up there by Connors, it looks like.
It is. I was just going to remark the fact that Connors is, for an opening bowler, is a very fine fielder. More used to being on the boundary because he's got a terrific arm. But a backward point, which is as you said in the first innings, an important position, isn't it, in one day,
Absolutely.
especially one-day cricket. That one's clipped nicely by Byram out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They're going to come back for 2 as Harry Kane's throw comes in, but they get back comfortably enough. Byram moves to 26, 60 without loss.
Yeah, pretty easy going again here for the Glamorgan batsman, but yeah, certainly below the required run rate, and I guess that's the difference. Batting second, they might be cruising like Derby did, but certainly that run rate, because of the runs on the board, is heading up as Byram climbs into an offside drive, but stopped nicely by Hayder, another fine fielder, a short extra cover. So that's the difference when you bat second. That scoreboard pressure just adds a little bit because you notice that run
Sort
rate
of almost
creeping up.
not got to look at that line
it's
at the
very
bottom, which is run rate 4.7, required rate 6.4, because there's not a big difference between the two, but it can sort of mess with your head a bit. Oh, there's an edge there from Byram down to a very fine third man. Terrific stop by Matt Lamb down below us to our left. That's an excellent bit of work from Lammy. You'd hope he'd be called something else, wouldn't you, like mint sauce or something. 62 without loss. Byram moves on to 28.
You might have to take some suggestions to the Derbyshire team room.
Yeah.
If you get bored one afternoon.
There's always that possibility. Darling, that's a mistimed drive into the onside. There he is, tumbling Tom again. Tom Wood,
Right on cue.
moving to his left. And that's the last ball of the... Oh, didn't like the sound of that. We're still on air, that's the good news. 62 without loss. Horrible high-pitched noise in your ears is never a good thing. 13 overs gone. Bevan 31, Byram at 28. Who would you rather work with? Who's your favourite, Nick?
I've lost track of our schedule.
Oh, that's gone out the window. Nick's been away for 45 minutes doing Radio Wales, waiting for half-time in the Leeds-Cardiff game. 17 minutes of added time.
Yeah, that means you get paid a little bit more now, though, because you've done the fraction. Is that how it works?
No, because I would do the same to him.
Bevan just messing around with his gloves here.
He's not
resetting.
going anywhere. You can have mine.
Sorry. I've talked myself into another little stint here. As Potts comes into bowl to Bevan, who just chips it just wide, a short extra cover. Just wide of Hayder there. Looks like he had a little bit of a sniff, but just wide of him. Bevan comes through for one, just signalling there that there was a little bit of hold from the middle of the wicket.
It's all right now. You can have a break after 4 o'clock after my next bulletin hit. I've committed a schoolboy error here. I went for a brief lap round the ground between my 2 updates to various radio frequencies as next delivery to Eddie Byram is driven nicely but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. I was moaning in the championship game about the lack of an ice cream van. There is one today, and I didn't have my wallet with me. Oh dear, 63 without loss.
I'm sure you can put it on Dave's tab, can't you?
As this game interestingly poised, Glamorgan with plenty of wickets in hand, obviously, but still needing to up the run rate in the same manner as Derbyshire did. As that's down leg side, and that will be called wide against Nick Potts' record, 64 without loss.
Yeah, it hasn't been too many shots in anger. I said Bevan's climbed out of his bunker to put one over deep point for 6, lifted one off Lackman over mid-off, but certainly not loads of intent shown, nor has it really been needed. They've been ticking over quite nicely, but certainly feels like as that run rate climbs to 6.5 and over, they just need to start putting their foot down a little bit.
Potts bowls, full lengths, good ball up in the block hole, driven by Byram back to the bowler in a puff of dust. Oh, we got Duckworth Lewis, yes we have, so it is 52 at the end of this over, and Glamorgan have 64, so according to Messrs Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, Glamorgan are ahead of the game.
Yeah, actually it tends to be a better predictor where you are in the game than the run rates really in 50 over cricket, as Byram just blocks that to point, stopped nicely by Anuj Dal there for no run. Yeah, usually a pretty good indicator of how each team is travelling. Just takes into account obviously wickets as well as runs.
the late Professor Tony Lewis of that equation, no longer with us, not to be confused with the former Glamorgan captain, Tony Lewis, who is still with us.
Yeah, it's a frustrating old maths equation a lot of the time. I think a lot of players don't necessarily disagree with the numbers it spits out at points.
Downward leg side again, a little bit wild from Potts, that one, and very considerably wide, 65 for naught. Do players, do you have any budding mathematicians in the dressing room who actually understand it?
Oh, we absolutely don't understand it, but we still like to complain about it from time to time. Certainly in T20, our finals day was potentially affected by a Duckworth-Lewis-Stewart pass score. I think what's to come out, most players agree with restricting potentially wickets as the overs come down. I'm not sure your thoughts on that, Webby.
As that is driven out through the offside for a single by Byram, 66 without loss.
So we talked about, obviously, in T20, if a game was restricted to 10 overs, is it still fair to have 10 wickets when chasing, which probably has the biggest impact on the way people play, whether restricting those could potentially be a good addition to...
Well, you shouldn't be credited with 10 wickets if it's a very short game.
Yeah, so yeah, you can't, because obviously the change in your tempo is then where you've got 10 wickets to use in a much shorter period of time, which allows you to take the pressure off. As Bevan lifts that beautifully over mid-off. Potts just misses a bit full there, and it also looks like a front foot no ball. Bevan just starting to push his foot down, as you mentioned there.
Oh dear. So it's a no ball that's gone for 4 and a free hit.
Yeah, that always hurts in any form of cricket.
That might make a bit of a hole in Mr. Potts's bowling figures as he prepares to complete his second over. 72 without loss. Bevan has the free hit and hits it mightily over deep square, 5 yards beyond the boundary. Runs away beneath the covers, and Bevan has really taken full advantage. It was dropped a bit short, to be honest, and Bevan, backing away, was able to have a full swing of the arms and smashed it, mullered it away for 78 for naught.
Yeah, it was the only real ball he could bowl with that field, with most of his men out square of the wicket and behind. It's probably the right ball, really. It was a big hit out there and into the wind, but again, I think Bevan read it pretty well, and it's a great strike, high and handsome over deep square leg. So Bevan over 100 strike right now, which is a very good place to be in 50 over cricket.
As the first ball of the new over from Dahl is turned on the leg side, out to Kame at square leg as the sun comes out. A few more dark clouds maybe drifting our way, but it seems as though we have been fortunate in that certainly the bulk of the rain has passed away to the south. Just a few miles away, maybe, but importantly away from the county ground as Bevan drops it into the offside, thinks about a single, and as if in response to talking about rain, the leaks from the balcony above reappear.
It's more like a waterfall, that.
It's just sort of intermittent. We forget about it for ages and then just reminds you that it's there.
I feel like it's really got under your skin, actually.
Well, this is the 5th day that we've had to look at it between Derbyshire and Glamorgan. As forward comes Bevan. Defensive. Dahl seems to have hit the spot straight away.
Yeah, I said again, it's kind of crying out for Bevan to try and take him on down the ground like he's done so well so far. He certainly hasn't been given the length to do that yet, but kind of expect him to either get down the wicket while the keeper's back, or maybe across his stumps and access that shorter side with the wind.
Dahl steaming up again. Bowls. Oh, that's chipped over mid-wicket. May well run away. No, it'll be picked up by the sweeper on that leg side and keep them down to 2 runs. 81 without loss. Got about half of that, didn't he, Tom Bevan?
I think Bears might have been guilty, like most of us batters, of trying to hit that far too far hard. I think he was almost surprised because that's the ball he's looking for on this wicket. He just missed short of a length, and poor shot's one of his strengths.
Dahl bowls and Bevan goes for it again. He's hit that one very high in the air. It should be caught at mid-wicket, and it is. Bevan goes for 44. Derbyshire have their breakthrough, 81 for 1.
Yeah, just as I mentioned, Bev's strong point, he gets across his stumps and tries to pick the ball up leg side, and I can kind of feel that Anuj Dar was going to be a target of that, and he's just stuck it straight up in the air. I'm not sure he got it very cleanly, but tidy catch out there, a deep square leg. But Bevan couldn't quite clear the man on the rope and goes for a very well-made 44 up until that point.
So Nick Potts may have had his struggles with the ball, but he's got on the score sheet with a good catch. I mean, he had comfortable time to get there, but it just went so high that it was going to be with the force of gravity coming down pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, you looked pretty comfortable under that. They're not always the easiest here, especially as we're talking about it's coming from that side where the glare comes from. But yeah, nice catch and a well-needed breakthrough from Derbyshire there. Just as we said, just as that run rate was starting to creep back up and a required run rate starting to come back down, they make the breakthrough, which is always the best way of slowing a team up. However, there's one man you don't want to see walking out in white ball cricket, especially this format. Colin Ingram is striding to the crease. An absolute veteran for Glamorgan now and well renowned around the world for his white ball exploits. And as I said, mentioned previously, I think 50 over cricket is probably his strongest suit.
Yeah, he does say it's his favourite format, Colin Ingram, although he's come back into the red ball game in the last couple of years after several years as a gun for hire in the white ball leagues around the world. Well, Derbyshire could try and get him out in the same way as Worcestershire did. That was off the boot of the bowler, a straight drive, and Ingram was stitched up like a kipper at the non-striker's end. Can't really bowl for those. 81 for 1. Ingram on strike. Left-hander, two left-handers at the crease, and Ingram drives the first ball back. Didn't quite time it past the bowler, but fielded at mid-on. So 81 for 1 off 15 overs, at which point Derbyshire were 84 without loss. So just behind on the comparisons, but still fractionally ahead on Duckworth Lewis.
I think so. And just keeping an eye on Sam Connors here. I think he had a little bit of medical treatment potentially during that wicket, whether it's just a quick chat with the physio, but he's just holding his side back. Let's hope it's nothing too serious, or maybe I'm just making it up, but Potts on again to bowl here. Really important wicket, and hopefully he can settle in. Two left-handers on strike now, so it should make it a little bit easier for him. Those extras just creeping up in the start of his spell.
Here comes Potts then in to bowl to Byram. Ooh, nearly caught and bowled. It just about carried back to him, I think.
What an effort by the big fast bowler on his follow-through stride. Just holds in the wicket, leading edge from Byram. A full stretch out to his left, just above the ground. Looked like he got a little hand on it, but couldn't quite hold on. It would have been some catch after running in 30 yards. So then get it on your follow-through would be mightily impressive, but Byram gets away with one there.
A technical chance. Harsh to really debit that one to Potts as he comes in again. Bowls to Byram. Oh, that's a shocking ball down leg side, and Brooke Guest has done brilliantly to save that from being 5 wides.
Yeah, that's a pretty wild ball there from Potts. Just seems to have one in him where just misses the mark by quite a while. I think he'd probably benefit from coming around the wicket here just to try and help with his line, but I think he's always felt more comfortable over, so difficult to get that line right in white ball cricket from over the wicket as a right-arm bowler sometimes. 82 for 1. Potts charging in, bowls, and that's driven back past him. Hard down into the ground, though, and it just trickles up to mid-off. Mitch Wagstaff, wearing 22, is the substitute fielder who's called into action there, despite not actually being in Derbyshire's 13-man squad, which was due to be made up by Watt and McKiernan. I think they've both got their pads on at deep cover here, just going over for a hit to the net, or on their way back. See those 12 men just mentioned.
As that's on the defensive, Eddie Byram playing back to the bowler. No run. Yes, we can see in its full glory on the back of the trousers of the mid-off fielders the treble stripe of the dark blue, gold and chocolate, the Derbyshire County colours, on the powder blue kit.
Derbyshire chocolate.
Gold? Don't like the gold? Amber. Sorry, do apologise. He's caught behind Byram, is he? Fiddling at that one. Yes, he is. Fired across the face of the left-hander. Chased it slightly off balance. And Derbyshire, one brings two. 82 for two.
Yeah, fine ball there by young Potts. As I was saying, it's really difficult to get that angle right, but he nailed it there. And Byram, as he does, just tries to tap it almost on the head down to that third-man region and gets a nice thick edge and taken pretty comfortably in the end by Brooke Guest. A really important breakthrough. And in cricket, two new batters, very difficult place to be. And Derbyshire looking to capitalise on these two back-to-back wickets.
So Glamorgan's openers getting going, but not cashing in the same way as Derbyshire's did. We saw 73 from Kame and 69 from Rees to allow Hyder Ali to get on with it as well. But Glamorgan not managing the same sort of basis. They've lost wickets at 81 and 82. Bevan's gone for 44, Byram for 30, and Kieran Carlson comes in at 4. Player who likes to get on with it.
Yeah, Kieran, he's turned into a really important player for Glamorgan in the last few years. Incredible red ball form, and really turned his career around in T20. It feels like this year. Saw some incredible knocks across all sorts of formats, and really putting his hand up now as the senior batter in this Glamorgan side. And it's great to see a young Welsh lad doing as well as he's doing. And it seems like the captaincy's been going pretty well on his end too. So an important partnership here by the two senior batters, and they'll be looking to get going. But Potts with a very important breakthrough, and certainly getting it down there with a little bit of pace once he gets it there or thereabouts. Important now they keep the pressure on and really try and squeeze the new batters.
Carlson 888 championship runs, so a strong chance of reaching the magic 1,000 mark this season. As Potts is in to bowl to Carlson, who's up on his toes, defending it out onto the offside, and there's no run. So nice bright sunshine now. Can't complain about the weather. We have been remarkably lucky, and the weather probably has struck elsewhere in the fair county of Derbyshire, but it's not the county ground in Derby as yet anyway, and looks as though we should be lucky and get a complete game in. Potts in, Taylor bowls, Carlson drives into the offside. He's beaten mid-off. Will this one run away to the boundary? Yes, it has. The fielder has given up the pursuit, and Carlson is off the mark with 4.
Just like that, Kieran showing his class, leans into one, beats mid-off, an extra cover. He's comfortably off the mark there. Anuj Dal to continue his spell here. Ingram on strike.
3 overs, 1 for 9. That's impressive in this sort of context, isn't it, with a runner ball needed?
Absolutely.
Dal, how would you rate his pace and iron? Did you keep to him in your games?
I didn't.
Here?
I missed him. As you mentioned, he had a bit of a side strain at the time.
As his first ball is chopped up by Ingram, defended on the offside to point.
Yeah, I'm surprised Guest is back even here, but I guess certainly if the batters aren't moving too far up and down the crease, he might not feel like he needs to be, but certainly I think as soon as the batters start trying to target him, he'll come up pretty quickly. But it's been a fantastic start to his spell so far.
As Ingram drives, but his feet are out of kilter, and he misses. Now, this is a long, long leg side boundary for Colin Ingram's favourite smashes over mid-wicket.
Seen a few of them before. Yeah, I shouldn't imagine he'll be targeting this end whatsoever. Again, into the breeze, into the longer side. But again, there's quite a lot of space if you can get it right in front of square.
Dal round the wicket, bowls. Ingram digs it out again, right in the block hole. Could do nothing apart from play that one out defensively to the green-booted Hyder at short cover.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything too aggressive from Colin early on here. He's usually a master in 50-over cricket of getting a boundary right when one's needed, and certainly there's no time pressure as of yet. That run rate certainly within reach.
He's almost played on there as he pushed forward bat and pad together, but somehow it managed to trickle off bat, I think, onto pad and then past the stumps for Ingram to survive, and he prods rather suspiciously at the surface. So no runs off this dial over so far. 4 balls gone. Will Colin Ingram worry too much about it? Dial in to bowl. Ingram plays it back to him, and there's no run. So Colin Ingram, really, from the Glamorgan point of view, will need to be there towards the back end of the innings. So he's not averse to giving himself some time to play himself in. He's faced 6 balls now without getting off the mark. If he does get out, though, it'll pile the pressure on others as he drives this one back just through the bowler's fingertips. But it is a maiden over from Anuj Dal to Colin Ingram. It is only the second maiden of the match. Jamie McIlroy bowled 1, Eddie 6 for 2 after 17. And now, because of the fall of those wickets, Glamorgan are 12 runs behind on DLS.
Yeah, which shows the power of wickets, especially in the 50-over competition. Again, Duckworth-Lewis tends to be a good barometer of how they're travelling, and very quickly they went from being comfortably ahead to 2 quick wickets, and they're falling behind. The run rate's certainly within reach, and again, probably the 2 best batters Glamorgan have on show out of the wicket as Kieran cuts that out over point beautifully. Potts just missing short and wide, and he rises up onto 2 feet and flashes it over point for another early boundary, and he flies to 8 off 3 balls. It's going to be very important. They said they keep that run rate within a reasonable distance of where they want to be. Don't want to go out past 6 and a bit and over. Once it starts creeping past 7 for a long period of time, it's typically a tough chase in this form of cricket. As Potts back in again to Carlson here. Just nicely, but that's punched to deep cover. A bit fuller, a bit straighter, but Carlson squeezes it past point for a single.
Nickname update.
Here we go.
Here we go. Andrew Hillman, who is, should be able to tell you where he is. He's in Melbourne in Australia.
Very nice.
Says, good day, Dave. Not that he's falling into a racial stereotype at all. Listening to the Derbyshire Glamorgan game from down under. Just so you know, Tom Wood was known as Big Lad from his time playing down here at Baden-Powell Cricket Club in Melbourne.
There we go then.
Which makes sense.
I wonder whether he's bigger than he was now, or
I think he's bigger now. That one is pushed by Ingram up to Alex Thompson at mid-off, who's a tall lad, then presumably. Tomo.
Yeah, if we're going off that basis.
Yeah. Harry Kane, diminutive lad. Thank you, Andrew. Gary, you sent me a message which I don't understand, but thank you anyway. Gary's a regular contributor. I'm surprised he's not in the ground. He might be. Potts is in, bowls to Ingram, who pulls this into the leg side, and he bounces just short of Potts on the, not Potts because he's bowling. Who is that out there?
Matt Lamb.
It is Matt Lamb with the hat.
And so he's moving particularly well.
No.
That's Colin Ingram's favourite pick-up pull shot. Didn't seem to pick it up particularly quickly. Drops a yard or so short, but certainly right in the mix there. Heart in the mouth moment there for the Glamorgan batter.
Yeah, you do wonder whether Matt should be playing, or if he should be having whatever treatment he requires to get that back sorted out, ready for next season. But that's more for the medical staff than for me, clearly, as Potts' next delivery is pushed out into the offside and fielded by Hayder, and there's no run. Hugely popular figure, Matt Lamb, quite right too, thoroughly nice bloke. And it would just be nice for him to be able to play the kind of cricket that we know he can play, rather than being restricted in the way that he seems to be.
Yeah. It's almost difficult with those injuries where you can kind of play through it, but you're not at 100%.
And he wants to play. I mean, you can
of
understand wanting to play, there's no question. Potts is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside nicely. Lamb will come around to do the field, and Carlson will move to 10, 93 for 2 at the end of 18 overs now, so 32 overs left, 206 more runs required. Glamorgan 93 for 2 with Ingram on 1 and Carlson on 10. That Duckworth-Lewis, they're only about 8 behind, so it makes
thereabouts.
very little difference.
Yeah,
8 in front, 8 behind. It's neither here nor there, really, is it? And it probably isn't going to rain. As you say, it's a very good indication of what's going to happen. But there's lots of blue sky away to the west now. So that predicted rain is not going to come, which is excellent news.
Yeah, Anuj Dal continuing his fantastic spell here. I'm going to guess that Potts is going to hold his spell here, and be interesting to see whether we get the spin of Thompson or maybe a little bit Lewis Reese's. Dahl's into bowl. Kieran Carlson straight away down the wicket, and a quick single to Lackmell, sat back there on mid-off. But used his feet first ball from the go there, so I won't be surprised if that forces Guest to come up. With Ingram back on strike here, got bogged down certainly last over against Anuj Dahl and played relatively big shot to get off the mark, so I think he's itching to get one good shot and get going here.
Oh, my word. Ingram has hit that very, very hard indeed. And he hasn't gone for 6. It's bounced 3 times. It hit the floor and looked like it wasn't going to make it. I did. I thought it was at least going over the boundary bar, but it landed short of the boundary and then bounced 3 times before dribbling over the rope for 4.
Yeah, he's got fantastic bat swing, Colin. He's so compact and such a consistent hitter. So you could just kind of feel that building again, and it was one of those stick or twist moments, which has forced the field change and the keeper coming up, which we assumed was going to happen. But Guest straight up to the stumps, fine leg into the ring and long on back. So sweeper each side, third man and long on here to Dahl.
Bowls and he's driven. Oh, Hayder got to do better there. Extra cover, it goes through him really, and out to the boundary for 4 runs. And Thompson starts to warm up.
Yeah, I'm expecting Thompson to probably bowl the next over.
Yeah.
Colin Ingram, absolute textbook cover drive, and that one hoik over the leg side seems to have done his confidence a world of good. And then hits a beautiful drive just inside Hayder's left hand, who we could have done a little bit more to.
I think he might
get behind it.
He'll be disappointed. I think the sporting vernacular is, as Ingram pushes this next one to the big lad, Tom Wood.
They'll change of pace there from Anuj Dahl, so a few shots just putting a bit of pressure back on him. Starting to go to the change-ups, which Glamorgan saw quite a lot of success with throughout.
I'm just going to leave you alone a minute.
Dahl into bowl again to Colin Ingram, full and wide and hammered out again. Just a deep cover this time for a easily managed single. Thrown in on the full, straight into Guest, who's going to stay up to the stumps here to Carlson. Third man back, deep cover, deep square leg and fine leg, so mid-on, mid-off up in the ring. Pretty standard field for this point in 50 over cricket. It's Carlson and Ingram just starting to get a bit of momentum back. Carlson, a bit of bounce there from a Anuj Dahl change-up and rides it down to third man. Thompson fires it in, 1 bounce. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan 104 for 2 off 19. Game very much in the balance, and I think we're going to see our first introduction of spin here by the Derbyshire skipper. Alex Thompson coming on to bowl. Funnily enough, the biggest figure on the pitch today. Bowls some gentle off spin. Likes to favour around the wicket early on. Can get some real nice shape on it. They're just hanging around, just trying to get the field right here. Guest just trying to find out what the bowler wants here, what he wants to bowl to. He got 3 out on the leg side, long on deep mid wicket and deep square leg. Short mid wicket in, squeezing the 145 leg side, and then mid off, extra cover. It's going to be a backward point and a deep cover, so a bit of gaps in the offside. Thompson staying around the wicket here, probably looking to keep it nice and tight to Kieran Carlson, who's got off to a bit of a flyer. This partnership is above a runner ball, which is exactly where Glamorgan would like to be at this stage. Just a few changes in personnel as well. I think Lackmell found himself out a deep backward square leg, but that was swiftly adjusted and brought him into the ring. Veteran seamer being looked after here, as this field is still being changed and just tinkered with. As Thompson into bowl. Carlson nudges that just past the sprinting Anuj Dal to deep mid wicket. And that is fizzed in.
I'm not sure, Aaron, if you've been told of the tradition of the commentator who is here as a guest, that for the final 20 overs of every 50 over game, the normal commentators go off for a cup of tea.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you just carry on by yourself. You're doing such a good job.
Well, Webby did mention an ice cream, so he could make himself useful on that occasion.
Make sure he's got his wallet.
Maybe that'll be my present to you guys once I finally get a break. I'm getting worked like a dog here.
Yes, well, I was thinking that. I'm starting to feel guilty, which doesn't happen to me very often. Thompson around the wicket, bowling to Colin Ingram. Ball played straight back to the tall off spinner, whose hairstyle when you were here was horrible, but his proper hairstyle.
It was very much in vogue, I think the term is. There's a few mullets flying around, but certainly a cleaner hairline now at the back.
Oh, it was dreadful. The next one is pushed slightly to the on side. Tom Wood does the fielding on this occasion. Good start by Thompson. 105 for 2.
Yeah, very watchful start here from Colin. There's another one back as well.
He's not taking any risks just yet. There's plenty more time for risks, though, isn't there, with 30 overs to go.
Yeah, so their partnership floating around and run a ball, so they'll be keen to keep it there and keep that rate required in touch.
Thompson, in again, bowls to Ingram, goes back into his crease and forces the ball out towards Kame on the cover boundary. He comes in, does the fielding. The batsmen go through for a single. Ingram moves to 1,106 for 2.
Nice start by Thompson here. A little bit of turn, but nothing crazy here. Again, just getting these fielders and their angles right, staying around the wickets, the right-hander, trying to cut down that offside.
Oh, reverse sweep comes out and he manages to get it very, very fine indeed, does Carlson. He's been chased down, but he's going to get all the way to the boundary. Hayder was never going to catch it. And 4 more to Carlson, who moves on to 17, and Glamorgan at the end of 20 overs, 110 for 2, Ingram 11. Carlson 17, these two have put on 28 from just 26 deliveries. And here's big lad, Tom Wood's going to have a bowl.
All right.
With his off spin.
Was that expected?
Well, he does bowl.
He's a regular occasional, is he?
Yes, yeah, very much. That's a perfect description of Tom Wood. He's the regular occasional bowler.
Yes, in the way of the permanent temporary stand.
Very much, yeah.
Here at the County Ground, Derby.
His profile doesn't include anything to do with bowling, so that's how occasional he is. I'll tell you how occasional he is. I'm going to say very.
Right. And Iron will go off for a lie down, having been thrust into the lead commentator's role for an over or two there.
He's done it 2 or 3 times while you've been away, Nick. He's absolutely exceptional.
There we are.
He probably deserves more money, but that's for BBC Wales, obviously.
Enough my job in 5 years, okay. Here's Wood bowls, and that's pummeled away on the leg side by Ingram for a single. 111 for 2.
3 List A wickets. That's the 103rd ball he sent down. Conceded 93 runs, best of 1 for 13, economy rate of 5.4.
Well, that's pretty respectable. As he directs his troops, make sure his field is exactly where he wants them. 5, of course, within the 30-metre circle. As he'll bowl to Kieran Carlson. Carlson brings out the reverse and nails it straight away. The ball running down towards us in front of us at the commentary box, and I will run down the slope to the boundary for 4 runs. 115 for 2. Carlson 21 off 11 balls. So a rapid start from Glamorgan's captain. But they'll need one of these to at least to get a really big score, Glamorgan, if they do get a serious chase. We've got Billy Root in next. Ben Callaway, of course, who did so well on List A debut, as Wood bowls, and Carlson drives straight to cover, and there is no run. Alex Horton at 7, in the sort of lower middle order of Gorvin, Podmore, and very much the bowlers, McIlroy and Morris. Wood bowls. Carlson down the pitch, then turns it into a large vacant area at mid-wicket and goes through for a single. 116 for 2. So, yes, these two will be influenced by the knowledge that there's a lot of weight on their shoulders, I guess. As Ingram props forward, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. That big hit from Ingram on the leg sides that looked as though it was going for 6 and only just went for 4 a couple of overs ago at long on.
Yes, fooled us.
As that is short and cut by Ingram, but well fielded at backward point, and there is no run. So Wood's first over has cost 6 runs, and Derbyshire will be happy to concede a run a ball because the rate required is 6.3. But it's wickets in hand that could prove the key to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a very lengthy email from Ian Crooks, a regular contributor, which I'll try and get through during this Alex Thompson over, but it won't be easy. He says he won't mention Burton if I don't mention Derby County to start with, but great work by you and your co-commentators as always. Sorry, I started reading that out before I realised that I don't read that kind of stuff out.
He says modestly, oh good heavens, I accidentally read this peon of praise out.
I don't like doing it. Is it time to think the unthinkable and say goodbye to the one-day cup? Is the thrust of his
all right.
email. I appreciate that it gives some younger players an opportunity, but the reality is that the tournament gets no airtime on television, as Thompson is in and bowls to Carlson, who chops that backward point gully region, and there's no run. And every lineup is weakened by players playing in the tournament that shall not be named. Yes. If the cup were to go, then it would mean red ball cricket could be played in August. I'm not sure that it could, really. It's a lovely idea. As down the track comes Carlson and lifts it over a while out towards sort of extra cover in the end, and he'll come back for 2. First, initially I thought it was going closer to Nick Potts than it went. Carlson moved to 24, 118 for 2. He said then you could develop younger talent for that format of the game rather than the one that doesn't really seem to matter very much, which is an interesting point in itself. There's a World Cup coming up, and most of the players won't have played any 50-over cricket. As Thompson bowls a quicker delivery, clipped nicely down towards a wide mid-on. Connors does the fielding. Carlson picks up a single, moves to 25, 119 for 2. He also says it's 30 years since Derbyshire beat Lancashire at Lords, which it is, to win the old Benson and Hedges Cup. A grand day out, especially since Derbyshire were only there to make up the numbers. Happy days. Derbyshire winning something. Thank you, Nick.
I don't think that if you removed the one-day cup, you'd get championship cricket in August.
No, I don't. I think that's fanciful, really. As this next delivery from Thompson is pushed out towards Harry Kane by Colin Ingram in the covers. He moves to 13, 120 for 2.
And moreover, I don't think there should be championship cricket in August, even if there weren't a 100 tournament.
Well, is that not when the T20 should be played?
Yes.
Next delivery clipped into the leg side by Carlson. They get 1 and 1's all they'll get.
I think it is unrealistic to expect championship cricket to be the gateway to the watching the professional sport for school-aged children. And I'm sorry if I've upset Mr. Bevan of Trebanos.
Thompson bowls, sweep from Ingram. There is a man out on the square leg boundary. It is Lewis Rees, and they get another single. Ingram moves to 14 from the final ball of the 22nd over. Carlson has 26, and Glamorgan are 122 for 2. This partnership worth 40 off 38 already, which is why Glamorgan are now ahead on Duckworth Lewis. And I think it's raining.
Oh dear. Don't think it'll be a long interruption. If we do have an interruption, hopefully. We thought we'd missed it.
It's 20 overs, isn't it? So
20 overs is the minimum.
We have a match, and Glamorgan are leading or in front by 7.
Oh, there we are. Can pour down with rain from as far as the Welsh listeners are concerned. It is pouring down with rain, but I don't think it will be
think
a
they'll have-
longish interruption. In fact, they might try and...
It is quite heavy rain, though, isn't it?
Well, yes, where are the ground
they're
staff?
going off.
The umpires... Kieran Carlson is trying to check who's ahead on Duckworth Lewis before he agrees to march off. Glamorgan are ahead. DL is on the board. It says 115. To mention the female half of the 100, Fire, Welsh Fire, 32 for 2 off 30 balls, needing just 81 to beat the Invincibles, who may be not accurately named on this occasion. Welsh Fire women losing both Tammy Beaumont and Hayley Matthews, the West Indian, to the overseas star Marizanne Kapp without scoring, but they are ahead of the game there as the covers are tractored on, brought on by a tractor. 4 covers, bright blue covering. 122 for 2. We, of course, have a little bit of time in hand, don't we, before we start losing overs in this competition. So we may well still get a full game in here at the County Ground Derby. Shall we have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere while we see what's developing here?
Yeah, look at that game at Beckenham first. I know it's not
Oh
in our
gosh,
division.
that's a bit one-sided, isn't it? Leicestershire 380 for 5 in their 50 overs.
Then
So
the pitch changed.
half centuries on more for Patel, Budinger, Hanscom, the top scorer with 87, Ackerman's 78 not out, and Mulder. And then Kent, in reply, are in a bit of a pickle at 98 for 7. And there are 4 wickets for the North Walian Roman Walker. One of 2 North Walians currently in county cricket, if you don't count Phil Salt.
Who was the other?
Who's the other, I wonder? He is warming up in Derbyshire colours today. He is scheduled to be back in Glamorgan colours for the championship next month, and he's a Wrexham supporter. So there we are. At Northants against Sussex, is that at Wantage Road?
Yeah.
It is. Sussex totaled 240 for 7, thanks almost entirely to 106 not out from Chetashwa Pujara. Glamorgan down at Sussex next Sunday, I believe.
Yeah, Sussex here on Wednesday.
Northants in reply are 85 for 2 in the 15th over, so a bit ahead of the game there. Oh, that looks as though they've had a rain interruption there. They need 157 off 30.1 overs and a DLS.
And it started off as a 45 over a side game.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So it's probably not. It's probably still a 45 over a game, but so I don't know why they've got that down as DLS. Somerset 287 for 9, a century there for the ultra-talented youngster James Rue. 101 from him, and very much a shadow Somerset side. In reply, Worcestershire 136 for 4 in the 24th over. So, interestingly poised there. Here, is it going to be a long break? Doesn't look too much like it. The rain, I think, has more or less stopped.
Yeah, umbrella's still up at the far
Oh,
end.
right.
So
That probably means it hasn't entirely stopped then.
Yeah, I think everybody's huddling for the
Warmth.
little bits of shelter they can find in front of the players' pavilion. A lot of them have deserted the grandstand seats and are now huddling.
Yeah, there isn't an awful lot of shelter here. I mean, there's not much at Cardiff, but there's at least a bit of a grandstand roof at the top of the main stand. But there's very little indeed here at Derby. Those in the permanent temporary stand at the far end are still, well, most of them, half of them still there, albeit under umbrellas.
They're not going to dissolve, are they?
They're not going to dissolve. It's not...
Not quite acid rain yet.
It's not that. I tell you that Cardiff City in the Championship are still 2-1 up at Leeds. Bowler and Ugbo, the scorers in the first half. Cooper pulled one back for Leeds United. An iron as a Swansea City boy, will not be at all interested in that. 122 for 2 here, Glamorgan, after 22 overs, chasing 299 to win. And I thought the players might be lurking on the balcony by now.
I wonder if there's something on Neil Godrich's radar.
Ready to resume the fray, but it would appear not. Welsh fire 38 for 2 off 40 balls, needing 81 against the Invincibles at the Oval. It's asking for it, really, to call your side the Invincibles, isn't it?
No question.
Because it could be completely out of date by
question.
match 1.
Yeah, which it was, I think, wasn't it? For the men's team last year. They lost their first game. No longer invincible.
Indeed. Colin Ingram had a stint with them in the first year of the competition. Didn't go quite as he would have wanted, I think. But he went through a bit of a fallow patch, Colin Ingram, and we wondered if his powers had waned, but certainly has shown that on his day he can hit the ball as far as he ever did, which included hitting one over the pavilion once at Sophia Gardens, bounced on the roof of the pavilion and down into the car park.
Yeah, umpires are back out. They brought the bag of balls as well. And they're saying, get rid of those covers for goodness sake. What are you doing?
He also, on one occasion, during nets at Sophia Gardens, drilled one through the chief executive's window, which Hugh Morris didn't look best pleased at.
With a request for a new contract taped to it.
This is what I'm worth, love Col. Yeah, living in South Wales these days, and over here during the British winter as well, rather than going back and forth between UK and South Africa. The umpires have returned to the fray. They are talking to the ground staff, and we can't lip read at 60 metres away.
Neil Godrich is pointing to the clouds away to the west, just slightly behind us.
Well, there have been clouds there all day, virtually, haven't there, at one point or another?
And they are going to remove the covers, so it will be a very short delay, which is good news.
And hopefully nothing lost off the overs, so we get a full game in.
Well, the bizarre thing is that Glamorgan are in front on DLS.
Yes.
Yeah? Who's at the bottom of the stairs? The two Glamorgan batsmen. The Derbyshire fielders and bowlers are nowhere to be seen.
As the covers start to be pulled off.
You'd think they'd be the first ones there, wouldn't you, really? Let's get back out there, lads. Get a couple of wickets and we're in front, and then it can chuck it down after that.
It's just a little bit of momentum in Glamorgan's favour in the game, I guess, with Carlson on the charge. 26 off 17 balls. Ingram having a look. He knows he's got a long-term job to do here. Or at least for the next couple of hours, if that's long-term in the world of professional sport. 122 off for 2, off 22 for the 178 runs, 177 runs needed to win at an average of 6.3 runs per over. And here, listening to Dave Fletcher's plea, are the Derbyshire.
Get yourselves out there. Come on, boys.
Just about loosening up, limbering up the bowlers, and one or two have found something interesting to watch on their phones, if they're allowed them, in the dressing room. Probably not allowed phones in the dressing room these days, are you?
Don't think so.
Oof, slaps on the wrist. No phones in the dressing rooms.
Quite right, too.
Have to go back to DVD player instead for cover the longer Sudoku.
Blimey.
For the intellectuals.
When's your next? You'll be after the football now, won't it?
Where are we? 5 o'clock.
Oh, right, okay.
Is my next engagement, I think, with the radio listeners of Wales.
Sam Connors is going to bowl the first over after the rain delay, such as it was. I reckon 10 minutes tops.
Cardiff City against Leeds is into stoppage time with the Bluebirds still 2-1 to the good in their opening championship match of the season.
How much stoppage time? That's the key.
How much stoppage time is there? Not sure that it says on
It
this.
doesn't say on mine either. I'll keep an eye out for that. We had 14 minutes of stoppage time in total yesterday. Blackpool, 7 in each half. They had 11 minutes at Derby. Sam Connors to Colin Ingram from the City end. Ingram drives up to Lewis Rees.
Has there been a directive
Yes.
to referees this season to
Yes.
impose the same thing on the domestic leagues as we've seen on the international front, with
Right, so.
everything taken into consideration, so the paying punter does actually get something like 45 minutes worth of football in each half?
There have been a number of directives. Some of them don't make a lot of sense. Unsurprisingly, as Connors around the wicket bowls to Ingram, who just guides this out into the offside. They trot through for a comfortable single as Anuj Dal does the fielding. Ingram moves to 15, 123 for 2.
And as more of a rugby man myself, what else is there to baffle the casual football watcher?
Well, they're supposed to give an immediate yellow card if you stand in front of a free kick and don't let it be taken quickly.
Fair enough.
Only 2 players can approach the referee. As Connors is in, that one's turned by Carlson into the leg side. That's to prevent the referee from being surrounded by Manchester United players. Only 1 person is allowed on the edge of the technical area,
All right.
which has made it slightly awkward at some grounds. Derby yesterday, the technical area is so big, and it's usually the assistant that stands on the edge of the technical area that the manager had to shout to him. As Connors is in, bowls, that one is guided by Carlson back of square on the offside. That kind of thing, anyway.
In the case of more than 2 players
Load of old nonsense.
approaching the referee, it's going to be quite a job to decide who's the third one. And
Yes. Yeah, I don't think they thought it through. Well, why would they?
wouldn't it be simpler to just say just the captain, as in rugby?
Or nobody. Just nobody. Just leave the referee to get on with the game. It would be a lot better. I like the free kick one, I have to say, as this next one is off a pad into the leg side. Carlson trots through for a leg by. This remains on 26, 124 for 2. But yeah, it's football is football's football, isn't it?
Brian, at the end of the day,
You know the drill.
you've got to get the ball in the back of the net.
Exactly. Yeah. But singularly failed to
The
do
lad's
that.
done good.
Here comes Connors and bowls. Ingram pushes this straight into the ground. Goes out into the offside, but not very far.
If the lads didn't do good, then at least the lads went out there and gave it 100%.
110%.
110%. 110%.
Anything less
at
than
this stage of the
110% is just not acceptable. 124 for 2 at the end of the over. Carlson has 26. Ingram has 15.
Just the 2 runs off that first over back after the break, in which listeners to BBC Sport and the 2 county websites are saved from Dave and myself talking to even greater length about even less matters of substance by the reappearance of the players, with thankfully no overs lost in the game. Although I suspect we'd be close to it, although...
We only lost 10 minutes there,
yes.
didn't we? We've probably got another
Was it
20.
a little? Oh, I thought it was more than that. There we are. Perhaps it wasn't. Here's Thompson then.
Felt like it at times.
To bowl edged by Carlson down towards third man. He'll pick up a couple of runs as it's picked up just inside the rope in front of the members' pavilion, and then a collision between Brooke Guest and Kieran Carlson. Thankfully, neither is apparently damaged.
6 added minutes at...
Elland Road.
that's exactly where they're playing.
Thompson bowls, down the wicket comes Carlson, drives on the full to cover. Good diving stop by Dahl, no run.
And 5 at the end of the first, so 11 in that one. There were 15 minutes on Friday night in the game. It's just ridiculous.
Carlson slog sweeps out towards deep square, single taken as it bounces to Tom Wood, who bounces his throw in. Might get a little word from the umpire about that as it came in on the second bounce. 127 for 2. He can't claim the defence of those of us advancing years who think we're lucky to get it anywhere near the middle, no matter how many bounces it takes. 127 for 2 as Dave departs temporarily for an update to BBC Radio Derby. Thompson bowls, and off the back foot, Ingram plays it hard through the offside, but straight to Kame, fielding out on the cover boundary, single taken. 128 for 2, Ingram 16. Carlson 29, 299 is the target. Morgan just about ahead on Duckworth Lewis, but not by much as Carlson comes down the wickets. Thompson fires it in short. Carlson reacts in turn and plays it to long on along the ground. Fielded by Connors, single. 129 for 2, 170 to win. Approaching the halfway mark of the game as Thompson bowls. Ingram off the back foot, plays it to deep point. Kame again is in the action. Again, it's a single taken. And, well, Glamorgan ticking along at 5 and over is not going to worry Derbyshire because he'll see the run rate, required run rate mounting. Glamorgan need to just keep the odd boundary in their armoury. If you have just joined us, Glamorgan lost the wicket to Bevan for 44 and Byram for 30 in successive overs, having started with a stand of 81. So these two having to rebuild both from scratch at the same time. 130 for 2 as Connors in from the city end, and Ingram dabs it into the offside, goes through for a quick single. He's there safely enough by the time the throw passes the stumps at the bowler's end. 131 for 2. Ingram has 18. Quite, well, not quite dark, but less light than it was, certainly. We've had a few intermittent interludes of sunshine, but it has been mainly cloudy. Connors into bowl, short ball. Carlson tries to hook it and misses. Umpires have a little look. No ball is eventually called by Mr. Qureshi after a discussion with Mr. Treadwell. Slightly marginal, that one. 133 for 2. 2 runs onto the scoreboard. Carlson not the tallest of players, so a no ball on height is maybe a bit marginal for him. As Carlson works the next ball on the leg side, takes a single out to deep square. 134 for 2. Carlson on to 30. We're approaching the halfway mark in this innings. And Glamorgan, unless they lose a wicket, will be ahead on run rate. Connors into bowl. Ingram down the pitch, slaps it over cover, and that's gone for 6 into the 5th row of the pavilion seats. Well, Ingram getting an extraordinary amount of power from that. I thought for a moment he'd hold out onto the boundary. The fielder there at deep cover, but he's sent it powering above his head for 6 and scattering the spectators in front of the pavilion. So remarkable strength in those Ingram forearms still. Glamorgan 140 for 2. That's shortish as well, and turned round the corner by Ingram off his hip for a single down to Kame at backward square. 141 for 2. 2 balls left till the halfway point of this innings. That stoppage time has cost Cardiff City dearly. It's finished. Leeds 2, Cardiff City 2. Shut up, Anirin. Connors bowls, and Carlson chops it down to third man for a single, 142 for 2.
First rule of broadcasting is you can't cheer a team on like that, except if you're doing Burton Albion, when the only scoreline you give out from League Two is the Tranmere score, because clearly it's one that everybody will be interested in, or indeed nobody, apart from me.
Last ball of the first half of the Glamorgan innings then, as Connors in balls, and a slower ball and a horrible slog and a miss from Ingram. And how did that miss the stumps? That has nearly bowled him. Ingram survives. He's on 25. Carlson 32, 142 for 2 at halfway.
I was only sort of half watching because I was speaking to Andy Twigg on the radio when that bouncer was called a no ball. Both Connors and Brooke Guest looked horrified. Do we have an opinion on it?
It was slightly leg side-ish, which probably didn't help. But I think it was
I've got a real problem.
Affected by Carlson's relative stature, I think.
Yeah, I've got a real problem with these no balls. Oh, this one is lifted over the head of Nick Potts to mid-off for 4 runs by Kieran Carlson. Glamorgan are taking a very firm grip on proceedings here at the moment. Carlson moves on to 36, 146 for 2. They only need a further 153 runs to win in the final 25 overs minus 1 ball. Derbyshire needs some wickets here. Thompson is in. That one's turned very neatly into the leg side for a single by Carlson. It moves to 37, 147 for 2. Although I heard myself saying they need wickets here. I heard the very same words coming out of Nick Webb's mouth in the first of the innings. So,
well, it's remarkably similar, really. Derbyshire 141 for 1 at halfway. So Glamorgan 1 run more, 1 wickets more.
Thompson in, swept by Ingram nicely, backward of square, 4 runs. No chance for Matt Lamb to get round and stop that one as it hits the gates that go into the car park near the club shop. Somebody's leading the shouting out there. Haven't heard Harry Kane clapping yet, which is unusual. I know he's out on the cover boundary, but normally he's the chief clapper. Thompson in again. That one is pushed by Ingram into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single. They need to find a way of getting a wicket. Derbyshire manufactures something. 2 balls left in the over. 152 for 2. Ingram 30. Carlson, who's on strike, has got 37. Ingram wants no idea what that one was. That signal sort of rubbing down his shin. That one's turned into the leg side by Carlson for another single. So if they're not smacking boundaries, they're taking singles, which is the sensible way of going about things in white ball cricket. Fewer dot balls, the better. And there's been 1 dot ball in living memory, it seems, looking at my computer screen. Not many dot balls at all. Next delivery from Thompson is driven very pleasantly by Ingram. Nice sliding stop by Sam Connors. Ingram moves to 31 at the end of the over. Carlson has 38. Partnership 72 off just 63 balls. And Glamorgan 154 for 2, needing a further 145 to win from 24 overs. Let's see what he was asking for. It's sort of left hand and it went down the outside of his pad. You can't want new pads, clearly.
Painkiller?
He's going to take his pad off. Left leg.
Perhaps one of his straps has come loose or something, or does he want a bit of painkiller on the calf?
Yeah, now he's lifting his, he pulled a calf muscle or something, he's stretching it out now. Left leg, left calf. And out comes the physio as well, and the 13th man, and Uncle Tom Cobley won't be far behind. But he's certainly got some sort of issue with his left leg here, Colin Ingram. Of course, runners not allowed for injuries, muscle injuries. Is that right? Cramp? I don't know what the rules are anymore. What are
different
the rules
at
on
international
runners?
level.
It is. Oh
they?
yeah, completely different. Can you have one? I don't mind a runner. I think it adds to the fun, right?
Adds to the confusion usually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Colin Ingram has had calf issues this season. And Glamorgan will be looking at this with some trepidation.
He's having it strapped up at the moment by the look of it. He's got his back to us, which makes it slightly more difficult to see exactly what treatment is being applied, but there's certainly some strapping being put around his left leg.
As he had, I think, a slight problem with it in the championship match at Durham, and then played in the Friday night match at Chelmsford, which the driving or the journey probably didn't help, and he was limping after about 2 balls, and then after that game we didn't see him for several weeks. So I hope it's not a recurrence of that, otherwise that might be the end of Ingram for the white ball campaign if it's the same as the previous calf injury.
All I would say is that it wasn't something that the physio was aware of prior to him signalling, because the 12th man came out and then had to signal for the physio after that. So it wasn't like the physio was just waiting for the call to treat his calf. And he seems to be walking okay, doesn't he?
Maybe just a touch of cramp or something like that. But
I'd never seen a signal like that before.
it was clearly, I have pain in my left calf. Please deal with it.
Now it makes perfect sense. At the time, it didn't make any sense at all.
154 for 2, so Glamorgan just over halfway to their target.
And Saranga Lackmell is back around the wicket, bowling to Ingram, who clips that one into the leg side. Lackmell has his hands on his head. Ingram has another run. He moves to 32, 155 for 2. I have to look up the last time we saw Saranga Lackmell. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Is he signed for all forms of cricket, theoretically?
Oh, yes, yes. Didn't play any T20, but he is signed for all forms. And he comes again and bowls to Kieran Carlson this time, pushes it out into the offside. There is no run. His last match before this was on the 13th of July at Hove. That's not that long ago, is it?
13th of July, well, it's
3 weeks.
just over 3 weeks.
Yeah, I can't remember him doing anything in the game at Hove, to be honest. But he played.
Good. That's a start.
Yeah. Derbyshire didn't win, as this next delivery is guided down towards Alex Thompson by Kieran Carlson. Thompson's at third man. They go through for a single, 156 for 2. It's all coming back to me now. They were chasing 380 in 58 overs.
Right.
Got to within 19 by the close, which was a terrific effort. Magnificent innings from Haider Ali and from Lewis Deploy. And they shut up shop with about 10 balls to go and 8 down. And Lackmell had already gone off with a groin injury in the match, so they weren't sure whether he was going to bat or not. There we go, I've remembered. 156 for 2. Around the wicket comes Lackmell, bangs it in short. Ingram pulls it around the corner down to deep backward square leg, where Kame fields 157 for 2.
It's all in there somewhere. Just find the right corner of the brain, press the button.
I find it harder at this time of year as well, with having to have the 2 hats on. People are asking me questions about one sport and another sport, and you're thinking, oh, when was that now? Days of the week. Hopeless. Hopeless. Here comes Lackmell. City end, bowls, and that one is uppercut down towards Alex Thompson. And, wasn't too far away from Thompson, but it bounces, and they go through for another single.
He wasn't entirely of control of that one, Kieran Carlson, was he?
He wasn't.
He played the uppercut deliberately, but just a fraction more on the ball, and it might have carried to Thompson.
I was waiting to be furious as it was called a no ball. 158 for 2.
Are you disappointed because you can't be furious now?
I am a little, yeah. I quite like being furious. Every now and again. Does you good. Ingram waits. Final ball of the Lackmell over. It's turned into the leg side for a single. 5 off the over. Ingram moves to 34 and keeps the strike. Carlson has 40. Their partnership is worth 77, and Glamorgan are 159 for 2 They need a further 140 to win.
And they have an advantage of 20 runs on Duckworth Lewis Stern, even if they don't score any runs in this over, as long as they don't lose any wickets, because then, of course, the DLS figure for resources remaining would go up. So Glamorgan marginal favourites at the moment.
I think so.
Run rate of 5.9, 6.1 they need from here on in. As Thompson bowls to Ingram, who should be... No, he isn't caught at mid-off. I thought for a moment that was heading into the grateful hands of deep mid-off, but it just skimmed over him by a metre or so, and Ingram survives, and Glamorgan have 4 more to their total.
Yeah, sometime that was a bit like the shot that I thought was going to clear the boundary bar and barely cleared the rope in the end. You just lose perspective momentarily, and I thought he was going to loop that straight into Sam Connor's hands as well, but Connors leapt, but didn't really get very close to it.
Just clearing the fielder on the edge of the circle, who is now being sent back to long off. So Colin Ingram stops to survey. There are still 5 players up in the circle, so Ingram plays it down the ground, along the ground, to long on for the single.
Sam Connors sent down here just to try and find that horse that has bolted.
It's on. Well, it is the racecourse end.
Well, it seems unlikely that he was going to play the same shot when there was a fielder out there having
He'd
played
be very
the shot.
stupid if he did.
Yes, I think stupid. Could justifiably call him stupid.
And Colin Ingram has played the game enough years not to be stupid, one would hope. 164 for 2. Thompson bowls. Carlson cuts for a single as they amble through, the ball rolling out towards the cover point sweeper. Maybe won't try too much in the way of sharp singles and second runs if Ingram is struggling a little with the calf. Thompson bowls, flat batted drive by Ingram. That has been absolutely perfectly placed. If he'd wanted to pick it up and put it down over the boundary, that was probably where he would have put it, absolutely bisecting the 2 fielders. And Ingram is so good at placing his shots when he's in full flow. 169 for 2.
Sam Connors down below, just having a glance at the scoreboard, which won't make particularly good reading for the Derbyshire fielders and bowlers.
As that one's noodled off his legs by Ingram for a single to fine leg. Hyder Ali on the edge of the circle, not played too hard, so it's an easy single in there. There we are. There is the Derbyshire repartee in the field, for which you were calling. 170 for 2. Both batters in their 40s. No one yet kicked on for Glamorgan as Carlson just drops the bat on that one. Plays it towards square leg, ambles through for the single by the time Wood has picked it up. 171 for 2 after 28 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
12 off the over.
Couple of good blows. One just over the top of mid-off, one
The rest singles.
excellent through the covers. What's Harry Kane up to? He's tossing something to a couple of children.
They must have thrown their ball, or has he signed an autograph?
I think
for
he's
them?
signed something.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Well done, Harry.
Was about 25 metres behind the boundary rope, so I was getting a little bit alarmed on his behalf, but managed to do it between overs without detriment to his fielding performance.
He doesn't want to stand too close to the youngsters though, because he might be the same size as them. Here's Lackmell. City end, bowling to Kieran Carlson, who plays it backward as square on the offside. Kane's got a bit of a run around here, and he slides and just about keeps the ball in play. Whether or not his foot was on the rope is open to question, but nobody seems to be questioning it, so well done, Harry. 173 for 2. Carlson moves to 44. He was perilously close to that rope.
Kane's youth is such that I'm sure he gets ID'd every time he goes for a pint.
I think that is absolutely
Fresh-faced in the
correct.
extreme.
Yeah, he certainly is. and we're speaking to him this evening. Lackmal in short delivery, and he pulls out of playing the shot there. Carlson, one for the over. I don't know how many are allowed, but that's one of them.
It is one, isn't it, in the
Is it only
one-day stuff? One in this comp as well as T20, yeah. Get the nod from an iron.
Okay.
We've been definitively told by a professional cricketer there's one for the over in this comp as well as T20.
So if he bowls another one and doesn't get no balled, where are we going then?
Home.
173 for 2. Carlson waits as Lackmal bowls to him, and he turns that slightly unconvincingly into the leg side, but off his bat because there's no signal from the umpire. So he moves on to 45, 174 for 2.
Bit murky again.
Yeah, we don't want any rain at the moment.
Well, Derbyshire supporters don't. Glamorgan listeners, viewers and followers would be quite happy for the deluge to arrive, but it's not going to be a deluge even if it does arrive in some form.
Doesn't feel like it, does it? Here is Lackmal again around the wicket and bowls. That one's just clipped away by Ingram nicely down towards fine leg, and the dive comes in from Thompson, and it's unsuccessful. And it's 4 more runs. Ingram moves to 48, 178 for 2.
Yeah, the slower ball from Lackmal. Oh, just didn't come out right. Glanced away.
Well, in the same way that Matt Lamb looks woefully short of cricket, although I think he's been asked if he'll come on and bowl. His leg spin. Saranga Lackmal, not having played for 3 weeks, won't have bowled an awful lot. He's in again, and this one is defended by Ingram into the onside wood fields. And it was, I've only just twigged. I'm sure that Brooke Guest has asked Matt Lamb to bowl some of his leg spin. He's having a conversation now with Anuj Dal, who is his vice captain. And Matt Lamb is doing some stretches. He's doing them with his hands in his pockets, which is very impressive.
Well, the one over from Wood wasn't the worst, was it?
No.
0 for 6.
No.
One boundary.
But they need something. 178 for 2, 121 required. Lackmal is in, bowls on the legs again of Colin Ingram, who clips it away down to Thompson at long leg. Single taken. Ingram moves to 49. Carlson has 45. Thompson. Lackmal's bowled 7 overs for 38. The partnership almost 100. It's 97. The Glamorgan physio's back out, and Glamorgan are 179 for 2.
So Bevan 44, Byram 30, Ingram 49 not out, Carlson 45 not out. Everyone getting going in the top order today. In fact, it was the same on the Derbyshire side as well. Came 73, Rees 69, Hyder Ali batting at 3 made 63. Probably the most adventurous and attacking of those Derbyshire innings, and Brooke Gast 35. A few single figure scores lower down on the Derbyshire card, but as you say, we are indeed going to have Matt Lamb to bowl.
Your guess from his run-up, which is meticulously marked out foot by foot, that he isn't going to bowl medium pace. He's the 7th Derbyshire bowler to be used, which tells a story of help, we need a wicket.
Well, it's in a way good captaincy from
Good
Brooke
shout.
Guest, isn't it?
Good shout from Anara.
Lewis Rees
We
and-
haven't seen Lewis
yeah.
Rees, yeah, absolutely.
Strange.
He did get that bang on the elbow,
All right.
didn't he? I don't know, and it's on his, which was
Was
his
it?
right arm, wasn't it, I think? Where is he? Assuming he's out there.
As in comes the first ball, and it's chipped on the leg side by Ingram, and they'll come back for a couple of runs as it's picked up on the mid-wicket boundary, and that is the first Glamorgan half-century of the game. It goes to Colin Ingram, and it has come off 45 balls despite a slow start. As Lamb bowls, and Ingram is forward defending.
6 4s and 1 6.
Thank you. Right, we've
wow.
got a steward's inquiry into what Lamb is bowling.
What kind of spin he's bowling?
As that's driven off the back foot down the ground for a single. And Iron reckons it's off spin.
I don't think it's spinning anyway, so it's going to be difficult to tell what it is, isn't it, really? But
Or is he going to mix it up and bowl both in the course of the same over?
and with his left arm as well. There's been a lot.
There we are. Leg spin to the right-hander, off spin to the
So
left-hander.
he's turned into Liam Livingston,
Oof.
and he wears number 7.
Yeah. As in comes the next delivery, pulled away by Carlson. There is a fielder. Harry came out in the wilds of deep square leg, so single taken.
It's interesting because I went in there and said to Matt, who does the graphics for the big screen, he's not medium pace, he bowls leg spin. What do you put if he bowls leg spin and off spin? You just put spin.
Right arm spin, as that is played back to him by Ingram. No run as Glamorgan batters look to work out exactly what he's bowling.
Well, they've no idea. If he's no idea, neither have they.
As that is driven by Ingram, but straight to Dahl at short cover. So just 4 off the over. 183 for 2 Glamorgan. 20 overs to come. Glamorgan need 116 runs with 8 wickets in hand. Since he almost being done by the trail by on the board, but remembering just in time that Dave had told me. And Aaron Donald, the Hampshire batter keeper, will take a commentary with Dave Fletcher as a retreat to talk to radio listeners briefly.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah. Glamorgan trail by 115. If they get 115, here's Tom Wood again. The big lad's coming back. Bowled 1 over for 6. So they've turned to their occasional bowlers in full force here, Derbyshire. Wood from one end, Lamb from the other. Buying a wicket, attempting to buy a wicket. I don't know what you'd call it. They need a wicket. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Kieran Carlson on 46. And he's going to be on 50 now because that's gone over the head of Sam Connors on the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And he moves to 52. 40 deliveries for Kieran Carlson. Terrific innings from him. Captain's knock, you might say.
Yeah, some player, especially over the last season or two, he's really come into his own and putting pressure straight on the part-time off-spin, who's then floated that up to a short, low full toss, hammered out to deep cover just for the single there. Pace on first ball from Wood, pace off second ball. But I think there's going to be a bit of pressure put on Tom Wood again with the dimensions, with that wind. This seems like a bowling change that the Glamorgan batters might be targeting.
Lewis Rees has just looked at some members of the crowd down below us, put his arms out and shrugged his shoulders. That's not a good look, is it?
One suggests so. Not typically in the middle of a game, but who knows what they're talking about.
Yes, that one is a short delivery from Tom Wood, nicely fielded by Harry Kane as Ingram pulled it around the corner to move to 53, 191 for 2. Missed the 100 partnership as well, which has come up off 84 balls in 6 minutes, under an hour. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. That one is pulled into the leg side, but dropped short of Nick Potts out there at square leg. Carlson moved to 54.
Yeah, very much targeting that shorter leg side here, Carlson. A couple of slog sweeps. As you mentioned there, I think the key here is the partnership. 110 off 91 balls is exactly what you need in a 50-over game. As
he almost gets one through there.
Yeah, a little bit of turn. Yeah, he landed that nicely. Bit of shape on it.
Keep doing that.
Yeah, it's very difficult for 2 part-timers to be bowling through the middle periods with only 4 men out. And as we've seen, this partnership's just taken the run rates towards Glamorgan's favour.
Pitch it though, as that one is a full toss driven by Ingram up towards long off. Hayder Ali's the fielder out there in the far distance. It's the end of the over. 10 runs from it. 2 overs for 16 now, Tom Wood. 193 for 2. Ingram 54, Carlson 54, partnership 111, and Glamorgan now need 106 to win from 19 overs. You'd rather be the batting side than the bowling side if you had 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, and I think the story of the day has been these top order partnerships. Another great opening partnership by the Glamorgan pair. A couple of quick wickets, and then the two stalwarts, the middle order here, in Ingram and Carlson, have put on a brilliant 110 in very quick time. So Matt Lamb to go again, who's off spin started nicely, hit beautifully past short cover. Kame and Thompson running round to pick up the ball. It's only going to be 2 though to the largest part of the ground. Even though Colin Ingram, who had the bad calf, was pushing Kieran for a third. I think Kieran was trying to tell Colin to take his time and calm down, trying to look after Colin's calf for him. But yeah, double part-time spin is a very interesting call here, trying everything they can to break this partnership.
Pushed up towards Anuj Dal by Ingram. To get 2 off the first ball, you only really need another 4 runs off the next 5. It eases the pressure. It's like almost like getting a boundary. He's driven this one, Ingram, up towards Thompson at long off.
He's not moving the best at the minute, old Matt Lamb, is he? Understandably.
No, we've got Matt Lamb with his bad back bowling to Colin Ingram with his crook calf.
Well, I think Colin's moving pretty well now, though. Now he's cruising past 50.
Yeah.
Hopefully back to the leg spinner, Matt Lamb here, and it is landed a bit nicer. Bit of shape on that, bit of bounce, but Carlson turns it away behind square on the leg side for 1. Where do you think Derby go next then, if they try once they tried their spin?
Well, I can only imagine that Lewis Rees isn't going to bowl, because we've got to the 32nd over and we haven't seen him yet. He's not warming up. I find that slightly alarming. Perhaps, oh dear, full toss from Matt Lamb, punched away for 4 runs by Colin Ingram. He's not going to miss out on a delivery like that. 200 is up. Yeah, 201 for 2 now. They need a further 98 to win. So I'm not entirely sure where they do go. Potts has only bowled 4 overs. Dahl was economical, 5 overs for 20. Picked up a wicket as well. Could they go back to him? And comes the next delivery from Matt Lamb, nicely fielded by Anuj Dal, who gets up very slowly and limps, which is not a good sign. 201 for 2 at the end of the over, 18 to go. The run rate is 6.3, the required rate is 5.4. And the miles in front, 40 in front of Duckworth Lewis. I don't know where Derbyshire goes, to be brutally honest, and Aaron. I can't see them winning this game from here, if I'm entirely honest with you, but I'm not known for my optimism. And sometimes criticised for my pessimism, but it's reasonably well-founded.
Yeah, they need quick wickets and fast. Sticking with the part-time off-spin of Tom Wood.
I'll leave you with it for a moment.
He's continuing here. Typically you don't see 2 part-timers bowling in tandem at this stage of the game, but I think it shows how desperate Derby are here, trying to force a wicket. Again, I think Kieran's liking the luck of this matchup, favouring that leg side boundary as he comes down the wicket. Well read by Tom Wood, who just drags it a bit shorter and nudged out to point for no run. But yeah, with 5 and a bit of an over for the last period of a one-day game with 8 wickets in the hutch, Glamorgan should be feeling very confident as Tom Wood floats that up, and he just beats mid-off along the floor. Saranga Lackmore couldn't quite get down to that. Tom Wood with a low full toss, and Carlson picks the gap beautifully to keep ticking over as their partnership goes up to 120 off just 100 or so balls. Looking very comfortable at the minute for the Glamorgan batsman, and Derbyshire don't seem to have too many options to combat this. It's Wood into bowl again to Carlson on strike. It's a better ball, just nudged out very comfortably to the leg side. No mid-wicket into the off-spinner, so run a ball pretty comfortable out into that leg side boundary. Field changing just the left-handed Colin Ingram here, showing his class, ticking over above a runner ball, nudges forward, dot ball back to the bowler. Tom Wood scrapes another dot. But just these boundaries just starting to come ever so easy to Glamorgan.
Lewis Rees is warming up.
I think we're due a few overs from him, but if he's available to bowl, I'm surprised it's taken him this long. As Colin Ingram nudges that out to deep square leg, comes around, picks it up, fires it in just the single. Again, this run rate now very much in Glamorgan's hands.
Staggering that he hasn't bowled. Unless he isn't coming on to bowl and he was just trying to show to...
I'd be surprised if he bowled now.
Stand by to be surprised. Wood's next delivery. Well, it's just an easy run of ball, isn't it? Easy. And here comes Lewis Rees. Single off the final ball of the Wood over 3 overs for 23. I think that's the end of Tom Wood. 208 for 2 Glamorgan, 62 to Ingram, 61 to Carlson. And Glamorgan need 91 more runs to win.
Yeah, so finally we see some left arm seam of Lewis Rees, much to the happiness of the fans down to our right-hand side. We did a few potentially sarcastic claps.
Well, there are, and this is interesting as well. Rees is going to get his marker. It looks like Brooke Guest wants a chat with him, and he's just walking away from him. I don't think the body language of the Derbyshire players is particularly good at the moment, quite frankly.
You're just starting to see the heads dip, and
yeah.
I think typically as a team, that's one thing you try and control. You're always trying to present a united front and confidence in your team, and I know it's not always easy, but certainly that's something I think a good team controls anyway. But Lewis Rees, who bowled a lot throughout every format, I believe, for Derby this season, finally comes on the bowl.
Yeah, he had a knuckleball that he tried to bowl in T20. I don't know if you were subject to that.
Yeah, he bowled pretty much 4 overs a game when I was there, so certainly first to call on option in T20.
He's got a best of 7 for 20. That'd be handy now. Carlson's first delivery from Lewis Rees is guided down to third man, and there's no run. He bowled a delivery at Birmingham in the remarkable run chase in the T20 when they chased more than 200 for the first time in their history. He bowled a knuckleball, and it sort of floated down. It didn't dip at all. It was like it was defying gravity, and it was sort of face height. It just got smashed. And you're thinking at that point, not sure. I mean, he might be able to learn from Pat Brown, who's here next season. He's got a decent slower ball. In fact, that's pretty much his stock ball, isn't it? The slower one. As Rees is in again and bowls to Ingram, who just clips that nicely off his pads into the leg side. Picks up a single. Sam Connors loses his cap, as he often does. Fields. Ingram moves to 63, 210 for 2.
Yeah, completely open leg side there for Colin Ingram, given a very easy single. Feel like this is the time where Derby just need to start Derbyshire, as I've been corrected half time. I've been trying my best. As Carlson goes for a reverse sweep, or more of a reverse puller sometimes, just for one down the third man. A very interesting option there. He had 3 men out on the offside and all the gaps on the leg side with the left arm over. Maybe a more conventional sweep would have made sense, but he's off striking up the other end, and I think he deserves the ability to try something outrageous, having batted so well so far. Yeah, Derbyshire really need to try and squeeze and find some pressure from somewhere, and I just think leaving that mid-wicket gap, which they're talking about now.
There we go. It's going to be filled, but at the expense of the backward point.
Yeah, the cover needs to go around a little bit here. But
Saranga Lakmal doesn't want to be fielded at backward point.
no, I think unless he gets his line perfectly right, I think Collins going to be able to squeeze a lot of balls through backward point, at least for one, if not more.
Rees bowls, and what on earth is he trying to do there? He did nothing with it in the end. He tried to scoop it down to fine leg. The fine leg is on the edge of the 30-yard circle, so if he'd got hold of it, it would have been perfectly safe, but made no real contact with it. The umpire's just looking at Lewis Rees's follow-through.
Yeah, I think he just gambled. I was just talking about there, he can only bowl on the stump line, and looking to go into Colin Ingram's pad, and he kind of almost double bluffed himself there. As he snicks it past
off an edge, down to fine third man, 4 runs. How's your luck?
It doesn't matter where he put the third man there, that was always 4. A genuine nick, but certainly an opening of the bat face there.
Yeah.
As Anuj Dal now comes to the top of the mark to have a chat with Lewis Rees. Trying their best here, but it just can't quite seem to get a foothold back into this game.
No. Saranga Lakmal goes a little bit finer on the edge of the circle at third man, which opens up a huge gap at point. That one is driven slightly aerially initially, but drops way short of Tom Wood. It's the end of the Lewis Rees over. 7 from it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bowlers used by Derbyshire. Of those who haven't bowled yet, Harry Kame, I've never seen him bowl.
He bowls some off spin actually.
Does he? He's bowled in the twos. Yeah, he has bowled in the twos.
He bowls pretty regularly in the twos cricket, I believe.
Yeah, Hayder, I've never seen him bowl. And
you might as well have a look at him, surely.
Yeah, and guess he's got his pads on. So
Thompson again from the far end. Interesting choice throughout the day. A lot of spinners been bowled from that far end. Very high risk, high reward, and Kellaway on the right end of it most of the time. But certainly everyone else who's applied their tray from that far end has felt the full force in most of the batting lineups.
and he hasn't come out to bat yet. He's having a great day already.
Protecting his average after getting 80 last game. He's on fire at the start of his career.
Thompson bowls a full delivery, appeals for leg before wicket. He was the only one who did. Carlson trying to whip that ball into the leg side.
Certainly a little puff of dust again for Thompson there, but
Pitch is breaking up.
can break up as much as it likes at 5 and over. I'm not sure.
The first pitch at Derby ever to break up. That one is whipped around the corner. A despairing dive by Matt Lamb. Around the boundary comes Nick Potts. He'll do the fielding. Lamb gets up in instalments. And 2 more runs to Kieran Carlson. He moves to 65. 217 for 2. 82 to win now.
Actually, the last now Nick Potts fielding a deep backward square gives me a reminder of when we played here last year in the 50 over cup. We had his front teeth knocked out by a hard sweep from Toby
Nice
Albert.
catch here for Matt Lamb. It's taken. Carlson went for the sweep around the corner, trying to get it fine, and it's looped up into Matt Lamb's hands. Alex Thompson has his first wicket. Derbyshire have a breakthrough. Will it be enough? We'll have to wait and see. 217 for 3 now, still 82 behind.
Yeah, certainly looks like there's more help for the off spinner there as Thompson gets some nice turn and bounce, and Kieran's played a fantastic knock there. Certainly ahead of the rate throughout, and just top edges a sweep that he's got a lot of reward from throughout this afternoon. But as Billy Root flies out to the crease with a sprint and a swagger, again a very experienced head now coming in to hold this lower order of Glamorgan together. Derby has said the door just seems to creak open a little bit, and certainly after this there's not a lot of experience left. So another wicket or two, especially the set Colin Ingram, and we should be in for an interesting finish.
135 run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingram. You just get me excited, aren't you, by suggesting that Derbyshire have got a chance.
Well, I said just looking at the lineup, I think we've got Kellaway to come next, and then you're into Horton and Podmore. So I said it's not miles away, and I said if it does start spinning a little bit, that 80 can turn into quite a significant amount of runs to get, but they're going to have to get past Billy Root and the certainly very set Colin Ingram at the other end as the field all comes up with just a sweeper each side off the off spinner.
Thompson aborts his
I think he wants to slip in here. He's trying to negotiate one.
I think he wants, is he going to get Tom Wood in at slip, or is Wood going to go to backward point? I have no idea what's happening here.
Wood must be their designated slip fielder, so Wagstaff, is it?
It is. Mitch Wagstaff's back out there. I'll do my best. No idea.
Connors?
Potentially. As this one is driven out to Connors.
I thought I was right then. I didn't see his arm sleeves.
Sweeping on the cover boundary, so Potts would be in net. No, yeah, Potts.
I think you're right.
Yeah, Nick Potts isn't there.
I briefly mentioned how he had his front teeth removed in the 50 over game we played here.
I didn't
this point
realise
last summer.
Here comes Thompson again and turns it
real
past
spin.
the edge of Ingram's bat as he lunges forward. It's all on here.
Yeah, suddenly I said just that little spark.
Absolute minefield out there. What is going on?
Good move to bring spin on from that far end.
Slip in for Ingram as well, who's a set batsman on 67 or 64 deliveries. If he comes to you, Woody, you've got to catch it. He goes for the reverse and plays it straight to Matt Lamb. Was the final ball of the over. Sorry, 218 for 3, 81 to win.
As you mentioned much earlier on in the day, they maybe ruined the fact they don't have an extra designated spinner to go to. I think Mark Watt, especially with his ability to control the ball and bowl to left-hand and right-hand combinations, might look to a pretty wise move on this surface now. But
he's quite an unorthodox bowler, isn't he? Because he is a left-arm spinner. That's what he's described as. But he can swing the ball. He bowls off 24 yards. So he just varies it so much, and he's very, very used to playing 50-over cricket because of the amount of 50-over cricket that Scotland play, which is another thing. I mean, these lads play 8 games a year, and that's it. One against a national county. There's Rees from the racecourse, then bowling to Billy Root, who drives out into the offside. Harry Kane comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Single taken. Root moves on to 219 for 3. The sun is out again in Derby. Might not be in the whole of Derbyshire. It'd be quite the bold statement, that, wouldn't it, really, since it goes north of fairway and south of fairway as well from here. Rees is in once more, bowls to Ingram, who drives out to Kame on the cover boundary for a single.
See Ingram, the key wicket here for Derbyshire to have any kind of sniff. They need to remove him pretty quickly. Again, just flexing his calf. Physio came out to strap it up earlier, and sounds like he's had a few problems throughout the year, but he's certainly moving well enough when he's got the bat in hand.
I think he's had a couple more tablets. Not sure what they do, but he's had a couple more tablets as Rees bowls to him, and it's guided very deliberately down to a fine third man where Lackmal does the fielding. 222 for 3. At Derbyshire were 222 for 2, I remember distinctly. Nick Webb doing his impression.
Yeah, as we said, we've been using Duckworth Lewis Stern as a relative indicator, and even with that wicket, Glamorgan are almost 40 runs ahead.
Yes.
As Colin Ingram blocks that out to short cover for no run. That's where the wickets in clusters, and it was so important for the bowling side to get back on top from this kind of position. And it's certainly something that Glamorgan did in the first innings.
Well, they got to 241 for 2, Derbyshire, and then lost 5 wickets for the addition of just 26 runs, which was probably what's going to cost them victory here, as that was pushed out into the offside.
I said I don't think they've really scored past maybe 5 and over for that last 10.
Yeah,
which you'd be really disappointed with from the position they were in.
Well, at one point after 30 overs, if you double it from there, they should have got 360.
Yeah, which is usually the rough guide you go for, but easier said than done.
In comes Rees again. Almost tucks Ingram up, but he manages to get bat on it, forces it out square on the offside, fielded by Dahl. It's gone down. It's gone up again to 222. What's happening here with this scoreboard? Somebody help me. That was Ingram who scored that run, so it is 220. I think it says 222 for 3. Anyway, it had gone up. Now it went down. Now it's gone up again.
It's somewhere around there, isn't it?
It's in that region. Yeah, 69 to Ingram, 3 to Root. Glamorgan need a further 77 to win. Yeah, Nick's gone for the sunglasses and the cap, and the sun's gone in.
Right on cue. Thompson to continue bowling here. Certainly seems to be their last and only option to generate some quick wickets. Be interesting to see if there's a bit of a change of bowling this end. And Dahl had such a great spell earlier. It'd be nice to see him get a go and see what he can do. Field spread, but with the slip in, obviously doing their best to remove Colin Ingram, who looks really set this end, as he punches that out to point, pushing hard for a second run. Not sure he's quite going to get there, carrying his ailment. So it's just the one.
Yeah, I wouldn't take on Sam Connor's arm either.
No, he seems to be pretty handy out there.
He's a good fielder. I think they take any wicket still. Ingram for preference, but we'll have Root. Thompson bowls to Root, who pushes it up towards long off. Hader does the fielding, single taken. Root moves to 4, 224 for 3.
I should imagine they're going to take no particular risks here against Thompson, the danger man, certainly from that far end. Hasn't been the most economical, but certainly since he switched ends here, has created a few chances as Ingram prods forward and probably shows the intent I was just mentioning there. Unlikely to see anything crazy, I'm going to guess, as Thompson sees out the rest of his spell. He's got another 3.5 overs to bowl.
We'll get Matt Lamb on to bowl some of his off-spin. Sweep in front of square by Colin Ingram. That's a good shot. Harry Kane, ball just bobbles in front of him and he manages to hold on to it. 2 taken. Ingram moves to 72. Glamorgan 226 for 3 now.
Nice controlled sweep shot there by Colin. Just the one man out on the square, deep square leg, so plenty of room in front. He chops that away to short third man for no run. They're doing their best here, really pushing hard. Derbyshire feels like this is do or die before they get into the last 10 in the final power play. Colin punches that very comfortably to deep cover for 1. That's the end of the over. 227 for 3. 13 to go.
It is just very comfortable though, isn't it? Still, despite the threat of Alex Thompson potentially turning the ball, it just feels and looks very comfortable for Glamorgan. 13 overs left, 72 runs required.
Sticking with Lewis Rees here as well, so as you mentioned earlier, I think I'm surprised to see him come into the game so late with the ball. I thought he might have had a dip a bit earlier on, but I guess sticking with his guns here, trying to make something happen with 3 men out on the leg side, 45 in the ring, and then just a deep cover to Colin Ingram.
Who gets one off a leading edge and it goes straight through the man, Anuj Dal, at backward point, which is very unusual. And they come back for a couple of runs. Ingram moves to 75, 229 for 3. Don't see Dahl miss the ball very often.
No, I think he almost attacked it too well and saw it so early it just...
I think he thought it was going to be a low catch and he would have to dive forward to get to it and unable to readjust. As Rees is in again, that one is driven to Thompson, no run. The games in this competition, assuming they're still going on, one of them's finished. That's the Kent game against Leicestershire, clearly. I'll have to move to a different website to find that one. Worcestershire have got 10 overs in which to get 56 runs. They're 232 for 6, though, against Somerset at Taunton. Here comes Rees and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Ingram, fielded by Wood. Northamptonshire 148 for 5. They need 95 off 12.5 overs to beat Sussex at Wantage Road. And Leicestershire, who made 380 for 5, bowled Kent out for 116 and won by 264 runs in a 50-over game. That is a beating. Rees in and bowls. That one's just pushed back to him by Ingram. Good over so far from Lewis Rees. 2 runs off the first ball, nothing since. It's not making an awfully big dent in the required rate, though. It's wickets they need.
No, certainly. Once it's a positive run rate, so Glamorgan's run rate ahead of the required run rate at this stage, you're feeling very comfortable. But
Ingram thinks about single to Anuj Dal. I'm not
just
sure.
building up.
Yeah, that's the 4th dot in a row.
Colin just dropping below 100 strike rate now, so certainly that wicket slowed things up briefly, especially with Root going at a run of ball straight away.
He needs to sort himself out, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's lost his touch now. Once he gets to 70, he's
Yes.
no good anymore.
Fatigue sets in. Final ball of Rees's 3rd over. Ingram just pushes it into the offside and 1 run off the over. 3 overs for 13. Lewis Rees has bowled 229 for 3. There are 12 overs to go. Glamorgan needs 70 to win. Alex Thompson will continue from the City end after the batsmen have had a rub down and a drink.
Fantastic over there from Lewis Rees. Again, as we change over, Mr. Webb back on the airwaves. Yeah, it's really interesting to see Lewis Rees come on after the two part-time spinners after landing those first couple of overs.
Yeah, whether
Very
he
nicely.
was still feeling the effects of that blow on the elbow and responsible for his late introduction into the attack. Here's Thompson then ambling in to bowl to Root, who drives through the covers and will pick up a single. I think we have to factor in the point that Glamorgan aren't going to take too many sharp runs with Ingram not struggling, but he's not clearly not at full fitness.
I shouldn't think so.
230 for 3. Ingram drops one into the offside, but they don't think of the single. So Derbyshire are finding a little bit of control with Thompson's spell from the city end. And Rees now, 3 overs for 13. Thompson bowls. Ingram just tries to run it to third man, but gets a bit too much bat on it, and it's picked up by Wood up in the circle at backward point. So Glamorgan rate just dropping as Ingram plays the next ball straight to cover, and there is no run. So Ingram conceding a lot of dots at the moment.
Yeah, it's obviously a conscious decision to not take too many risks, but he's certainly showing very little intent over this last over or two, especially now, and right on cue, belts one to cover and just breaks through Anu Stahl's hand for one.
Yeah, that one would have raced away for 4 had Dahl not got half a hand to it, but he's saved 3 runs there. Ingram moves on to 76, 231 for 3. Glamorgan stuttering slightly, but still with wickets in hand if they can maintain them. Roots plays one into the offside, just places it down towards point, and he'll go through for a single. So 11 overs left of the Glamorgan innings, and they still need 67 runs for victory. So it's gone up to a fraction over a run a ball as Ingram and Root meet in the middle for discussions, but they will know that there's not a lot of experience in the middle order and not a vast amount of batting power in the lower order.
So it's going to be interesting to see the way they set up with the bowling here. It's quite likely we're going to see Lewis Rees and Thompson through, certainly for the next 4 or 5 overs.
As Rees starts a new over and forward stretches Rees slightly uncertainly, and Brooke Gast has maybe found the right method to put the squeeze on this Glamorgan innings, but is it in time?
Glamorgan's still very much in the box seat here, but you can just sense that pressure building. Feel like someone needs to release it here. Likely to be Billy Root, the man.
As that is worked on the leg side and through the fielder at mid-wicket. There should be a couple of jogged easy runs as Colin Ingram turns and ambles back to the non-striker's end, slightly, well, not reluctantly, but tentatively, shall we say.
Yeah, they'll be really upset with that misfield there. As we were just talking about that pressure building, it's little things like that that just release it when things were going very well, and Derbyshire needed everything they can. It just slid through mid-wicket there for a easy 2 to keep Billy Root ticking along.
234 for 3. Rees bowls up in the block hole, driven by Root, down to long on. Fielded by Lamb, easy single. 235 for 3. So 3 off 3 balls so far. Morgan needing a runner ball, but once they get nearer the total, they can afford to unleash maybe a few big shots. Rees bowls, and it's driven but not timed by Ingram on the offside. And we saw Derbyshire fall away at the back end of their innings. Glamorgan have to be really careful that they don't do likewise with a clatter of wickets, because it does seem to be getting a little bit more difficult to bat as the innings go on.
Yeah, I said especially this ball just getting older by the minute. Just seems to be holding in the wicket and not quite pinging off Colin Ingram's bat as it has done.
As he plays one on the offside, takes a single out to the sweeper, Harry Kane, out on the cover boundary. 236 for 3.
Yeah, certainly I think Glamorgan have got to take a relative risk relatively soon here. You don't want that rate climbing up over 7 and over for any period of time, especially when you got wickets in the hutch. Again, I'd say it's down to Billy Root, the guy who's trying to take the pressure off Colin to bat through the other end.
As Root plays that and calls for the single, Ingram responds up to Thompson at mid-off. 237 for 3. 62 runs are needed in 10 overs. So 5 off that one. Not quite up with the run rate. Thompson has got 2 more to bowl. Rees can bowl as many as he likes because he's only bowled 4. Anuj Dal, 5 overs, 1 for 20, relatively economical. And the other seamers, Lackmal, Connors, Potts, will they come into the equation, we wonder?
Yeah, I think they're likely to bowl these 2 overs of off spin.
As Thompson bowls and Root pushes forward suspiciously, back to the bowler.
And then maybe 2 more overs of Rees if he keeps going well, and that leaves them 6 overs to go back to Lackmal and Connors to finish off. But interesting to see if Anuj Dal doesn't get another bowl.
Thompson in, round the wicket, bowls, Root reverse, pulls that one out towards backwards square. Has he got all of it? Yes, he has. It races away for 4 runs. And that is the slight release that Glamorgan needed. They need a few more of them, but at least that's the first boundary for a few overs. Route 14, 241 for 3.
Yeah, Billy Root showing some real skill there. Ball's starting to turn and bounce a little bit, and that reverse sweep is a real comfortable option for him up and over that short third man fielder.
Thompson bowls, Root cuts, misses. Wide-ish outside off stump. Root giving umpire Manzoor Qureshi just a little look to say, sure that wasn't a wide. 241 for 3. Thompson bowls. Root flat bats that one through the covers. That'll be just a single as it's picked up by the sweeper out in front of the pavilion. 242 for 3.
Yeah, and again, right on pace here, Glamorgan. That one boundary and over just frees them up to knock it around. Derbyshire really need 2 or 3 dots and over to have any sniff, which is very difficult to do at this stage of the game.
Ingram on strike and goes big over mid-wicket. A long way over mid-wickets. It's a long boundary, but Ingram cleared that by a good 10-15 metres. He moves to 83. It's 248 for 3.
Yeah, huge strike, and within 2 boundary shots there by Billy Root and Colin Ingram, it feels like the game slipped back away from Derbyshire. That's a massive hit out there. Very safe. Huge gap between deep square and long on. The fielder's out on the leg side.
248 for 3. 51 needed. Ingram dots it into the offside, realises there's a fielder nowhere near, and goes through for the single. So an expensive over from Thompson, who had been causing Glamorgan problems. He's now 9 overs, 1 for 65. 249 for 3, 50 needed off 9 overs for Glamorgan to win. And with that relatively big over, then Glamorgan have got themselves back in the pound seats.
Yeah, Colin Ingram, as we said a million times over his Glamorgan career, as soon as it just felt like that boundary was needed to release the pressure, he plays it with great control. And it looks like he's going to be cruising to a match-winning 100 if things go all to plan for the Glamorgan batsman. Lewis Rees continuing here, no real other option but to keep going with the left-arm seamer. Put Guest up to the stumps.
4 overs, 0 for 18 so far for Rees, as Ingram drives on the leg side. Single up to long on. The problem now, having got below 1 a ball again, problem for Derbyshire is that they really do need a couple of wickets, you'd have to say, to give themselves hope once more. Reese bowls, driven firmly by Root up to wide long on. I think for a moment about a second run, but the throw is heading back towards the middle, and so they think again.
Trying to sneak the extra man into the ring here against Billy Root, the newer man. But he's certainly come out and played very nicely and very positively to keep releasing the pressure off Colin Ingram, the guy at the other end on a big score, batting through, which is the key to 50-over cricket.
As Ingram steps back, cuts, but plays it straight to Dahl at backward point, and there's no run. You forget how long 50-over cricket can be, don't you? Which seems a daft thing to say, but if you've got wickets in hand, there's always a little bit more time available to you.
Yeah, certainly, and I said it's the real key to great 50-over sides is having someone in that top four batting right through, and I think it's going to come back to Darby Ruin there. Last 10 to 15 overs there.
As there's another dot ball, Ingram
Batting
playing it to cover. Yeah, Derbyshire managed, what was it, 68 runs in the final 10 overs for the loss of 6 wickets, which is not the finish they would have wanted. With only 2 down at the 40-over mark, you're looking at potentially adding another 100 runs, I suppose, in the last 10.
Yeah, certainly you'd be... I think they were really wanting at least 320 from where they were, if not kicking on after such a great start again from their top order batters. But Glamorgan been able to pace this pretty much perfectly up until this point with just the 8 overs or so remaining here.
But if Derbyshire can get Ingram, they'll be hopeful once more, as Ingram plays that very firmly into the offside for a single out to Kame at deep cover. So no risks taken so far in this over. Will Billy Root try to add the boundary off the last ball? He has 16 off 15. Ingram 86 off 92. As Root tries to, I think, steer it on the offside, but ends up jabbing it into the pitch in front of him. So it's another good over from the Derbyshire point of view. Just the 3 runs off it. Reese 5 overs, 0 for 21. It's now 47 off 8.
Yeah, it looks like they've turned away from the last over of Alex Thompson's off spin. Sam Connors takes his jumper off, ready to bowl. Interesting timing. It's going to leave 1 over to go, but certainly they must be getting the feeling that the game is slipping away here and need to play their trump card. So they're going back to Connors, who has 3 overs remaining, which would leave at least 1 over from that end to be bowled.
Connors with extra pace on the ball, though. Might they have gone back to the slightly slower Anuj Dal, who's been more economical so far?
Yeah, I think if they were going to go back to Anuj Dal, who was likely through this last kind of 10 to 15 over period, they'll pretty much have their death bowler set in their head, and I'm assuming Connors is certainly that ahead of Anuj Dal, even though he bowled beautifully at the start of the game. It's surprising he hasn't bowled throughout that middle period where they tried all sorts of weird and wonderful part-time spin. But I think Connors is their go-to death option here, and I'm assuming Lackmal is likely to come at some point from this other end, although I think Lewis Reese is likely to at least get 1 more over out.
Yeah.
But it's becoming crunch time, isn't it, for this Derbyshire bowling attack?
Nicky Potts, 4 overs for 37. They're not likely to use him again. So what can Connors do to break the pattern of the game? Shorter ball, slapped through the offside by Ingram, 4 runs, through cover, racing away, beat the infield. Sweeper's got no chance.
Yeah, slower ball into the wicket there by Connors, and Colin Ingram now having faced 90 balls and moving swiftly on to 90. It's just stood there, waited for it and caressed it past extra cover with plenty of power. Deep cover having no chance to get around, and an early boundary, very difficult to drag your over back from that now.
Connors in, bowls, and Ingram turns into a large gap on the leg side. They stroll a single. 257 for 3. Ingram 91. And if Derbyshire don't get him, they don't have a chance.
No, and again, don't forget the part Billy Roots had to play here, coming in and going at a running ball straight away. He's just kept Glamorgan on track throughout. 3 really good partnerships between the openers, the numbers 3 and 4, and numbers 4 and 5.
40 added for this 4th wicket already. Root on strike and slapping that one through the offside for 4 through backward point, racing away, and the interdiction of the quick bowler Connors was going to go make things happen one way or another with a breakthrough or an acceleration, but the ball going hard onto the bat and coming hard off it as well.
Yeah, I think although Thompson had a couple of good shots played off him the over before with a really nice reverse sweep and a slog sweep, I still think he was the best chance of getting a wicket, certainly from that end that was turning and bouncing. And as you mentioned, the extra pace of Connors going against him here.
261 for 3. Connors to Root, plays it again into the offside. This time it will be intercepted by the man in front of the pavilion, away to our left. 262 for 3. 37 runs needed to win, and 7 overs remain after this one. So Glamorgan not quite in cruise control, but should be in control of this game. There are vast spaces on the leg side with 3 players back. As Connors bowls, edged by Ingram, it flies through what would have been second slip and away to the boundary, down the slope for 4.
Yeah, I said it looks pretty streaky from Colin Ingram, but with the field set, it's not the ideal ball. Pace on and wide of that off stump. Colin Ingram's thrown everything he had at it and has nicked it past both third man and the keeper. Connor's pretty unlucky there. He did deceive him with the pace on ball, but certainly this over seems to have sealed the game from what we can gather watching up here. 3
boundaries already. Ingram noodles the final ball away for a single, and he moves to 96 not out off 96 balls. And well, he started slowly. At times he's decelerated, had a look at the bowling. It's just a beautiful innings in terms of experience, isn't it?
Yeah, and as we said, there was just that little initial partnership he tried to rebuild with Root, where he soaked up a few balls and kind of took the sting out of the Derbyshire attack when they were just starting to get back on top. And look, this is what Colin Ingram's been doing for years, and he's shown his mastery of this format yet again today so far. Hopefully he can try and convert this now to a well-deserved 3 figures as he's driven out to deep cover for an easy single as Lewis Rees carries on his very handy, pretty spell here, but certainly a late option that we've been scratching our heads about most of the afternoon.
So Glamorgan haven't had their inexperienced middle order put to the test, though Ben Kellaway was going pretty well last game out with 82, but you can't rely on the youngsters to haul you out of a hole every time, and so it's been the experience this time from Ingram as Rees bowls to Root, driven to long on for a single. 269 for 3, just 30 runs needed to win. Ingram is on 97 not out. It has been a masterpiece of an innings, especially given that he hasn't been able to run flat out for the back half of it. Rees bowls, thick edge from Ingram, safely down to third man for another single. Bowling very full length, isn't he, at the moment, Rees?
Yeah, and I certainly think that's pretty much been the way to go throughout the day. Guys with a bit more pace and who've tended to miss short throughout this game have been punished. There hasn't been too many shots down the ground other than when the field's been up and tight. Certainly looked the hardest place to hit it, but he scored all around the park this afternoon, Colin Ingram, and Billy Root crunches one out again to deep cover, just cruising away, and Derbyshire struggling to find any sort of dot ball or beat the bat in any sense. And I think this is kind of time to stick or twist. I think they really need to try and squeeze the field up here, even to Colin Ingram on 98. The open leg side is just too easy for him to get off strike here and keep ticking over.
Ingram on 98 then faces up to Lewis Rees, keeper standing up. Ingram drives slightly uppishly and stopped at cover, and there's no run. But Glamorgan have plenty of balls in hand now. If dot balls come along, then so be it. It doesn't really matter.
Lewis Rees, is he getting an official warning here for his follow through? He might well have done.
Umpire Tradwell just showing Rees where the umpire thought he was following through, which was slap bang in front of the middle stump by the look of it. Rees bowling left arm over, so he's got to fall away to his right as he bowls a slower ball. Looked for a moment like a half volley, but it's a dot ball. Ingram remains on 98 then, off 100 balls at the end of the over. Glamorgan need 28 runs to win, and they've got 6 overs in which to get it and 7 wickets still in hand. A weary sigh from BBC Radio Derby's man at the mic, Dave Fletcher, even though he wasn't on mic at the time we heard it. Bright sunshine now here, but it is at the moment shining on Glamorgan prospects as Derbyshire have a last-minute think about what to do. Bring everyone in, and Iron, Captain Donald.
I certainly think you've got to gamble with at least 5 or 6 men in the ring. Try and force something out of Billy Root here. Who again has probably played a little understated gem of a knock here to keep this rate exactly where they wanted, and Glamorgan players and coaches alike sat up in the dressing room would be really pleased with how this top order's batted, showing some real strength and you know, some pretty solid success for them over the last few years in this 50 over format. As Connors continues, just the 5 men in the ring, mid on and mid off up, trying to save one as best they can here.
Here is Connors then into bowl to Billy Root. Driven to backward point, no run. Join the dots, as they say.
Yeah, they're going to need a few more than that. But yeah, Root cruising along. So he stayed above striker at 100 throughout. Colin Ingram just masterfully ticking away, holding this innings together and watching them chase down a pretty tidy score in 50 over cricket.
Root plays this one backward of square. He should pick up a couple of runs here, even with the limping Ingram heading back to the non-striker's end at about half the rate of Billy Root.
Yeah, I'm not sure Colin would be playing on the Welsh wing with a side step like that at the minute.
I'm not
Looking a little bit laboured, but
I'm not sure Colin Ingram will be playing at Neath on Tuesday, to be honest.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether they decide to rest him at any point. Obviously, Sam North East to slot back into this top order as well.
As Root plays defensively out on the offside, ball almost spins past cover, but it's just about stopped. 273 for 3. Glamorgan need 26 more runs to win. 5.5 overs and crucially 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, and I think it's, although it's easy to say at this point in the game, with probably the bowling being the weakest of both sides suits, but that end of the Derbyshire batting innings just seems to be where the game might have been lost today.
Connors bowls, Root plays it into the offside, takes a single out to deep cover, 274 for 3. 25 runs needed for victory. Ingram on strike, 98 not out. Will Derbyshire impose the pressure? Well, there's still, he's not going to take sharp singles, but they've still got their fielders pushed back on the edge of the circle, so there are plenty of runs, singles to be had. Fine leg is now dropped back.
He's certainly getting a short ball here. Whether it's pace on or pace off is the question.
Connors bowls. It is a short ball. It's pulled around by Ingram, but it bounces about 10 metres short of Kame at deep square, and they go through for a single. As Guest does well to collect the throw there, because that skidded off a footmark, I think, and went through quite low. 275 for 3, 24 to win. 5 overs and 1 ball remain for Glamorgan to achieve that. Root on strike. He's just eased his way onto 26 without anyone really noticing. Nice little support knock from Root in the back end of this game. As he's edged, well, he was trying to run that one down, got less of it than he thought. It was an edge past the keeper. It's run away for 4. And I think this is pretty much game, set and match to Glamorgan, with 20 runs needed to win and 5 overs remaining.
That's it, really. Yes, and Cheteshwar Pujara due here on Wednesday with Sussex. Looking forward to that already. You do wonder how that's going to turn out.
Well, I think, as Anarin said, both these sides are stronger in batting than bowling.
Oh, no question. Yeah, it was certainly Derbyshire. And as Dahl's going to come back slightly...
Horse, stable door.
Yes, too late to do anything, really. 5 overs for 20. Picked up a wicket as well. Pujara today making 106 not out in Sussex's 240. Northamptonshire, 240 and 45 overs, rain-reduced match. Northamptonshire, 185 for 7 with 5 overs to go. So it looks as though that's going to be in vain, that particular chase. The other game, which was, who was it?
Kenton Leicester?
Yeah, well, that one was 264 runs. Somerset beat Worcestershire by 36 at Taunton. Bowling Worcestershire out for 251 in the 45th over. Here's Anuj Dahl then from the racecourse, then bowling to Colin Ingram, who clips that into the leg side. And there's his century. A match-winning knock from Colin Ingram from just 102 deliveries. Terrific effort from him. In fact, he comes back for a second. It's been a magnificent effort from Colin Ingram. 10 4s and 2 6s in his knock of 101 not out. And he's leading Glamorgan to victory here at Derby.
Well, it's not just the figures, is it? It's the mature nature of that innings, the ultra-experienced ability to just absorb a few balls on the back foot when you have to, play out a few dot balls with the confidence that he's got the skills then to accelerate again afterwards when needed.
My deepest apologies for commentating on it.
No, it's all right. I'm trying to...
I had absolutely no idea he was that close.
I'm trying to script as well as talk on the radio as well.
So just 18 more runs required now by Glamorgan. We've got to that stage. Dahl bowls and Ingram cuts backward of square on the offside, picked up by Harry Kane. They go through for a single. We got to this point a while ago, but I think we were even earlier down at Cheltenham, where we all know what the result is. We know who's going to win, but you've got to wait until the end, and you have to go through the motions, and that's pretty much what Derbyshire are doing here. The batsmen know that they will get the runs. Derbyshire know they can't stop them. 17 to win. Billy Root on strike, down towards a wide third man, where it's fielded by Saranga Lakmal, one of just the 8 bowlers that Derbyshire have used.
Yeah, I think Brookgast will look back at his use of his resources, and it's all very well being capped in hindsight, but he's just used them slightly in the wrong order in the wrong places, maybe.
Not necessarily in the right order. Dahl is in and bowls, and that's cracked away by Ingram out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. He wants to finish this as quickly as possible now, Colin Ingram, you would imagine. Get himself off into an ice bath. Lovely. I've won myself. 287 for 3, 12 to win.
Which comes first, the ice bath or the iced lager?
I know,
or both at the same time?
For preference, I'll probably go for an ice bath, the choice of those two. That one is pushed into the offside by Ingram for a single. 288 for 3. 11 more required. 25 deliveries in which to get them. Not much of an equation from a Derbyshire perspective, and they still have fielders out on the boundary. Dahl is in again, bowls, and Root cuts out to Kame. Picks up another single. The crowd thinning by the minute as the latest and as Dahl over comes to an end. More applause for Colin Ingram. Quite right too, as his figures for his century are read out. 289 for 3. 4 overs to go, 10 to win. And they're bringing Saranga Lakmal back on. Their premium overseas bowler.
One more over available from me, and then I'll have to shuffle off to do another radio report, and
You'll get the winning runs on live on the radio.
may well do at this rate.
That'll be exciting.
And Mr. Donalds can accompany you maybe for the last couple of runs if they don't happen in this over.
They could.
289 for 3 then. Lakmal from the city end into bowl to Billy Root on 32 not out, and bowls a very slow delivery indeed that Root tries to leg glance, and it's got so little pace that it reaches the keeper. Oh well.
Keep an eye on the cut-off time. 6:30. They get so much time to bowl their overs
do.
in 50 over
It's
competitions.
ludicrous,
Isn't
isn't
it just?
Knock off quarter of an hour on each side quite easily.
10 minutes for lunch, let's get moving.
Now let's have a longer lunch break. 289 for 3. Glamorgan need 10. As Root gets a Yorker that he plays away into the offside, and they take a single. 290 for 3.
How's this partnership got to 73? No idea.
Yeah, they came together in the 35th over. We're now in the 47th. And they don't appear to have played that many big shots,
No.
apart from in the Connors comeback over when there was a Root 4 through the offside and an Ingram vast blow over mid-wicket. In comes Lakmal to bowl to Ingram, and he pulls that one down. Not a great delivery, didn't get all of it with the bat either. Pulled it down to Thompson in front of us at fine leg for a single. 291 for 3. 9 runs to win for Glamorgan, who are next in action on Tuesday against Durham at Neath. And I look forward, weather and technicals being up to the occasion, to describing that with you, for you, along with Martin Emerson of BBC Newcastle and Edward Bevan.
Lovely.
Lakmal is in to bowl. Root drives into the offside, but straight to cover, no run.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I hope the people of Neath turn out in good numbers, and that the forecast improves slightly before then.
Is it not good?
Not hugely, but I don't tend to believe them that much 2 days out.
No, it's a long way out, isn't it?
So fingers crossed. Cricket at Neath on Tuesday and Thursday. As Lakmal is in to bowl to Billy Root. A full bunger driven down the ground, but well stopped at mid-on by the green boots of Hyde Ali. Well, the green-booted Hyde Ali didn't stop it with his boots, but it is a very easy way to spot him in the field. They are very bright green. 292 for 3, as Glamorgan cruising towards what will, on paper, look like a very easy victory, but there have been considerable moments of doubt at times during this innings. As Lakmal is in to finish his over. Short ball pulled by Ingram. They'll just take the single. There would have been 2 if they had wanted, but Ingram isn't going to push anything. So Glamorgan within potentially 1 blow of victory at 293 for 3. And Aaron Donald will replace me for the closing moments of this match.
You switched me off, but don't worry about it. Absolute chaos in the commentary box. 6 to win. Who's your money on an Aaron?
Can't bet on cricket. You should
Oh,
know
no,
that.
of course, no. Absolutely.
But if I had to.
No. No, money's firmly in his pocket.
Yeah,
what it should be.
Absolutely.
Half an hour to bowl the remaining 3 overs. And knowing Derbyshire as I do, they could take half an hour if they were allowed.
Well, the line might get slightly worse. Might be some sort of tactic.
Yes, I'm not sure anything's going to save them now.
No,
In fact, we know nothing's going to. It's one of those 50-over games where you know what's going to happen and you can't do anything about it. Reece bowls to Ingram, who launches in for 6. Is this it? It is. And Glamorgan win in the grand manner with a 6 from Colin Ingram from the first ball of the Lewis Reece over. He moves to 115. A terrific innings from Colin Ingram. Billy Root on 34 and the partnership 82 off just 76. 299 for 3. Glamorgan win this one by 7 wickets. What a way to finish.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Colin just shimmy across the crease, looking for that shorter side, he's climbed into that one and thoroughly deserved. Set an absolute masterclass and how to bat in 50-over cricket yet again for, I think what they said was his 20th List A century. And just showing his class there. But I think throughout the Glamorgan batting, throughout the top order should be really proud of that display. And I think on the flip side, I think Derby can be pretty happy with a lot of that game, just losing momentum with the bat towards the end of their innings seems to be the killer, and both teams just lacking a little bit of penetration through the middle. But certainly a well-deserved win there in the end for Glamorgan. And as we said, Colin Ingram, 115 not out. It's always going to win you 50-over games.
Terrific knock from Colin Ingram. They win by 7 wickets with 17 balls to spare. I won't go through all the bowling figures. It would take us until 6:30. Anuj Dal 1 for 30 from his 6 overs. Nick Potts 1 for 37 from 4. Alex Thompson 1 for 65 off 9. Reece, Lamb, Wood, Connors and Lackmell all bowled as well. As he tried to shuffle his pack, did Brooke Guest, but unfortunately it wasn't to be from a Derbyshire perspective. Congratulations to Glamorgan, who move on to face Durham, and best of luck to Nick with Martin Emerson. We've got Sussex here in Derby on Wednesday. Ed Dawes will be with us. When I say us, I mean myself and Adrian Harms. For that one, I will be shooting off around 4 o'clock to go and see some football. Burton Albion are playing Leicester City in the League Cup. So that's about it. And Aaron, it's been an absolute joy to have you. It really has. Thank you very much indeed. Good. Have you learned anything?
I wouldn't say too much from you two, but certainly a progressing my career in some aspects, aren't I?
Oh, that's the right answer. So you are learning. You are learning. Thanks to Nick Webb as well from BBC Wales. I've been Dave Fletcher. BBC Wales back with you on Tuesday, as I say, from Neath. We'll be back from Derby on Wednesday. But thanks very much for your company throughout the course of the day. We'll see you soon.